Hello, everyone.
Hi.
Hi. Hi. This is the first Global Metaverse Carnival 2022. So it's nice to meet you all. Okay,
Same.
so we will like start
Nice to meet you all.
our panel. Our topic will be Asia Metaverse ecosystem and innovation. We're gonna cover territory like Japan, South Korea, China mainland, and Hong Kong. So we have a really great So I would like you guys to introduce yourself and what you do and where you base and what your area you mainly cover. So can you start with Ida?
Yes, very nice to be here and good to see you, Taka. I am the Director of Global Affairs at Journey. Journey is both a creative and technological solution that allows us to build white-labeled virtual worlds deployed directly in any browser with the highest quality possible in the web today. And we work with some of the largest brands and organizations in the world: H&M, BMW, Cartier, Vogue Business, EU, WWF, and many more. I am based between Seoul and Cape Town. The company itself is German.
Great. Thank you very much. So, okay, so please start, Luis.
Hi there, everyone. My name is Lewis. I'm the Chief Metaverse Officer here for Shadow Factory. We're a 6-year-old innovation agency specializing predominantly in XR solutions and Web3 solutions over the last 6 years. We've been servicing, again, a range of sort of different brands and enterprises, all the ways from aviation clients from the likes of Singapore Airlines, all the way down to Fortune 500 manufacturing firms such as ThyssenKrupp, and anywhere in between. Our motto really is just to help companies solve problems, leveraging technology.
Thank you very much. Okay, so can you start to it, Zeus?
Hey, thanks for inviting me to be here. I'm from Output, and Output is a global digital content creator ecosystem and platform. So we serve a lot of the digital creators worldwide, and I believe Ida here is one of our old friends. We've talked before, and despite we have so many creators, we also serve them to collaborate with Chinese brands and global brands and Chinese division in them, because we are based in China, obviously. And we've worked with many brands like Nike, Bulgari, Adidas, and many more. They also made a lot of metaverse innovations worldwide. So we're happy to be a part of it and go along the journey with them. So yeah, we do a lot of activation, Web3, NFT, digital fashion, a lot of it.
Great, thank you very much. So that sounds really exciting. Okay, so let me start my introduction. So my name is Taka Suzuki. I'm based in Tokyo, Japan, and I'm a CEO of Meta Tokyo, who is we call ourselves as a Web3 entertainment studio. And we cover metaverse development and also the Web3 NFT producing. So, and also we work with the Japanese brand company and also the entertainment and the artists. Also, we produce the activation with the artists like Carrie Pamu Pamu. She is a female popular singer from Japan, and also she was performing at the Coachella festival this year. And also recently, I collaborated with the Japanese Buddhist temple called Hasedera for the showcasing the musical experience by the Buddhist chant. So that was a really interesting experience for metaverse users. Okay, so yeah, so that was really exciting to learn more about the what you did and what you are see in the future. But okay, so I would like to my first question would be what was year 2022 like for your business or the project? So can you start with Luis?
Okay. 2022 has been a really, a roller coaster for the Chinese metaverse industry because, as we all know, the most important part of the metaverse is blockchain. And we all know that in China, some of the blockchain activities is defined as illegal fundraising, like all of it. So yeah, the first part of 2022 was a hype. But then it went down with the rest of the world, I would say. But like we have a different understanding and a different approach for the metaverse innovation in China mainland. Because other than blockchain, we can work on like we said, XR solutions and a lot of media entertainment solutions like online gaming, videos, XR shooting, and a lot of it. So I would say that for our company and our business, we've been working in this industry for like 5 years before even the concept of metaverse emerged. And we are proud to say that despite the really the down run of the economy of the world, it has been like, and I believe her.
Okay, great. Yeah, so that's interesting part of the Web3, the blockchain is a little bit kind of a different story in the China mainland. But
Yeah.
so when it comes to the XR, like so I really like I'm a big fan of the Rotain, and she's a V singer, virtual singer in China,
Yeah.
filming with the also Rio, and also the she was performing at the, I think Winter Olympic Games. So I think that this is really close with the metaverse concept, and this is really linked, right?
Yeah. If you're in China mainland, you'd say that people are crazy about virtual idols in China, and a lot of people are working on it to improve the qualities of the visuals and the qualities of the marketing and community managing. So it's really fascinating.
Great, thank you. So Ida, what was the this year for you?
Yeah, for me and for Journey, I think it was a wonderful year. With all the turbulence going on in the world at the same time, for us it was just brilliant. And I think it was a lot about, kind of metaverse ideas kind of growing up, but also crystallizing the importance of visual quality and accessibility, which is what we do, right? So we could see where last year maybe was sometimes things felt a little bit more opposing, that it was like blockchain here and the VR guys there and then us somewhere there. It felt like everything started to come together and become a very collaborative space. And at the same time, I felt that the brands and the organizations that we work with also went from hype, we have to do something, whatever, and this is what everybody else is doing, so we're doing it too, to actually maturing into having proper strategies, so we could have amazing conversations with them and collaborate in creating more long-term thing, where in 2021 it was much more short-term. So that I would say it's been really an incredible year for us.
Yeah, exactly. So I think that I really have a similar view of the many the element, like also the Web3, NFT, and the metaverse is come together, and also to convert, maybe see the kind of convergence to see more holistic approach to the new generation and the type of the audience. Yeah, so that is really exciting, and also that it will we will see the more also the coming maybe next year. Okay, how about Luis?
Yeah, no, thank you. I mean, I think 2022 has been an interesting year for everybody, so to speak the least. I think definitely from a business perspective, it's been a interesting sort of growth year for us. Zeus, like you kind of pointed out just then, companies I feel like that have had a sort of foundation or grassroots sort of in XR, building sort of gamified spaces, this was a very new opportunity for them to kind of step out and be, well, look, this isn't just about games and entertainment. How can we actually tie this in with something that's a little bit more infrastructural, something that's a little bit more industrial and commercial? So again, I think it's always good having something to kind of keep us on our toes, staying sharp, seeing what's what. From a project's perspective, though, I think it was definitely eye-opening to kind of see again sort of how the brands were really viewing the space. A lot of the discussions, Ida, you pointed out perfectly, it's definitely driven by that FOMO in the beginning of the year, as I'm sure it was for a lot of people, not just brands, right? But retail investors, NFT buyers, this and that. But I think what's interesting is, again, over the course of this year, obviously COVID and everything that's been happening, brands have been a lot more risk averse. So we're definitely seeing a lot more like tightening and budgets for sort of experiential or experimental type of activations. But however, it definitely seems like, again, brands here aren't looking to test the waters, so to speak, but they're more so kind of saving that initiative to kind of make big splashes in the pool, with something that does have kind of a bit more of a longevity period. So that it's not just, here for a couple of months and then gone, but again, how is it something that's actually building adoption, attraction, onboarding, and all these other sort of key business considerations?
Yeah, great. So related to the your answer, Luis, and so yeah, you already mentioned that you worked with the aviation company, like the big company and the brands, and how they see what is the potential in the metaverse, and what is the challenge in terms of the longevity or the upcoming the potential project.
That's a good question. I would say, like, when we're talking sort of like the bigger enterprise or like, some more like MNC type of clients, the opportunity is that, despite this being the COVID rush, I'm sorry, the metaverse rush brought on by COVID, again, a lot of them, they've been already experimenting and sort of deploying things like VR solutions, AR solutions. The term digital twin has been around for sort of like, that discussion has been around for maybe like the last 4 or 5 years. The metaverse now gives these brands and these companies an opportunity to go, well, now that I have this one particular product, how do I add on to accessibility from different users? How can I potentially leverage, and put on revenue streams on top of this product? And then also looking at other ways of deployment, so again, you're not using this for one team. This one product can address, concerns, needs from multiple different stakeholders within the organization. And the challenge, that being so, is that again, there's a lot of testing, there's a lot of, development work that needs to go into it to ensure that, again, when this is launched and it's public facing, again, it's not just a proof of concept that looks good. Again, there is something that, again, over the next couple of years, we're seeing people actually using it, staff adopting it, and it's generating data and results that people want.
Yeah, that is really true, and yeah, this is really testing period, and great. So Ida, so also that you already mentioned that you work with the really luxury brand and pop culture street brand, and so you have a really good experience of the working with them. So in the more brand perspective, so how do they see a potential metaverse, and how do they try to engage the new type of the audience through the metaverse?
Yeah, we are very lucky at Journey to be really in here. We've been really sitting with a lot of brands in their strategic process, right? We have had opportunity to understand their just and what they need to go through. And I see that a lot of them now out this kind of holistic approach, as holistic as we can be. We're still figuring out what the metaverse is going to be. But one of the main streams is to stay true to the brand representation, where maybe last year we more saw the jump towards the existing platforms. And now it's more, how do we build something that is truly ours in the metaverse, where we can give the audiences a very interesting, stunning experience that stay with the audience, right? So that's what we have seen mainly, and it's interesting to see also what they come up with, the solutions to that. But adding to that, what we've also seen is that, you know, brands like H&M, just to take an example, or BMW, you don't have just one audience, right? You range through generations, but also global, etc. So the idea of finding something that is truly accessible, the easy onboarding process where you don't need to have a wallet yet, you know, where the option is there, that we're seeing much more of, which is also very interesting.
Great. Yeah, so I really like the graphic and also the creative narrative of the metaverse of by Journey. So where does it come from? Is the creativity?
Yeah, the creativity and what you see, like the touch point, the visual touch points of Journey, what you see is very much our DNA. So we were born out of a design studio, a German design studio, where we're working a lot with different creative technologies. And a lot of us that work for Journey has experience in working with creative technologies, but very physically. So on stage, for example, or with architecture. So when you take a bunch of people like that, and then put them onto like a flat screen, which is what happened in 2020, right? That's where you see that output. We need something to be stunning. We need it to blow our mind. We don't want to just make a copy of reality, right? And we also, what's important to us is to really create something that you can feel, you know, something you can connect with. So that's us.
Great. Yeah. So maybe next question will go to Zeus, but maybe Zeus, hello. Okay, so yeah, let me take my question by myself. So yeah, so yeah, this year, so yeah, for Japanese metaverse market is so as you guys maybe know, like there are lots of the domestic metaverse platform, and so there are really interesting narratives like more anime, manga character, avatar, and also graphic and architecture, and so for example, so there is a platform called the Cluster, who work with the kind of a big brand and enterprise. So so they and also the other metaverse really like to replicate the reality. Like so, there is the Japanese famous the Scramble Crossing in Shibuya. So so there is a virtual version of the Shibuya Scramble Crossing in the metaverse, and also there is something in the western city called Osaka, and there is also the key iconic place in Osaka. So there is also the virtual version of the iconic place in the metaverse as well. So yeah, this is really interesting that the so Journey are really exploring the new. I think that I can say the new reality in the metaverse, but really Japanese market and Japanese player is like to replicate our reality in the virtual reality. So I think that this is really the great the difference and also the uniqueness in terms of the narratives and the storytelling. Yeah, so this is really interesting, and also I've been really working with the Japanese Buddhist temple. So who are really who don't have who have no idea what is a metaverse and how they get in. But so in context of the media and maybe buzzword, so they see the lots of the potential to share and expand the narratives of the Buddhist and Japanese culture to the global. So yeah, they are really happy to see our activation in the metaverse, and so we engaged the people from all around the world, like 82 countries. So this is really big the outcome in terms of the despite we don't do not much the advertisement to gather the people. So yeah, this is really the for a year, and also we collaborated with the Carrie Pampamu to the bring in to the giant the dancing doll, collaborate with the Japanese artists and in the Decentraland. Okay, so yeah, maybe so we I would like to wait Zeus, but so maybe let me start with the next question. So yeah, I would like to talk about the government's policies and their regulation towards the metaverse. So maybe so there are lots of the different situation and a different demand or the topic on the. Okay, oh, welcome back, Zeus.
Oh, finally! Oh my God, I was what is happening? I had a bad connection and I just logged out.
Yeah. No worries. Okay, so yeah, I would like to just ask you about the so we talk about the more kind of creative and storytelling side. So obviously, so the metaverse in terms of the visual quality on the bandwidth and also the graphic power on the smartphone or the tablet and the PC. So the creative wise, so there obviously there is also this is also the really lots of the going on the part to visualization to the audiences. So the for your creative experts on the background, so the how you tackle this visual communication through the metaverse.
Oh, visual connection, communication. Okay, that's basically what we do over the past 5 years.
Yes.
And because Ada already talked about how to keep the essence of brand images and information, so I would like to add a very interesting perspective through our business lines, which is how to enhance offline and physical interaction and experiences through online powers, like digital content and what we say digital visualization. So besides doing CGI and animations and let's say take an example of our recent case, our magical experience collaboration with Adidas Original and its recent campaign called Osworld. So in this campaign, we created a full set of background stories and visuals for their avatars. I believe one is called Neo, and it's a boy and a girl. It's a duel. So we not only did their looks, but also we wrote the stories and their social media content, like the whole set. So through this process, we realized that if we want to present and communicate to the audience of a brand, especially.
Okay. Oops. Yeah. So yeah, this is live. Okay. So yeah, we would like to talk about the government policies and the regulation and towards the metaverse. And so when it comes to the welcome back. So
What is happening?
no, don't worry. Please
Sorry, so sorry, but I can hear you guys all the time, like when I'm out. So I can hear you guys. Where was I? Okay, we did 2 avatars for Adidas. So for a global brand like Adidas, it is really hard to capture what it wants to present to its audience. So basically, we did all the work about how original Adidas and Osworld sneakers were made, what it wants to combine into its design. And we literally reiterated its design language into a fully constructed out of nowhere cityscape, like a metaverse city. So we had two avatars dropping from the sky, doing cool stunts, and basically a lot of VFX effects. And it was just so cool and so lucky to see that Adidas was so satisfied with what we gave. And especially on the social media, what everybody was responding to the work that we done. So I believe the key to capture the power of visuals is to really dig into what the audience wants, and most importantly, stay true, like Ida said, stay true to your own creative desire. So, yeah.
Wow, that's great. Yeah, this is really interesting part, and also that this is also the in ongoing development for visualization, and so there will be a lot of coming from them. Okay, so I would like to talk about the government's policy and the regulations, and so Zeus, you said already talked about the regulation about the blockchain, but do you see the government also care about the metaverse regulations or the policies or something like that?
I was afraid you would ask that because um, it's really sensitive to talk about like such policies in China. But I can say that that the mainland has some policies released recently for metaverse development. Like I said, metaverse is not only just blockchain, it's not only VR, it's a combination of all the technology and creative together. So, for example, July, I believe it's in July this year, that Shanghai, as one of the biggest cities in China and even in the world, released a policy that it is going to invest $1.5 billion into metaverse development, including smart gadgets, our blockchain, which is a little bit different, and video technologies and a lot of it. So I can say that China is definitely not missing out the opportunities on metaverse, and not just on the also on a national level. That a lot of the major cities in China, like Beijing, Shanghai, including Xiamen and Macau, are also putting all its effort into developing metaverse on a national level. Yeah, but also I would like to point out that the
Okay. Yeah, so yeah, this is interesting. Okay, so Luis, you talk about the government's policies and regulations, and in Hong Kong, and any other topic regarding the regulatory.
Sure, absolutely. So I think like Hong Kong's obviously in a bit of a special position. A lot of obviously what's happening in China as well is something that we're paying very close attention to, and how that implicates and how we can prepare for that. But in general, looking at kind of like the current circumstance when we're still catering to kind of global businesses, national brand, looking at the Hong Kong government standpoint, I think right now, South Korea, especially the Seoul Vision 2030, that is sort of serving, as far as my research and what I'm seeing, as sort of like a development blueprint. The Hong Kong government is monitoring that very closely in terms of, well, look, what are some of the data infrastructure implementations? What are some of the things that really kind of like keep an eye out as they kind of scale up into the space? I think the interesting thing though is looking at Hong Kong. Again, we've had in many different ways, kind of like what Zeus was talking about, right? Again, the metaverse isn't just one thing. It is a culmination of many different, not just existing businesses, but technologies as well. So again, Hong Kong has quite a fair amount of regulations right now that's kind of governing things like, anti-money laundering, data protection, gaming and gambling, tax and financial regulations. They're in place, and these are all very relevant in many senses to the metaverse. I think right now the government is, especially in Hong Kong, I feel like they're more taking a stance of propagation, meaning that their focus right now is to really cultivate that innovation and development talent here. Again, one of the biggest things like Cyberport, which is a huge technological hub here in Hong Kong. Again, they're constantly giving out, multitudes of different programs and incubations to really breed up the startup environment here. Universities as well across Hong Kong, that's where we're actually seeing a lot of these innovations taking early form adoptions. So we're talking things like VR training and things like that. Instead of going straight to the medical facilities, the universities are getting a lot of support from the government to kind of put these into practice, and then kind of understanding again how these individual instances tie on to that bigger sort of metaverse narrative. And also, I would say, from a funding perspective as well, since COVID, the government has been quite active in terms of looking after, the businesses here, providing funds and grants, and we're still seeing that kind of come across even in the metaverse space. So it's definitely a bright future to see where things are going. But yeah, I think Hong Kong is quite in an interesting space, but a good space right now in terms of regulations.
Wow, sounds exciting. So yeah, in Japan as well. So now the government really started to the dig deeper in terms of the regulatories in terms of the metaverse. But I think that in general, so that is already covered by kind of a digital relevant law or the regulatories. And so this is really good for the business of the lawyer. So they are just saying, okay, so you need to talk about the copyrights management in the metaverse or the licensing about the metaverse. So maybe we can just cover the existing. So, but anyway, so this is. But so we need. I would like to also the address. So the metaverse is already global, like the Ida mentioned. So so I also priority the sitting advisory board of the just music copyrights management society, the biggest management society. So we talk about the how we can the licensing in the metaverse, and obviously, so metaverse for Japan. Okay, so we are really good. So we have really already have a guideline in the digital consumption in the metaverse. But so if we talk about the more global, so this is there are some kind of slightly different concepts to how we can create the license of the music. But so if we talk about the if we the stream the music in the metaverse to Japan and also the Hong Kong or the South Korea, so we need to also clear and maybe platform need to clear the copyrights license to each country. So that is a really does not make sense in the metaverse era. So I think that this type of the global licensing and also the policy, the gap more clear and also the significant in the future of the metaverse. And also that this is the really big topic for the making the metaverse is more easier to bring more the prize and the IP and the entertainment in there. So when it comes to when we talk about the South Korea, so what do you think, Aida? So about the government's policies and the regulations. So I know the platform like the Zepeto is already also the booming, and not only for the South Korea, but also global. And maybe from my view, so the South Korea is already they are ready for the metaverse.
Yeah, I mean, Korea, I'll talk about that later, maybe the social aspect of metaverse, how ready South Korea was for this and had already done it before it became a global phenomenon, right? But what I find really interesting in terms of, regulations, it's that interesting balance between what you protect and regulate, and then also what you support and be a part of building. And as many governments in East Asia, we have this very strict regulation on one side, we're speaking about blockchain earlier and cryptocurrencies. But then South Korea also has a very interesting way of supporting the development, right? And supporting the transition. And we spoke about earlier, somebody mentioned Seoul Vision 2030 and the huge investments into making Seoul the true metaverse city kind of thing. But we also have this mission into like a country-wide metaverse ecosystem, which I find super interesting. And there's where South Korea is dividing different is to have different focus. And this is a strategy that has been used in many different aspects in Korea already. So for example, Changwon will be transitioning from being an industrial city into a hub for metaverse technology. And obviously then there is the support and all that. Busan is the hub for blockchain technology. And then Seoul becomes this city government with building platforms for how to, create civic interactions with the government online. And they're also working on how do you create interactions between people of government services that go beyond geography and languages, which is also very interesting if you look at South Korea that has traditionally been very close to foreigners. So that is very interesting. And the last point that I would like to mention in terms of regulation, we're seeing development of something like a standard for metaverse ethics in South Korea. That is not done. There's nothing we can read and compare yet, but I find the idea of ethics, not just regulations of blockchain and cryptocurrencies, very interesting. Prevent misuse of bad actors in these new times.
Wow, interesting. So yeah, I think I remember that there is also a similar type of the declaration, the documents about the metaverse ethics, and also the how which includes how we can make a metaverse better for the people. I think the Kyoto City declare that the type of the document for future. So yeah, this is really interesting that the metaverse is a really more kind of a direct, also the multimodal communication by the human through the avatar. So I think that is this would be the more important, and also that this should be a care by not only company but also the governments. So yeah, this is really exciting to see lots of happening in terms of the government's policies and regulatories. Okay, great. Okay, so I would like to talk about the metaverse innovation in each regions. So, Zeus, how do you see the what is the latest innovation from the metaverse, or you implement into your activation?
Okay, I want to introduce what some of the best metaverse companies are doing in China, and how we share a wonderful relationship and partnership. I'm pretty sure everybody knows that recently Unity had a Chinese spinoff. Unity China is now a thing in China. So actually, its office is not really far away from our building, and we actually talk a lot about future developments and collaborations. So only we participated and collaborated together in our global talent call, which is an affair for recruiting the best quality of virtual avatars and digital fashion. And Unity was in the jury for selecting the best works of the creators that they submitted. So and Unity is just one of the partners that we can see that are doing excellent jobs in the metaverse call. So not just Unity, we also had a very good with NVIDIA China, which we all know is very, very powerful in metaverse. It represents calculating powers. It represents graphic cards, and just basically the fundamental infrastructure of if metaverse is going somewhere. So NVIDIA, we I see Louis laughing.
No, you're right. I mean, look at USD, right? Universal Scene Displacement. How big of a splash was that?
Yeah, exactly. So NVIDIA and we are going to launch a virtual avatar for a Chinese celebrity and doing the whole thing for her. So I can say that we are very confident to create the experience of the next generation for metaverse in China. But speaking of the different aspects of metaverse development, we also want and take an example of our recent case of VR experience of Macau's St. Paul Church reconstruction. So we basically did a digital twin of the ruined church, which only had I don't know, not really much left.
Okay, come on. Okay. Okay, so yeah, maybe also let me hand over to Luis to talk about the latest metaverse innovation and what you did was your from third party.
Sure,
Oh,
absolutely.
just okay, welcome back.
Yes, all right. Well, let me just finish up.
Oh yeah,
Unbelievable.
yeah. Just please finish up.
I was talking about like the players and the audience can actually view the church that was long gone in a view. So I would say that the latest innovations in China is quite promising, and I can see a lot of people are working on it with all their efforts and talents.
Great, thank you very much. So yeah, that is really the wide variety of the metaverse and the XR technology to do to cover the more cultural aspect and also it brings more kind of a next level. Okay, that is really exciting. Okay, so yeah, let me hand over to Luis.
Thank you. I think in Hong Kong, it's a interesting place here in the city. Hong Kong being such a sort of like consumer-driven, commercially driven city. I think a lot of the stuff that we kind of saw earlier this year in terms of the innovation was definitely things that were quite retail focused. I definitely remember one of the big splashes of the telecom companies here called CSL. They sort of did a citywide AR application, and the whole purpose was basically to encourage people to get back out into the house, feel a bit more comfortable in the streets, go back into the shopping areas. And when you open it, again, there was sort of like geolocated AR placements of stores. So I think that was a very, very good way. And this is many examples as well. But this is one of the things I saw that, in terms of the Hong Kong scenario, getting people a little bit more familiar, using AR not just for selfies, so I win like a lucky draw, right? But kind of like integrating that a little bit into our deals. That was definitely something interesting to kind of see take place. I think the other big thing that we're also seeing, what I've seen in Hong Kong is, there's been a huge rise in sort of virtual banks here in Hong Kong. So kind of like, noticing and leveraging on that, trend where, younger shoppers and demographics don't really necessarily want to go to branches in store locations. And again, being able to kind of cultivate that habit, right? So that I'm actually used to doing things digitally on my phone. I don't actually feel the need to, not to say that it replaces it, but again, bringing that on as an additional option for me to go, well, actually, this is a good alternative. This can actually work. And, and terms of how they've also been leveraging things, AR, VR, and this type of activation, that's definitely geared people towards that. And I don't know if you pay a lot of attention to things like the sandbox, but so over this year as well, there was a huge push for sort of like the Hong Kong mega city. And so as we're seeing sort of like a number of major domestic brands moving into the space, again, that's sort of like making splashes. Go, okay, well, maybe there's a different way for me to interact with food brands, clothing brands, and even the MTR, which is like our local train system. I think it's interesting, yeah. I mean, absolutely, to see everybody put up splashes like that. And I think one of the things I'm definitely more interested to kind of see fruition. First of all, there's a company called Asia Top here in Hong Kong, which is basically a Web3 loyalty company. And again, I think they were one of a very successful execution in terms of understanding how to leverage NFTs for a CRM purpose, and utilizing for retaining customer loyalty, which again is something very, very common in Hong Kong. Everyone's used to buying something, getting points, and then points getting me extra stuff. Again, leveraging that narrative to kind of step into Web3. That was definitely a very, very move that they kind of did. And also seeing some more of the government, well, I'd say more of the infrastructural entities here. So, for example, the Hong Kong also been quite eager and quite forward-thinking in terms of leveraging digital twins, like we talked about before, and utilizing that for internal planning, optimization, growth, and then now looking in again in terms of ways of expansion, how to actually make that a little bit more, not just internal facing, public facing, scaling that to be, sort of like another metaverse. That's super exciting. Hong Kong also has a very, very good organization called the Geospatial Lab, which is basically an organization from the Hong Kong government that really propagates the use of GIS, right? So geospatial information, which basically allows for, again, if people are looking to do, instant mapping of Hong Kong, if you're looking to basically do things like urban planning, things like that, familiarizing people and not making tech seem so scary and distant, but make it just a little bit more approachable and familiar. I definitely think these are some of the more interesting innovations we've seen here.
Okay, lots of happening in Hong Kong as well. Okay, so Ida, so how about South Korea or also global perspective also it will be welcome.
Yeah, I feel at the moment, since I work globally, I have so many things to share, and I have no idea where to start. But I thought, because Lewis took a very the more technical approach to the answer, I wanted to bring in a couple of more soft points. I think could be good to the conversation. So what I find interesting to watch is more the psychology, like what happens with us when we are in these worlds. And a few attempts that I watched the last year on this, and it's a really interesting case was done, for instance, at IFLAND. The content management team there, they actually had a theater piece, like a participatory theater inside IFLAND. And what they did was that they opened the audition for any users to participate. And what they saw was that just your general person who maybe had this little nudge their whole life of wanting to do something in theater, wanting to perform and all of that, they actually were braver to try it out in IFLAND. And the interesting aspects, and this is something that I watched globally as well, with when we're trying to understand how this digital lives are impacting our physical lives, people said afterwards that they actually would like to do something in the real world now. So watching how we kind of can become braver, or maybe go beyond what we thought we had to be and become a bit more of ourselves and express us not only in the digital safe behind the face of the avatar, but also physically, something that I'm finding very interesting. And to piggyback on that idea, we did a concert in the Philippines together with H&M. And what we saw in the responses is, again, that link between the full and the digital and the physical experience. The feedback, now I don't have them. I just came back from vacation this morning, so I don't remember any numbers or anything like that. So give me a week and I'll be back on track. But a really high amount of the participants said that they wanted to have physical merch. That's what they were wishing out of the experience. So I found that really interesting. Full experience, but you want your physical, band T-shirt, just like when you go to a concert. So those are the things that I'm kind of like watching, apart from all the different cool innovations that Lewis was mentioning as well.
Wow, interesting. So yeah, that is really fascinating to see the bridging the gap between the real and the virtual, and also metaverse and the universe. So I think that this is also the maybe could be the topic for the theme. But so I would like to mention about the innovation in Japan. So this is I'm not involved in this project, but so there is the company called Pocket RD who is developing the 3D scan for. So this is not special, but so they are partner with the one of the largest artists and the comedian management company in Japan, and then so they scanned as many comedian in Japan as possible and scan to become actor. So yeah, I think that in the technical perspective, so this is really like a Ready Player Me. But interesting part of that is, so okay, so they're gonna be more company or the enterprise or the regional government the launch their own metaverse. Okay, so the talent agency can send the comedian as the one of the key the celebrity or the key the player in space, and they can do some stand-up comedy or the talk show or some activation in really many metaverse. Besides that they move up to the nationwide. So I think that this is really interesting use case to if the talent could be crowded, so they would have more lots of opportunity to exposure in the metaverse, but regional. And also the other one is also the NFT project I'm producing with called the City Pop Tokyo, which is really the ladies and the boys and the girls with a flavor of the Japanese 80s, 90s, the cultural, the graphic and the visual, and also along with the music and the project for a metaverse. And also the NFT holder can support the each NFT character as talent, and so that they are growing up as a talent or the celebrity in future. And and now we have to make each the NFT character into the virtual singer or the virtual talent through the motion capture technology, and also bringing them into the metaverse. And so that is a really special utility for the NFT holders, and so that we can grow the NFT project as a really different perspective. So that is a really interesting between the Web3 and the verse, but this is also the really uniqueness of our flavor of the manga, anime, virtual singer. Okay, great. Okay, so I would like to maybe the final question, and so I would like so it is really December 2022, and also we're gonna soon have the New Year. So how do you see what is the next for the metaverse maybe next year? So the Zeus, can you start?
Okay. What's next for the metaverse? I would like to talk about the concept of creator economy. So it's actually the foundation of Output and why we're here. Over the 5 years, we have established a global creator network of more than thousands of creators in more than 20 countries. So we help serve them, but we never feel like we have enough because they have much more potential and more creativity, energy to unleash. So and we can see a lot of companies from infrastructure level, from application level, from entertainment, from a lot of things are working to better serve the creators, because they are fundamentally the source of everything we see in the metaverse. So in this process, Output wishes to be a global network, and we focus on maybe today we help them connect with brands, we help them connect with whoever need their creativities. But in the future, we would like to offer them assets. We would like to offer them everything they need to create what they want. So yeah, and also I'd like to point out that despite the down run of the blockchain ecosystem, and independent, working on itself and in a very smooth and a fluent way, financial system is very important. So so that the creators can hold on to their assets and their whatever they need, their value to monetize, to manage, to just let it flow in the community. So yeah, I think the next year actually is the year of creator economy and what everyone individually wants in their own metaverse.
Okay, great. Yeah, that is really important. And also the downside of the crypto maybe would continue to the next year. But, so in other hand, so the company like Starbucks or the other companies, or will try to utilize the blockchain for the fan club system. So kind of that. So I think that this is maybe it could be a kind of a new level for the next year. Okay, so maybe I would like to take the next turn from a Japanese perspective. So yeah, I think this year, so there are lots of the virtual Shibuya, virtual Kyoto, virtual Osaka. So there are the replicated real place into the metaverse. But there is a really challenge for everyone. That is a longevity in terms of the community. So I think the next year, so the community for metaverse, how we can build the community to bring more people continuously. This is really a big topic for a metaverse, and also this is also the to the interoperability, and how we can brand it ourselves, like also for example Meta Tokyo in the multi metaverse, like not only for the Decentraland or the Sandbox, and maybe we can be more multi aspect approach to the metaverse. So I think that from me that is next for the metaverse, especially next year. So how about either for what's next for the metaverse?
Yeah, lots of interesting points already. I mean, we're all guessing when we're speaking about the future, even if you're just speaking a week ahead, right? So, but from my perspective, what I kind of start sensing is that we'll see more of persistence. So more higher quality, persistent examples, owned examples. I believe also, as Taka was mentioning, interoperability will become a bigger thing. So we will see that overarching sort of meta layer of the metaverse where we are becoming less, I don't know, protective of our own thing and actually start collaborating and finding bridges. I also think that we will see more high quality. I can hear, and we're also seeing it obviously for us as Journey, that the conversations are going to that metaverse needs to be higher visual quality and it needs to be more beautiful in order to retain those communities as well that Taka was mentioning. I also think that we'll see more accessibility to finding a way to bridge for anyone. You know, my grandfather and my niece should be able to enter the metaverse, not just my niece. So seeing just between those who have a wallet and those who don't. That's what I think we'll be seeing. Reward systems, definitely. But I also want to do a point to the 3D, so the creation economy. I think we'll see an even faster democratization of 3D creation. So that we'll have more and more creators, and that will require us with platforms, technical platforms such as Journey, to open up for these kind of creators. We are we're launching something that is called Journey X, where people will be in our technology. So I think those are, well, we'll see. We'll sit here in a year from now and see if we were right, but that's what I think we will be seeing next year.
So I'm thinking about the we can launch Meta Tokyo in Journey X.
Oh, cool. Okay, great. I've been on vacation, so I've missed the internal conversations.
No, it's fine. Okay, thank you. Okay, so Luis, your turn. You muted?
Hear you.
No? Your mic muted, Luis?
No, he just took off the headphone.
I think the headphone, the devices, I think that it's moved out to your.
How is it now? Is it better?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
You
have just 3 minutes.
Okay, no worries. I'll be quick. I mean, everybody definitely covered like a lot of the big ones. I mean, Zeus, you absolutely nailed it. Creator economy, for sure. I think there needs to be a much bigger narrative as well moving forward for brands to also kind of tap into what the community has to offer, instead of in many cases, I think it's interesting because, I'm sure for all of us here participating in that creative thinking process, it's one thing to kind of go, well, look, am I implementing what the brand's vision is? And then the other aspect is also, am I trying to guess what the consumers want? Or do we actually have data that's telling us, look, your consumer markets want this type of content? Just going back to Europe as well, different audience members have different criterias, right? Some people want ads, some people don't want ads. Some people like first-person perspective, some people like third person. I think one of the big things we're going to see what I'm excited about is idea that we've actually kind of been curating and trying to push a little bit. This term is called hyper curated content. Meaning that the idea of the metaverse is when I go into experiences and domains, it's less about what that world has to offer me, but more and so of me telling these places, this is the experience I want. Me as a consumer, this is how I want to experience your digital world, your digital information. And I think that's going to be a very, very interesting transition. One of the big things for me, though, is, I very much kind of keep an eye on to game companies. Things like MMORPGs that have existed for the last 10, 20 years. What were their growth plans? Where did they go right in terms of securing the first users? How does this become a 10-year IP? Going back again, Ida, like you said, that aspect, when you love the virtual, you love the idea so much that you need the physical. When you start Anime Con and Comic Con coming to fruition and people being able to kind of live that, I think there needs to be an element in terms of that sort of next step where I like to call it kind of like BYOI, bring your own identity, right? Before it was bring your own booze at parties and it's bring your own device and tech. Now I think it's that idea in terms of, the wallet aspect, move it away from the crypto narrative, right? The wallet really isn't just a place for you to store digital assets. If used correctly and if explained correctly, the digital wallet is very much your passport, so to speak. My Ready Player Me avatars that I have about 6 versions of for, games, meetings, all that's tied to one single account. So you kind of start seeing that little bit of, way of thinking kind of adopt a little bit more. I think that's going to be a huge, huge boom for it. And lastly, the final point is I am very much keeping an eye in terms of what generative AIs are going to play in the role of production and development. For us, again, we have a team of 35 and more of Unreal developers, Unity developers, front end, back end. We build everything in-house. So we very much have to keep an eye in terms of where things are heading. I think definitely seeing that whenever something kind of Unreal Engine 5 came out onto the market, people kind of freak out, they flock towards that. Call of Duty, again, $800 million US in the first week because their whole platform is built on Unreal Engine. There's a huge narrative around, look, people are already developing a level of expectation for games and digital experiences. And I think what we're going to see next in the metaverse is, these companies realizing that, look, visual representation and visual fidelity is going to play a huge, huge role in terms of how people experience and how people immerse themselves, whether in VR, whether in laptop and mobile, through these different digital stories, experiences, and metaverses.
Great, thank you very much. So yeah, time is running out, and so we can talk about this for all night. But so what we understand is really will be far more exciting than this year, and also the metaverse has lots more potential, and also we have lots of things that are coming out from our solid project. So look forward to next year. Thank you very much, everyone, for this panel.
Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
See you guys. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hi guys. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Hey, Rudy.
Hey.
How Gaurav? How Samuel?
I'm good.
Hello, good
Definitely.
morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending where you are. How about things on your
That's
side?
right.
Excellent. So I think today is another exciting. Well, this is the first panel, so this is an exciting opening of panels and discussions with really leaders in the space of the metaverse, each in his space. We're all from Asia. We're all from different points of Asia, trying to discuss and trying to really understand more and trying to bring for our audience what's happening in the metaverse and especially in the Asian metaverse ecosystem and what are the innovations. I'm gonna do a round of introduction quickly. I'll start by whoever is on my screen. I'll start with Felix, and then I'll move to Sam. Felix, if you introduce yourself, please.
All right. Good afternoon. Good morning. Good evening, everyone. I'm Felix Asuncion. I'm one of the co-founders of Tetrix and the chief revenue officer. I'm in the sales, marketing, and growth of the company. Tetrix is a blockchain infrastructure project which we ideate during the pandemic way back 2020, and we are the creators of Pitaka. Pitaka is a self-custodial wallet, and we also create another MVP, which is Link, which we use for sovereign identity events, also exchanging of uh, datas and personal information as well. I'm so glad to be here, excited to share with you all our experience in the metaverse here in the Philippines. Thanks, Rudy.
Thank you, Phillips, joining from the Philippines. Samuel, if you mind introducing yourself.
Thanks, Rudy. Thanks, Felix. Okay, I'm Samuel. I'm actually the co-founder for Aventus Metaverse. We are the first graduate school that has ventured into the metaverse. So in Singapore, we have a brick and mortar registered business school. So since our launch earlier this year, we have got coming close to 200 courses and 60,000 learners in our ecosystem. So our aim, obviously, is that to leverage on metaverse to make executive education accessible and affordable to learners across ASEAN. In Philippines, in Vietnam, we are running some courses in India. So I'm very excited to be here to share and to learn from the fellow panelists. All right, thank you, Rudy.
Great. Gaurav, introduce yourself, please.
Sure. Thanks for having me. I run India's leading crypto exchange called BitBNS. Over 5 million users, close to $1 billion USD in trading volume on a monthly basis. And we have sort of tinkered around running a centralized exchange, creating decentralized products, and also are doing activities on the metaverse side of things right now. And it would be an interesting session with fellow panelists to sort of learn and understand how things can sort of scale here for metaverse from here.
Thank you. And for those who doesn't know me, my name is Rudy Shushani. I'm a content and strategist in the world of technology and blockchain. I have my own talk shows, Crypto Talks Wednesdays. Do join us whenever you have the time. For the sake of time, let's start our interesting panel. I would love to understand the latest technologies and trends and development in the metaverse space. I think we are really living today a boom, not just a trend, a boom of innovations, a boom of growth in the ecosystem, and we're still early in the space. Sam, your take on that aspect?
Thanks, Rudy. I guess definitely very interesting time, especially in the era of metaverse, especially here in Singapore. 2 months back with even Token 2049, there has been a lot of initiative that's been launched. Okay, in Singapore, in fact, we have in partnership with Snobbler Studios, we have launched the first metaverse wedding. We've got live couples, getting married in the metaverse. So there's a lot of technology that's been developed between VR and mixed reality that's venturing into the metaverse. So I think we're in a very exciting space. So I think the biggest question now that we are trying to adopt company is their decision to rely on either centralized metaverse like a Web2, things like Roblox or Minecraft, or venture into more advanced metaverse in the Web3 space. So I think it's a definitely very exciting time. We've met many players that are outside the game industry. I think the
Metaverse has actually ventured beyond the game. They are now unified. There are now many other lifestyles brand involved in the Metaverse. So I'm excited to share and listen from the rest of the panelists as well.
Already, you're on mute.
Yeah, I think there's some echo. Maybe Felix, you'd like to give your take on the
Felix,
landscape.
I'll jump to you, and then what's your take on this?
All right. So, first and foremost, Filipinos are are the most optimistic about the metaverse in the SEA because, as we all know, we are also one of the country wherein we are the top consumers of these things in terms of the play to earn space, and we've ranked up to across the globe. And in terms of the adoption, I'm seeing a lot of communities participating in this space in terms of supporting one another, continuously building amidst the current state. And most of the Filipinos are really uh, consumers in terms of the opportunities available out there. So, in terms of the market trend or the latest tech trends, there are a lot of builders currently in terms of the talent availability. We've met a lot of builders across our country in terms of um, like creating a virtual island so that we can able to appreciate the beauty of the islands here in the Philippines. There are these developers that have been creating a very beautiful artistic scenery in Bacolod, wherein they showcase this amazing place where and also the culture in this area. And just imagine the builders of this space are actually from universities and schools, and they are being mentored by a specific person who have been um, onboarded on Sandbox. And these are the things that are we are seeing because personally I started my crypto journey 2017, and I'm so overwhelmed and glad that there are a lot of builders across the globe. And looking at the business cycle, the more people build on this space, the more it will be much more stable. At the same time, it will be more in terms of the current state of these latest trends as well. Yeah. Ready?
Sorry, I'm having technical issues with my microphone. Anyway, thank you for your interesting point of view. I'll jump into another question. What are the main pain points of building in the metaverse? Gaurav, start with you.
Sure. So what we have sort of typically seen with metaverse is because the platform is entirely different, the experience is unique to the user. So onboarding friction is there. There is certain onboarding friction. Some of the device-led sort of activities around sort of VR as well are sort of costly right now in terms of a price, and we'll see a lot of steep step changes that could sort of happen there. We are though interestingly seeing adoption. So European Union just yesterday conducted a meeting in Metaverse, and there are a lot of other sort of ways in which uh, office meetings have started happening there. Communication for a film set versus the director and actors. A lot of these activities are sort of flowing through. We expect that more mainstream adoption as the onboarding friction reduces and more people get onboarded onto it. Metaverse would not have more than a few million users. Compare that to the scale of, say, something like WhatsApp, which would have 2 billion daily active users, right? So we have a next 2000x journey to sort of go from here, and reducing some of these cost components, structures, and the experience improvements would sort of help. Now, that is the more critical sort of an issue. There are no existing users, not a significant amount of existing users who have tried Metaverse, and the experience is different on each sort of platform. So standardization improving the experience and making the onboarding like quick within 5-10 seconds would be critical to sort of drive it from there.
Very interesting, your point of view, and I love the 1000x numbers, because I think this is a very big market and the growth of it. I watched yesterday interview with Bill Gates in 1995 with Jay Leno, if I'm not mistaken. And they were explaining how the internet, what is the internet actually back in 1995. And I think we're living again in 2022, the same question: what is the metaverse, and what is that boom of the metaverse, where we're going in the future? So I think we're very collided in aspect. I'll ask the same question, the pain points of companies building in the metaverse. Felix, I'll ask you that question.
With regards to the pain points, actually, it's a problem with the connection between the metaverse from the each and every enterprises that are building. I mean, if I have an avatar on this specific metaverse, currently I cannot use this on the other metaverse, right? That brings us to the problem structure. Number two is the load of data or the gigabytes of data, because we all know that the metaverse also requires a huge number of data, and it's really the graphics, which will also be led to the infrastructure currently has a problem in terms of the issue of tagging of assets into the blockchain. So what we can do right now in terms of this problem is we should create a common ground. It's like a common language that will create flexibility in terms of connecting all this metaverse or the meta world. And also, we're actually seeing a huge problem in terms of the developers, because as we move forward, the number of developers also decreases in terms of reason why most of the developers right now are increasing in their salaries because of the supply and demand of the developers. And we're also seeing some regulation and financial aspect issue, because building in the metaverse requires you a lot of resources. So, in as a whole, the support is really needed in terms of the community, because the community will drive in the momentum for us to create this kind of new emerging technology. So that's
Great.
for me.
Sam, I don't know if you want to add anything on this.
Yeah, thanks for the sharing, Felix and Rudy. I guess fundamentally what it takes really from our end, from migrating Web 2 to Web 3, is really the trust factor in education. And I think this is a very important factor that is stopping or slowing down the rate of adoption. So I guess, for example, in Singapore, we see that when we run Metaverse workshop, we have a lot of senior business executives that are very interested to embark on Metaverse. But the question here is that there's just too many choices. That's number one. I think education becomes a very important stepping stone for more people to onboard into the metaverse. The second, like what Felix had shared, the lack of talent, especially metaverse builders, developers, that's very critical. And that's the reason why actually we collaborate with Small Studios and Sandbox to set up the first Sandbox Academy here in Singapore. So already we are starting to run Sandbox Bootcamp to create talent so that they can real life project education, having a safe and trusted community that you work together. I think these are very important factors that we can promote and enhance the speed of metaverse adoptions by companies and individuals.
Yeah, I think adoption is a critical key in here, and how and the user experience and all of this is a must. I'm gonna jump into the brands and the metaverse to enhance the customer experience. I read a report yesterday from Dubai. They've done a survey about 1,600 luxury brands, and they said that 80% of them will be jumping into the metaverse. And the study will be released actually tomorrow, so we can dig more of what's happening in our region. But I'll take it to your side, and then how can brands use metaverse to enhance their customer experience? I'll start with Felix, and then I'll go around.
Yes, thank you, Rudy. Actually, a report from Consult PwC predicts that 23.5 million jobs worldwide will be using AR and VR, in which technology will be used by brands for employee training and customer service. Wherein personally, I'm actually working on a fashion company wherein we are bringing an NFT fashion um, items into the metaverse for us to promote the rights of the indigenous people here in the Philippines. So we promote this idea for us to also bring in the education part on onboarding the next million users as well. And secondly, we also have terms of educating the United Architect of the Philippines in Dubai. So we work with these architects, and we're building a term meta architect. So these architects will design the metaverse in terms of structure or the digital version of each and every location in the Dubai or in the Philippines, so that they can able to showcase their artistry as well. And lastly, we're seeing as well not only the luxury brands but also the enterprises. The enterprises will jump into the metaverse in terms of the meta commerce. So meta commerce is the way in people can roam around and then they can buy some stuffs or goods that can also support SMEs, the small medium enterprises, in which we all want to have, because not only the luxury or the big brands will benefit from this, but also those small and medium enterprises that will be definitely would love to explore and to understand what is this new and emerging technology. And from that standpoint, I really believe that all these things will gonna push forward. It's just a matter of right now we are seeing consolidation phase, and things I mean, as a tech founder, we've seen a lot of companies as well whom they survived during this time is who, who they continued their project, and they're gonna thrive as long as they have a great product that people, not only the enterprises but also the consumers, because we have to understand that when the consumers move on a specific thing, enterprise for sure will gonna move there. But as we see it right now, even Porsche, I think that was yesterday, I saw an article about Porsche moving into the NFTs. So that's actually a great indicator that we've been moving on that, and this will be definitely the future for everyone. So yeah.
Yeah, I think the consumer sometimes is pushing more the technology or the regulation always in that space. I imagine, in the future, Amazon shopping experience is fully immersed in the metaverse. I think that's one of the greatest use cases that because we deal with it on daily basis. So now it's a very flat experience. How about holding the items? You can check them, read them, and so on. So that'd be another experience. Sam, I'll take your feedback on how can brands use the metaverse to enhance their customer experience.
Great. I want to follow through with Felix that as of now, you can see all the big are all going into the metaverse. Like in Singapore, the use case is that I think 2 months back when DB, one of the largest banks across Asia, announced their venture into the sandbox metaverse by building the better world. The big brands are all going into the metaverse to give digital experience to the learners and to the users. So I think what we are seeing trend here is that besides the big brands, the small brands and the non-profit organizations are also coming on the metaverse bandwagon. For example, I think if you again reference to the sandbox, they have big sandbox plot of land such as Hong Kong mega city. Singapore, we are starting a Singapore in the sandbox, where they're onboarding smaller SMEs into the sandbox metaverse. So I think the cost of onboarding is much lower, the risk is much lower. When you go into the metaverse, you're not just seeing a single brand, you're seeing a community. So I think that's very important. We are also seeing, for example, non-profit government, non-profit organization and family office setting up For example, there's a recent initiative on for Good, where a philanthropic organization has set up a space in the sandbox and lent it rent free for any brands that can do social in the metaverse. So I think a lot of these companies are gaining exposure, are trying to support the metaverse, and it's not just the big brands. I think the smaller brands are given an opportunity to go into the and for the not-for-profit organization that are coming on board. Recently, we had a discussion with Temasek Trust, is a non-for-profit group in Singapore. They are building a philanthropy hub along the Orchard Road, which is a prime district in Singapore. So they're saying is that, look, we want to give our learners, our tourists, a digital experience. So many charities, even like, for example, SPCA. So what they can do in Metaverse is that they can actually do virtual pets where people can adopt as NFT. So there's a lot of ideas that's going along. So I guess what we're experiencing here is that there's many ways to go into the Metaverse, and it doesn't have to be a mega project. You can start with a very small project, a very low risk project, and I think that's what is encouraging smaller brands coming on board, because the mass adoption has to come from the smaller brands, because there are a lot more SMEs than MNCs, right? So I guess that's what we are seeing here as in Singapore. Yep.
Very interesting. Thank you, Samuel, for this. Gaurav?
Yeah, so what I sort of feel is not just the large brands. Large brands are already there. There is a Nike, there is an Adidas, there is sort of Puma that has sort of already sort of done efforts around that. We're also going to see a lot of SMB adoption because of Facebook's push. Facebook is trying to sort of create its own metaverse, and Facebook has one of the largest distributions of SMB businesses on it. SMB businesses on Facebook sort of pages via WhatsApp sort of distribution. So what we've sort of seen is, as you sort of pointed an example, that Amazon's shopping can be sort of a lot more sort of immersive if we have a sort of an experience there. And we're going to see that actually happening even with the smaller retailer that is out there, because the entity is sort of backing and sort of putting all its feature onto it. And there are a lot of startups that are also building some really, really amazing stuff there. So we'll see brands sort of utilizing metaverse really efficiently. And once larger brands come, we reduce onboarding sort of friction, improve the experience. For people to sort of actively utilize metaverse and do that on the go. Like they don't need to sort of utilize specific hardware or something. I think that has become really, really sort of seamless, and a lot of people would start trying metaverse from that.
Thank you, Gaurav. I think it's a very interesting point of view also. I'm just gonna ask one kind of final question regarding legislation, regulatory, and so on. I don't know if anybody can give his input and his take. What do we need from our government? What do we need from them to maybe legislate, or maybe us to propose? You mentioned sandbox and a lot of things. I'll start with some, and then we'll move it, depending on the time. How are we on the time?
I think we're good on time, you know. So on legislation, I would like to say that based on what we are feeling and seeing in Singapore, I think the government is still very proactive to metaverse and blockchain technology. I think, in fact, as recent as 2 months ago, Temasek has invested 100 million into Animoca brand to support the drive in metaverse-related area. And in Parliament, the government has also shared that they are even exploring offering legal services such as marriage proceeding, court cases, dispute, and government services on the metaverse. So I can share that the government are very receptive in terms of metaverse technologies and blockchain technology in the fintech area. I think what the Singapore government is claiming down very strongly is on the crypto coins and related sector. So I think so I think they have a very regulatory approach in terms of those that are listing their coins and circulating in terms of the use case and the utility. But other than that, outside that, I think when it comes to metaverse use case, the government are very proactive. In fact, they are adopting and they are already onboarding metaverse use cases as well. So I think Singapore government has been very receptive in this area. Yep.
Felix?
Yes, same with Samuel. The Philippines is also very open, and in fact, our one of the Department of Technology here in the Philippines are working on some tech startups in terms of creating this platform, also reach further education tours. And BDC has actually announced that it would launch a wholesale central bank digital currency project slated for the last quarter of 2022, stating that we may have the potential to improve domestic and cross-border payments and might help boost the country, Philippines, to recover from the ongoing crisis that the pandemic brought here in our country. This also aligns with its goal of converting 50% of payments into the digital by 2023. So we are looking at these things as indicators that these are good signs. And as I mentioned earlier in my first sharing is Filipinos are usually they are more consumers in terms of any opportunity, and in terms of um, the Roblox things, the meta verse things, the the market of this specific game are actually on the Gen Z side. And of course, if again, as I mentioned, if consumers are there, the enterprise will definitely move forward in where the consumer are. Yet the authority here in the Philippines has not drawn any path for metaverse, blockchain, and crypto in our country. Our regulators, and market participants have expressed their views, which is remains elusive. So currently, we're still unstated, but it will remain so until the impact of blockchain and crypto innovation are understood. So what we are pushing forward is more on the education part, so that all the fraud scams and illegal activities will be pushed back, and more on the understanding what is the risk involved in this space. So
Okay,
that's it
perfect.
for the
Thank you.
Philippines.
Thank you, Felix. Gurav?
I think the industry should self-regulate, create guidelines that are given to the government, and ensure there's proper education in place. And by self-regulation, I'm also trying to make all the other participants sort of understand that we have to ensure that the bad actors are being out. I think these would be the fundamental principles based on which metaverse can sort of flourish from here. We'll see that over the next few quarters happening.
Very interesting. I have a question. I want to take it before we start concluding, which is on the standardization part, as Felix was pointing out. How can the bridging process be maintained across different communities? Who will be the main bodies to oversee such standards, and how they can contribute on communicating a real idea of metaverse to the masses? I don't know, Felix, if you can answer that.
Honestly, it's really hard to tell because, as I mentioned, the lot of players in the industry. Currently, as per the blockchain, we have the EVM based blockchain that we are currently working on. But as time progresses, definitely there will be someone who's gonna step up in terms of bridging the gap or creating this maintain APIs, because this is actually a problem. But again, Web3 is all about owning your data and openness of the community in terms of connecting collaboration. There will be no competition, but more on the collaboration. So I think that's
Yeah, I don't know if anybody else has another
Yeah,
something
I,
to
I
add.
can share some views, Rudy, and thanks, Felix. I think again, as I said, when you look at the big boys and the big players in Web two, players like Meta, Microsoft, they are already having metaverse standards forums and driving it. But of course, they are not having many Web three metaverse coming along and joining the standard. But I think the big boys are still going to lead. So most likely players like Sandbox or Decentraland are going to form a very critical part of the standards. But I think the big boys in the Web tools are already taking very strong initiative in trying to establish the world standards in the metaverse.
Very, very interesting point of view. Yeah, I think we are in a time where things are somehow, of course, not connected at this point, but as we move, we can see them coming there. And this is where, I come from region. It's not doing anything, but in specific one point in this region, which is UAE, Dubai in specific, where they drafted their own metaverse strategy focused, and it's on the metaverse. I have my session today, I think in an hour and a half, focused on Dubai metaverse ecosystem and innovation, to try to explain more what's happening in the space. So it's really amazing how we are moving forward towards this metaverse, moving forward towards this digital economy. But it's really amazing from different aspects. Before we start concluding, actually, we want to start concluding. I want from everyone, to share his rounded, information or recommendation, whatever small advices that you can or you want to give to our audience today on the Global Metaverse Carnival 2022 edition. I think this edition is kind of, I don't know if you went to the metaverse to join, please do join it. I'll start with Felix, and then we'll move on to the screen.
yes, with so much excitement. I actually logged in around 2:30 or 3 p.m. just to go around, try this new experience, because last week we had our Philippine blockchain week, wherein we have in real life event. There are more than 5,000 participants real life, and we've been talking and working on the full week blast. And this time we are on online, and this is actually a new experience. And this new experience bring us excitement, because this is a way we are working efficiently. We're all at our office and our homes, but we're able to connect, which is very important. We build a relationship, we build trust, we build new connections with people. And my advice to all the participants is to maximize this opportunity to get connected with the number one, those builders out there who are looking for support for their communities, because each project definitely need support. And of course, number two is to also, the more we learn, the more we earn, right? So the more we learn about this space, the more we understand what are the implications, and the more we understand it, the more we also know how to navigate this space. And lastly, get connected with individuals who can help and support you, just like this gentleman. And I'm so It's actually a privilege to be one of the panels here. And of course, Rudy, thank you so much for moderating us. Thank you, guys.
Samuel?
Thanks, Felix. Thanks, Rudy. So for the Web3 user or Web2, I got three words. Explore, experience, and enjoy. I think just experience it. Don't take it like a to do list or a task. Just explore, experience, and enjoy the experience. So I think that's one thing for builders. Regardless of the current situation, I think is to continue to build and to grow and build that community. For Aventus Metaverse, as I said, when we and I think constant iteration is very important. When we first started, we were only focusing on graduate education. But 6 months into the journey, working with international schools, we're dealing with high schoolers, we are working with university partners across India, Philippines, and Vietnam. So I think it's having an open mind, be receptive, and iterate your ideas along the way. So I'm very excited to be part of the Metaverse project. And once again, thank you, Rudy, and the fellow panelists for having me here in this session.
Great. Thank you for that. Gaurav?
Yeah, so I feel as sort of audience, I would sort of say they should experience different metaverses that are out there. Try out. Eventually, they can even get airdrops for some of these because some of them might eventually launch the tokens. So, in any case, trying out some of these metaverses would benefit them. For builders, it's like try and figure out more common frameworks and try some of the tools that are built because that would set the pavement for having a more common metaverse sort of an experience, and that would help adoption to sort of scale from there.
Yeah, I think it's very interesting how all of this is going on, and how we are becoming more and more connected towards a different future. Before we conclude, I just want to maybe ask one more question. I know we did a summary, but I just want to ask a good question because this is kind of haunting me always. We're strategically going to go to Mars, right? And then we're trying to go to the moon, and there's a lot of innovation that's happening, in the space. And now we see that there's a step before going into the space and venturing into the space, which is the metaverse, which is what we're talking about, and then all this innovation. What's your, I would say, final opinion or take on this? Would this be the step towards going somewhere else, or it's just a natural evolvement of technology and how it is going? Samuel, I'll take your answer.
Thanks, Rudy. I think this is a $1 million or $1 billion question that's at the back of everybody's mind. And obviously, Meta has taken a big hit with the loss of billions of dollars. But I guess, roll in a day. So I think it's important, the constant evolution of technology. So eventually, I think 5 years, 10 years down the road, we will even talk about Web3 or Metaverse because it's going to be on many people's life. For example, when I got kids that are already and grow into Roblox, Minecraft, they have their own community. So I think this generation, they are already we're trying to bring the working professionals and businesses into the metaverse to tap on this opportunity. So I think evolution and the adoption is already happening way faster than we have seen, and it's going point, and then that's where the mass adoption happens.
Sam, before we continue, I just want to ask you a following small question.
Yep.
Your kids are playing in the metaverse and they are playing PUBG. Which one do they prefer? For example, PUBG or other games? Because the Unreal Engine is something amazing versus what we are seeing in the metaverses now. We went back, many years, but do they have an opinion on that? Because
very
I really
interesting, Rudy. Back to number one, and I think that's what we are all sharing. Community. It's not how during the community, all their friends are in Roblox. So I think once he starts creating, it's very good to get them out into venturing into another metaverse. So I think the graphic side, they are very fixated about having high definition. They are really more focused on the community, the ability for them to engage with their friends, and the ability for them to create and share.
Take your answer on we are going to this.
Most actually, I was a gamer. Like, we met in the game, which is a MMORPG, and we want to build metrics. So that was during the lockdown. And as while Samuel is talking about Roblox, I was actually wondering when we're playing Sims, when we were playing Farmville, when we
Yeah.
were playing these games, Ragnarok.
Yeah.
These are actually games that are already there 10 years, 20 years ago, right? And the difference right now is we have the ownership of any digital asset on the metaverse. Unlike before, you only just pay, we spend money, we pay the developers, we buy some items. But right now, the difference is we were able to monetize all the digital things that we purchase online. So that is the big difference. And as we move forward, people are now monetizing these ideas, and in terms of opportunity and monetizing it, people will jump into it because they feel like they're gonna earn from it, right? They're gonna enjoy from it while they're doing it. And as I move forward, I also had a chance to speak with a group of marketing students, and I keep on telling them that the metaverse will be the future of marketing, because one day you're gonna wear some glasses that this LED something just pop out of nowhere, and we are seeing actually all of this in other countries such as Japan, Korea, and it's just a matter of time. And as Samuel mentioned, community is actually to this. The more people consume it, the more people use it, the more uh, enterprises will their business. They're gonna pivot and try to look at what's in this new space. And definitely, the convenience of jumping into this space will be definitely for sure um, be 100% beneficial to everyone. And I'm seeing a lot of builders trying to maximize their phones. I mean, they have a metaverse inside phones, and our phones right now actually we built in terms of their capacity and usage into the metaverse. So we're seeing the big players out there introducing the NFT wallet and NFT digital creation. That's the reason why we at Tetrix we built a wallet, because the wallet is your passport. It is your gateway for whatever metaverse or whatever NFTs or crypto you want to have, right? You have to have a wallet address. And that's the reason why we built it. We created Pitaka. We're seeing it a long way. And I remembered the Rob or someone sharing that, or the previous panelists or speakers before, the wallet is not just for your digital collection, but also your digital identity. So that's what actually we are working on, the digital identity of each and every person, because we all know that a lot of anonymous people out there. And if you are verified in your digital identity, the more trust will be built and credibility will be put on your. So that's what I'm seeing in terms of the future of metaverse.
Thank you. It's very interesting also to point out two things that are changed or they didn't exist before, I would say, in gaming and whatever, because the metaverse is not something new. You know, roadblocks have been there for a long, long, long time, and others, of course. Uh, but what we change, what we see the change is, as you mentioned, Felix, is one, the community building. That I don't think we had it in a way where we really wanted to focus on it, to include the community. Community possibly was there just to play games and have fun and then go out and exit. But now it's about being engaged. It's about joining. And you mentioned something else, which is ownership. And that's something we never had before, of course. And
Agree.
now, for the first time using those technologies. That's where we say thank you NFTs somehow. Thank you the blockchain first, and thank you Satoshi, because all of this came from whoever is Satoshi. For us, I don't care about whoever is Satoshi. What I care about is what he created, direction towards the future, and one of them is ownership and trust. So ownership, having ownership on in this space, for the first time, we can play any game and then keep your stuff with you. And then the challenges in our question previously and our pain points is now we have to figure out how we're gonna integrate, how we're gonna go use the same relationships that we have in one platform and then take it to another platform. There are some solutions there, but we're still in the infants of this space, and how we're gonna utilize it, own it, change it, from one place to another. Was it on this blockchain or that blockchain or this bridge, or there's a lot of things to be built upon. And this is where I saw the opportunities always of the Web3 entrepreneurship space, where they have to jump into this. And this is where you mentioned, Felix, as maybe your policies are not there, and maybe the government are not there, maybe so many things, but you're jumping the education part. And education part, I hope it entails also the development and being active community in terms of digital economy, because your country can, or the people inside your country, not the government, can start being productive and contributing to their personal and digital economy of the country on a global scale. To be located in Dubai, you don't need to be located in New York or any part of, you can outsource all of your services and try to provide global services wherever you are. All you need is your mind, internet, and a laptop. This is very exciting times, in my opinion. So that's where I wanted to ask. We go, Mars, and so there's a lot of innovation that's happening in this space now, and don't know, what are the next innovation. I sat down with Facebook engineers. They don't know what's happening within the next 10 years. They are still figuring out the same as us, what's going to happen. Maybe we'll see it happening in 5 years' time. Nobody knows, because this evolution is so fast that it's really crazy. So with that, I would like to really thank every one of you from being with us. I don't know, Gaurav, I think he jumped. I'd like to thank every one of you. Each and everyone is making the metaverse better. Was it from creating Tetrix or Aventis, each in his space? Each one is trying to something, a gap or a need, or something that didn't exist. So we have a small question. How do you see the metaverse supporting climate change action in terms of awareness and tracking?
All right. So may I chime in on this? So yeah, actually we are an advocate of this climate change here in our company Tetrix. When it comes to saving the trees here in the Philippines, because what actually we did is when we experience a lot of networking events in Dubai, Singapore, across the globe, is that we give cards, we exchange business cards, right? So when we saw that problem, um, the more cards you print, the more trees you cut, right? So we develop a technology in terms of creating a digital identity, which is Link. So Link can now bring in awareness, because when they tap it to their phone, it is an NFC card. Just imagine this: you have a card that we call Link. You tap it to your phone, or you scan a QR code. It pop ups your digital identity or your profile. In a way, we bring in awareness, okay, and also we help all the government in terms of our advocacy into the climate change as well. But in terms of tracking, of course, we value privacy. The reason why we built the link is we value the privacy of our users, and the ownership of that data is actually owned by our users. So the more you share your data, or rather that data is actually stored by you. It's not stored by wherever. So that's actually what we are seeing. In terms of the metaverse, there will be a lot more use cases that we are currently definitely see, including like restaurant in Dubai. They call it Meta Terrace, when you scan the QR code, and then you're gonna see all their menus, the hamburgers, the spaghetti, the cola. A new way of creating a better experience, a better customer journey experience for your users or for guests. In a way, it also helps the climate in terms of not printing all of these stuffs. So one day there will be more QR codes, and it will be much more enjoyable and fun in terms of engage a lot of use cases and enterprise. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward for Samuel
Thanks.
take, because education part is a massive on.
Yeah.
That's where
I mean, Adventist Metaverse is built on three key pillars. The first pillar is digital frontier technology. The second is in care and social science, and the third pillar is sustainability. So we've got graduate diploma in ESG and sustainability reporting. If you go into Adventist Metaverse website, in fact, we work with a Web3 partner called Anthrax that actually help you to track your carbon footprint. And it's it's a simple widget that you just embed on your website, and it can help you to track energy emission. So these are already players in the space that help you to measure and to analyze. All right. So how are we going to promote sustainability, not just in the Web3 space, but in this? I think we do global, and we do participate in a UN Global Compact Initiative, and to educate. I think the baseline is still education. There's no two way about it. So we organize many events. We do lunch talk to really educate, to share about what are the latest, UN global plan. Like in Singapore, we are actually having a new tax called carbon tax. So companies are all focusing very closely on the carbon tax. All right, how to reduce the carbon tax, and how to reduce the carbon footprint. So, I mean, if you go to our website, Adventist Metaverse, you will see that our partner Anthrax is already, so it's a very simple widget that you can just embed into your website, and it can actually help you to track your carbon footprint. There's no rocket science behind it. All right, so there are many small little steps that you can do. And us, education, we are like to do a quick shout out that any education professional bodies or even training collaborations that are interested to grow in this space, do contact us and connect up, and we can actually join event across the world, especially Dubai as well. Dubai is huge in this area as well.
Very interesting. I went to your website, and the first thing I see is a green leaf.
Exactly.
And it says this website is green, and then I have saved 6 grams of CO. CO, sorry. It's really interesting, and this is by you're telling me
it's by Anthrax, ENREX, Anthrax.
Yeah, but is it forced by in Singapore to kind of do this?
No. It's our initiative. The regulation is coming in, but this is our initiative with a Web3 partner called Anthrax.
Yeah, very, very interesting. I'll add to this, traveling time, we're saving the environment, right? Computing powers, printing books, papers, because now we're paperless, right? Because I'm sure I attended my first Metaverse university with the University of Nicosia in last month. And that was my first ever experience, higher education and Metaverse. And they dropped us an NFT. Our course was dropped as an NFT. So that's kind of, pushing forward towards more climate change adoption, helping the climate, and then environmental friendly also. And this is where the big responsibilities come in as SDGs on different aspects. And now, because the trees are essential elements of the climate change, and then we need them to help us more. So this is where another initiative is paperless, digital technologies, digital transfers, or digitization and digital transformation was something for me, back in 2-3 years time. Was we're only saving paper, but it went out beyond of this. I thought it's only saving paper, but it went out beyond, because also it's about the consumer, the citizen, the end user, the participant, whatever you want to call him, how he participates and how he really grasp this A to Z in a paperless way, in a smooth way, and in the best user experience. So it's very, very interesting in terms of taking different points of view on aspects of metaverse, of aspects of what's happening in the world, in our region, Asia, not just the Western world. I'm very, amazed of the amount of not just the talents, the amount of projects, the amount of quality projects in this space, and then what you are doing. I jumped to your websites earlier on. I remember that's why I jumped into the website again to check climate change or the environmental footprint. Very interesting. I advise you to, if you're watching, I advise you to jump to their websites and then join us also on the Metaverse, where we are, where we'll be joined later on for some networking in different places. We're happy also as part of DX Talks to be media partners for this event, trying to really push the Metaverse, trying to push this carnival on a global scale, and then trying to really enjoy our time as we move. So with that, I'd really like to thank all of you being with us today, joining and then taking extra questions and extra time from your busy schedules. I really, really appreciate it. But this is how we have to, I think, evolve or adapt to changes in our life. One last words I'll give you, and then we'll end this.
Yeah, I think carnivals like this are great. I think everybody is doing their part to make all of us global citizens in the metaverse, right? Felix with the passport, with the digital badge and education, Rudy in terms of doing global shows. I think we're all coming together. We should do more activities like this and really generate more awareness, build a safe and cohesive and cooperative community so that we can all go, because we're going to go through setback. Let's put it this way. But as a community, we are stronger together. So I'm really excited to be part of this community, and we urge anyone that is interested to come out and join and collaborate with us. Yep.
Great.
Yes, and to address this gratitude, we're so grateful to be part of Metaverse Carnival. Actually, it's our first time to actually have this kind of experience, and we look forward. And as we commit to this group, we are actually bringing more community here in terms of whatever we can work out, not only in the metaverse but also in the real life events. So we look forward you to visit the Philippines as well, and we're happy to host you here. So thank you to all the organizers and Rudy, of course, Samuel, for a great day for this amazing topic. Thank you.
I
So
would
much.
love to jump to the part of Asia, and hopefully I will do that soon. And then people that I will be talking to.
Yeah, you'll be most welcome, Rudy. We'll show you around. No problem.
Yeah. Thank you. So if you want to know more about what's happening in Dubai on part of innovation, on part of the ecosystem, please join me exactly in 1 hour, and I'll be also with you to explore what's happening in Dubai. So with that, I'd like to thank Felix, Gorav, and Samuel for being with us today on this platform. Excellent talk. Join our social media and join us on bramble.live/space/. facebook.com/Metaverse Carnival, or join us on Zoom. And our social media, we have shared all of the links. And if you want to jump to Metaverse Club, they have shared their links. Do join us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good day, everybody. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, across the world. Lovely to be a part of this Metaverse Carnival, and I'm thankful to the organizers for this invitation and for this opportunity to speak of a niche vertical, which is the heritage of India and extensively of the world. Metaverse for a lot of us is about recreating worlds, and when we talk about recreating the worlds, we are about recreating characters within the worlds, the monuments, the buildings, the scenery, all of it. So I believe that any metaverse that is built in the future would need some kind of a past flow or a heritage walk and things like that. And it's going to be the future of the metaverse, where tourism will be on the metaverse and not as much as in the physical world. I am an advocate of physical travel more than the virtual travel, but as be that as it may. I think the idea behind heritage as a vertical or as an industry vertical for all of us should be the fact that there is this opportunity that our generation has to bestow upon the next generations for posterity the knowledge of our past, the knowledge of our ancestors, and the deep sciences that they kind of created on this planet, and a part of which we are privy to through monuments and archaeological sites and all that. So I think that's the opportunity that the metaverse presents to us, and we believe that the way to the future is through the past. We are all on a mission to marry the ancient with the modern, look at the best of ancient monuments, so to speak, ancient technologies, and look at them through the modern technology of the metaverse and blockchain and virtual reality, artificial intelligence, and a whole bunch of other technologies like haptics and olfactory sensors and stuff like that. So I believe that heritage in India is very, very special, largely because of the fact that tourism in India has been grossly untapped. A couple of statistics: the annual tourism revenue of India is less than a single day of tourism that Bangkok receives. Tourism revenues, I mean. That's a startling statistic, given the fact that it's one of the oldest civilizations that we are talking about. It's one of the longest active civilizational species of humanity that is in existence, and therefore it befell upon us to kind of bring this out into the world and create this whole niche of heritage tourism for the metaverse. When a lot of us grew up, I think part of us was into gaming and part of us was into reading and comic books and stuff like that. We believe that the metaverse provides these opportunities in the digital realm. We are in the process of creating games in heritage. We are in the process of creating book-based experiences in virtual reality, so that it becomes a topic of interest for the kids, and they have this thirst to know more about where do I come from, and what's so special about where I come, right? And so the heritage vertical presents us with that unprecedented opportunity, where it is going to be democratic, it's going to be shared, it's going to be a creator economy as far as the assets are created out of these heritage tools. You could take 3D objects, 3D printed models, you should take 3D objects in the virtual world, take selfies or whatever, personalized content spaces. And therefore you get to learn more about these aspects, which otherwise you will learn through the internet, on before that through books and manuscripts, which are hard to get by. So I believe by making access to heritage simpler and easier and entertaining, there is a huge potential of a market worldwide that can serve the purpose of educating the future generations for posterity, the value and the meaning of what it means to be who we are. And that's very reason why our startup is called Who We Are. We are a fledgling startup. We are from India, and we believe that it's a purposeful mission that we are on, to look at putting heritage in all the in whatever metaverses that come about, because along with entertainment you need some kind of rooting, you need some kind of cultural grounding, and this is Who We Are comes in. And I also believe that with the current issues in the internet, Web 2.0, with the social media, with the various algorithms, playing on streams like Twitter and Facebook, and leading to a lot of addiction and games that are designed to die or to kill for, etc., etc. I believe the onus is on us to create a metaverse that is ethical, that's responsible, and that is sustainable. And that is the greatest gift that we can possibly give to the next generations for posterity, so that they have a life and a far better quality of living than maybe all of us put together. And I think that is where the whole conundrum of metaverse, what should it be? Should it be completely commercial? What should the conduct be? I think the policy decisions, the policy making around metaverses is as critical as the content of the metaverse itself. And in terms of policy research, in terms of rules of the engine or rules of we create, I think that is also something that we can look back to our past, look back to our ancient manuscripts, look back to our ancient edicts, so to speak, and dig out some gold from there to see if that can be something that's related into the modern metaverse, right? As an example, there are these encryption algorithms that we have all over the world. There are certain encryption algorithms that are made out of some of the ancient scriptures, over here. So that's the power that we have in the knowledge nuggets that our ancestors have left us. I think it's up to us to dig those, golden nuggets, to mine those knowledge tools, and see if that can be catapulted to make the metaverse a bit more ethical, a bit more functionally viable, and a bit more sustainable than what we have envisaged as of now. So I will leave it at that. I hope many of you who are listening to this have an inclination towards doing something for the heritage or history of your respective nation, of your ancestry. And I think there is going to be a barrage of a market that's coming our way. And the more that we talk about this and the more that we think this through, I think it'll be better for the future generations and for the metaverse at large. Because along with entertainment, there's education, there is knowledge, along with knowledge, there is wisdom. Along with wisdom, there is something that we can look up to in the future as far as humanity is concerned. Thank you for this opportunity. Thank you for the time. And I hope this has been of value to some of you. I look forward to networking with you in the coming days. And I am deeply, deeply grateful for the opportunity again. Thank you so much, and have a great, great event. Thank you. Thank you.
Hi, everybody.
Hi.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi. It's a great pleasure to share. I want to thank for the organization of this great panel. And it's a great pleasure to share the floor with these great panelists, Vijay Praveen Maharajan, founder and CEO of BitsCrunch, Nuruddin Aboud, CEO of NovaQuark, the Metaverse company, and Nina Jane Patel, VP of Metaverse Research at Kabuli. So now I ask everybody to introduce himself or herself first. I am Massimo Bonomo, former UN expert in blockchain, Metaverse, NFT, Web3, CBDCs, DeFi, tokenomics, and I act as board advisor to early stage startups or venture partner to investors and funds in investing in startups from pre-seed to Series A and after. I worked in international financial markets for about 20 years as a senior equity analyst, and afterwards I was a university professor on international finance in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, Turin, Italy, and Wuhan, China. Now, please introduce yourself, starting from Vijay.
Hey, hi, Masim. Thanks a lot for the intro. Myself, Vijay, founder and CEO of BitsCrunch NFT and Analytics, and we are backed by some of the prominent VCs in the space, including Base Ventures, Animoca Brands, Chainlink, Polygon, a few others. We're able to raise $6.5 million till date, and we are tackling the NFT frauds, NFT scams. So we are like the tick mark of NFTs. And in other words, we are like the chain analysis of the NFT space. So I'm based in Munich, originally from India, but then I'm living in Munich, Germany, since 2013. So it's been almost 10 years of Germany's life. And yeah, currently leading team of over 30 across Belgium, Canada, South Korea, and India. We are quite good and we are remote as well. So yeah, thanks for the opportunity, and I'm looking forward to interact with you guys on some topics.
Aboud. I'm the CEO of NovaQuark. Being in the metaverse industry, game industry for many years, I started in Web 1, etc. And I spent 15 years at Ubisoft making big AAA games. And I joined NovaQuark as CEO last year. NovaQuark was founded in 2014, did a Kickstarter for his first project, Dual Universe, in 2016. And it's quite a visionary company because we've trademarked the name the Metaverse Company in 2018. So the company's goal has always been to be pioneers in the Metaverse. First, by what we believe the free called the Universe was released in September for 8 years of development. And justify where is built by the community. So we believe it's the possibilities of the metaverse, where in the future everybody will be able to create content in 3D the same way that people are creating web pages or blogging in the Web 1. And also by pioneering all the technologies. So we have a number of patents in 3D and also in online. And so we obviously intend to grow Dual Universe, our main product, but also come with new products, new games, and new usages of our tech. Finally, I had the opportunity to see the French ecosystem for many years. I'm based in and in all the companies in which I worked, NovaQuark, but also other companies, I saw the from the European
Nina, please start.
You all, and thank you for having me on this session. I'm Jane Patel. I'm co-founder and head of research for Kabuni, which is a safe metaverse for children ages 8 to 16 to learn and explore. I'm also a doctoral researcher investigating the psychological and physiological impact of immersive experiences with the vision to develop a measurement methodology to understand children's emotions and their emotional responses in the context of immersive technology. Kabuni Metaverse was founded in 2018. We're community educators, co-designing, developing a safe metaverse to enhance and to get the future of education, the future of work for children and young people today.
Thanks, Nina. And now let's start with the first question, which is happening in the government's policies and regulation towards metaverse in Italy, Germany, and France. Now, I start by giving you some ideas. The match between governments and metaverse is a little bit strange in the sense that, as we all know, governments must enact or update data protection legislation that limits data collection and processing to include data generated and collected XR systems, including medical or geographic inferences. Governments should clearly define these data and personal data under the law. When not meet threshold biometric personal data or identification under law. Metaverse companies all around the world. As we know, US and Asia metaverse startups running from, but European metaverse startups are a little bit lagging behind, and there are some problems in Europe: lack of funding, complex EU regulation, and even lack of knowledge of metaverse potential. As far as Italy is concerned, I can tell you that there is a strong presence of metaverse in fashion company with some Italian companies. There was, of course, the Metaverse Fashion Week, and where there was a need of an Ethereum wallet, cryptocurrency to purchase NFTs from comparable clothes. Those events have VIP access for now, this is very because any single digital campaign for a fashion company involves at least taking 50,000 photos of the new models being launched. It is a massive effort that is either internalized by fashion companies with huge or externalized by the fashion companies with potential loss of quality for their brands. There are also customers approach because Z generation is getting more and more in the metaverse. Z generation is made up of the consumers of tomorrow, and 30% of the world population, and that it would be crazy to ignore it. And then the concept of rapid blocking images, music, all these are just pieces of to move the world together. So it will become why the concept of exclusivity together with the magic of three-dimensional and of digital world so this is the idea.
So Germany, most important brands of money NFTs that are doing really well in the market. It is Nike, because Nike bought RPK of the NFT marketplace. Das has also had its own collections and doing a lot of NFT mints. And then just recently, some of the automobile giants jumped into keyword. In Porsche launch, and Volkswagen also has its NFT metaverse wing. So I wouldn't say the problem, but then the showstopper is the GDPR, like you mentioned. The general data protection regulations here in Germany is also very strict. Germany is a country that also takes data privacy very seriously. A lot of companies have paid huge amounts because of leakage and data data handling. So that a little bit, and that's why you see lesser brands with what Nike and so I believe months has to come. Government also is a better regulation when it comes to adoption of NFTs. Like Jesus mentioned in Metaverse, like in Metaverse, so many physical that we and for us, we are looking at it from a forensic perspective. Somewhere in the NFT police, we are the NFT army. And since I had a chat with the German member of parliament some time ago, and they were exploring using NFTs in the government itself. So the current government is also exploring more options when it comes to technology, and it's a good sign that they are doing this fast adoption. But time will tell. It's too early to take a call on the government's take. Maybe Nuruddin, maybe you can tell us about what it is in it looks France.
Sure. No, please.
Thank you. So, is the definition we use for the VJ on the Web3 and on the NFT side. I was talking about the specificity of the packaging that is focusing on a specific group and to make it safe. And what we're doing has usage outside the gaming world. At this stage, our main product is, to be very clear, a game. So, dealing on the definition of what we take for the metaverse, being more or less strict, I don't think we get the same answer. So I'm going to give you my feedback, which is, let's finish following, which is my personal position is that anything that moves the internet into 3D is towards it can imply free, it imply VR, stereo, Web 1, Web 2, Facebook, and social media, and Web 3 moving to free. If the government is doing, I don't actually the front has always been quite pushing this field. Specific examples, for instance, in the field of gaming, Canada was very famous for creating lots of rebates, and actually in the last 20 years, many companies moved Canada leverage those tax rebates. But actually, a few years ago, something like 15 years ago, actually to be very precise, 17 years ago, France started its own policies, and now you consider that France is nearly as aggressive as Canada to tax rebates. Obviously, there's being wet, but general. France likes to think, I don't know how it's perceived outside of France, but in France, there's a belief that lots of French technologies and scientists have some value. So the government usually supports and backs quite strongly IT and tech in general. And that is fitly to the field. And now I'm going to narrow down the definition of metaverse to really Web3. Really, when I look at NFTs and all this field, yes, recently, as you know, Macron was re-elected, and he always had quite a stance about the industry, trying to open up France, which is a political stance, and some people think it's a good idea, some people think it's a good. One thing is sure is that he makes a lot of effort meeting companies. He was in the US a few days ago meeting Musk. So he made an announcement, and a number of people actually said that they will do it to create Web3. However, at this stage, those are more goals and things that is but I think in Europe, there's still some explanations to be done, because as we can see, even with experts from the metaverse like we have different definitions, different approaches. So just imagine how it is for the legislators to navigate through all the different points of view.
Sure. And now, Nina, please give your ideas about it.
Yeah, this conversation coincides with the current online safety bill that is being reviewed currently within the House of Commons and the House of Lords here in the UK. And it has been said by regular online safety bill as it stands, can extend into the metaverse, specifically around online harm, specifically children and young people in the context of what's illegal. The physical world is also illegal in the virtual world, and so extending some of the policies that are put forth in what and the information offers specifically around trust and safety, around how to advise and support government and regulators to understand the context of the metaverse so that we can better prepare this time round and learn from some of the mistakes that we can all accept that in the advent of the internet, and then Web 2, and now as we're moving into the 3D aspect of our digital engagements, what kind of questions we need to start asking ourselves. One of the things that I believe we need to start asking ourselves is around the embodiment aspect of virtual reality as well as augmented reality, and where we're seeing this convergence of physical and virtual world that we are perpetually blurring the lines between the physical and the virtual. What kind of questions we need to ask ourselves as we support children growing up with this new, very exciting, full of opportunity technology that children health full capacity and use to are largely impacted by
Okay, great point. Now, a question goes to the core of the concept of metaverse is in which ways the metaverse can interact and assist its users in their everyday life activities. is something that I feel very strong about it, and in my opinion, and I'll explain this point very right now, the metaverse is the biggest revolution in human history. Why? Because historically, as we know, in human history, there always was the following sequence: thinking of doing something, and creating. Now, the metaverse, for the first time in the world, the new one is doing something, experiencing it, and not doing it. In fact, there is an additional choice. Doing and not doing was really decided. We can avoid mistakes of the past. So whether we can mindset or the technology available, we are, for instance, thinking of buying a product, we experience it, and only after the experience we decide to buy it or not buy it. Or even voting a candidate at the election, we make a query to different candidates in the metaverse on single matters that interest us, for instance, social policies, economical decisions. And after gathering all the answers from different candidates, we experience, in brackets, the consequences of our decisions. We vote, or in we experience how our body will evolve, how we have the surgery, and then decide whether or not we have a surgery or not. Examples are an open environment where experience anything you want in the virtual world without experiencing it in the physical world. And that is the advantage of metaverse, in my opinion. Now, I would like to have your rest on this point. Starting from the of course.
I mean, like you said, experiencing that's virtual. Look at some of the prominent names like Sandbox and Decentral, and why do brands would like to buy a land out there? So it is just to give that experience to their customers in the future. And if you ask if we are tech ready when it comes to metaverse, I would say we are 50-50 right up there. We still have a long way to go when it comes to a wholesome experience of metaverse. I mean, one of the recent interviews, Mark Zuckerberg, the CEO of Meta, formerly Facebook, he mentioned clearly that metaverse is a moment in time. It's not that you always have to wear goggles or headsets to experience it. As we evolve, change. And we have to type everything down. If you have to press any buttons, look at we have really a phone. It's like very like few hundred grams, and everything is touch screen, and evolution is similar. And the earlier phones used to have few megabytes of memory, but even smaller phone we get terabytes of memory. So as the tech progresses, you will see a lot of new ideas and new hardware enabled tech that us enjoy that experience in metaverse. And if you ask me where we are currently in the metaverse, well, I would relate it to baby that has been going and trying to get up and getting down, falling down. But then as we progress, it will start walking, start running, and emerge as an adult. So my take.
Okay. What do you know? What do you think?
Always be present and at the same time a hardcore game which is really for people know where we are in our relationship to tech. And I think that COVID was very important because it basically forced lots of people who didn't care about technology and online to connect. But now, as we can see, that COVID is kind of some people have resumed their life as it was before, and some others have stayed in, let's say, very connected. And I think that gives lots of answers to these questions. I will say it like that. For people who are gamers, they don't really even understand why we are talking about the metaverse, because if you've been playing multiple players online games for years, you can even consider that and most of what people talk about the metaverse, you can already do games. You just don't do it. You can buy a computer, you can even and you can spend already doing it. However, game like the universe love players play hours and hours a day. It would try to say that the general public. For the general public, I think it's a question that like technology is a lot. And I would say that I've started coding games that I would say this. So I do not see the of technology. If I look at I don't have the feeling that I have a better understanding of technology than we used to 40 years ago. I actually see the contrary. I see that the level of mathematics and understanding of the computers is actually getting lower and lower. And so my personal feeling is that the topic is not really about the evolution of the human beings and how to be ready to spend more time in the metaverse. And honestly, at this stage, because we can see that it is getting better. A lot of people is need a backlash. So what's going to happen? The people are going to be more open towards the metaverse. So are they going to go to how it was? I think some of the answer is also with Nina. In her case, she's working very closely with younger, and so I think part of this answer is going to come over the next generation. And finally, I will add the European perspective, which is it's always the same thing. The US being less regulated has always and having a bigger market, they always have an advantage. Every field, in every topic, they usually make the first move in the first years. And usually Europe goes with the regulation and the ethics and all those things. We mentioned the data privacy. So I do think that part of the answer also of the future is going to come from ethics. Depending on how we handle ethics in the metaverse, able to create safe states or if the same way as the dark web, they will be the metaverse in the future.
And
Metaverse, the first technology is just like the splitting, where it has very powerful tools like fire, and we as a society need to decide how we want to use the technology. What are we going to do with it? How is it going to support us, and how are we going to put safeguards in place so that we don't get burned or do more damage than good? And I think at this point, we're at a very pivotal point in what we envision as the future of the metaverse, what we're predicting, what might unfold, what is possible. And I all agree that we're at a pivotal point where this is about to happen. But at the same time, the powerful aspect is how do we use this technology intentionally to support and elevate society and uplift, children and marginalized communities that don't get left behind and that they don't get more traumatized by digital experiences in the future. Continue on the path that we have with the current state of social media, story oriented, but the current state of gaming, morality it brings society, then the metaverse is going to be driven into dystopian fear of the future that we're all afraid of. And, we have an opportunity to make some decisions, to make some choices that steer this direction, that optimize the technology to support us. And one of those aspects of society that can be uplifted by technology is education. Very clearly, the technology, not only immersive technology aspects of blockchain and also tokenomic models, can be elevated by the intentional use of this technology. And support children's lives, their academic journeys, support them moving into a future of metaverse so that they understand it, so that they are able to engage with it intelligently, intentionally, and take the opportunity to do that and lay those frameworks and foundations into the ground so that we build in. And this is my own future of technology and the vision of the metaverse. No longer confined to our devices, our desktops, or even our gaming console. We are now engaging in the virtual world from our head to the tip of our toes. And this is very exciting. This brings out, how human beings are supposed to interact from top of the head to the tip of the toes instead of on these devices hunched over and physiologically adapting to the technology. Now we can open up our 360 experience with the virtual digital worlds and synthetic environments and bring to life new ways of communicating, new ways of interacting, travel in time, travel in space, travel in history. There's all sorts of really amazing opportunities available to us if we get it right. And do our job as now decision makers in the current world and set our next decision makers up for success.
I think when we is exactly how to view security and ethics. I'll give you my feedbacks on that because the risks are very positive, but the risks are also big. As the potential, in the metaverse, the potential for hackers to gain control of it. General government is sluggish in their approach to cybersecurity concerns, such as the rise of artificial intelligence, disinformation, video, deep fakes, deep fake issues that make you confused concerning reality from others. And deep fakes are used to secure go then or something happening that is not true. They capture the importance of you. That's why there is a need of regulation to protect our to work by capturing extensive data about a user's body, including rapid dilation, eye movement, facial expression, skin and emotional responses to stimuli. If you think that even spending just 20 minutes in a VR simulation leaves 2 million unique recordings of body language, that is a huge amount of data that Metaverse captures. And also, users wearing a full body tracking suit can have a seizure, as it happened in the past in a VR chat session. So the potential is huge, but also the risks are huge. So, Vijay, what do you think about that?
Yeah, I mean, there is a saying: every coin has two sides. So
Yeah.
as we progress on our side, as we progress on the technology, as more and more people get on board into the metaverse, there is the other side as well, where people try to exploit the technology, the people. They try to scam. I mean, what has been the case over the last few months. The most June this year, it has been a lot of ban for crypto, but those are not exactly security related. It's also the human element that the whole metaverse. So I see that the problem here is also education, where people lack education when it comes to NFTs and metaverse. And in the coming years, we need more and more people to be educated in the right sense, where, like, let's say firms like Binance, Coinbase, and others, they have already taken a lot of educational initiatives where they give a lot of information to the people out there. And also with this sluggishness from the government element, it also, it's also hard for people to claim certain cybersecurity what it is. So I think the education has to be uh, more. A lot of people, a lot of companies are building, but at the same time, if equal importance is given to education, a lot of students from schools and colleges are educated on what is good and what is bad, and what are the ways that you can you can build well, right? I mean, we need to have that tram line between the good and the bad. Maybe over to you, Norden.
So I think we are here coming at an agreement between what you just said and also what Mina said. I think in the end, it really comes down to education. And yes, probably we are going to define education in a different way. You mentioned what you said about understanding Web3, NFTs, etc. Nina mentioned also what it means in terms of ethics. I personally go stand on this simple position, which is I consider that the more people understand the technology, the mathematics, the easier it is. So, technology is the closest thing we have to magic, but also because many people don't understand how it works. I've decided not to put some of my energy into how a car works. So when my car breaks down or I want to get it repaired, I need to trust the guy who's going to repair it. So I have a relationship with one guy. I could, let's say, put 6 to 9 months of my life understanding exactly how the car works, and then I will be able to repair it myself, but I've decided not to. However, in the end, those issues only impact my life. Sometimes, maybe every 2 years, my car breaks down, but it's not a very important topic. On the other hand, when it comes to technology, if people don't understand how computers work, how AI works, how cybersecurity works, in fact, they are in stress every day. They don't know what is information, they deep fakes, they don't know how the banking system goes, they don't know about NFTs. And I think that there is a disconnect between how right now not understanding technology cuts you away from most of what is happening in nowadays world and how much energy we put into this. So as the father of 2 kids, um, I can't stop myself from making sure that even if they speak many languages, even if they have lots of interests in many things, I consider it's absolutely important that they are very strong at maths and they really understand how computers go. Because I consider that if you don't have a deep understanding of how computers work, nowadays it cuts you away. And if you talk about, for instance, deep fakes, uh, said like that, it seems very scary. And yes, we can see all the impact it can have on politics. However, it's like everything. There's always a measure and there's always a countermeasure. So if you know how to use a computer, in 2 seconds you can check the fake, you can see where the mistakes are, you can see how it's done. However, you can only do this. You've invested energy into this. And if you're like me, you don't know how your car goes, you're basically going to believe anything your car seller is going to tell you. On the other hand, if you've invested energy in deeply technology, you just consider that deepfakes are just a way of cooking people, but there's them. So I think as a way of agreeing, all of us, no matter what is our definition of education, I think we all consider that it's an important topic. And it's also maybe, I say maybe, an angle that Europe can play because of the variety of education systems we have. All the countries have their own approach. This variety and diversity can maybe bring us a different view on those topics. That, for instance, the points of view that you can have in the US, with just by nature being one country with one education system, there's probably less opportunities to create diversity in terms of thinking.
Sure. What about you, Nina? What is that?
Yeah, I think diversity in the creation of any platform moving forward needs to prioritize all the people and extend inclusivity beyond the walls of the building and the community which it currently serves, knowing that the intention of the metaverse is and to make it a compelling place for us to spend our times. It has to open up its doors and invite more people, and in order to do that needs to be fit for purpose and be trusted and safe in order to do that. And I think it is a double-edged sword currently, because as you rightly mentioned, biometrics and data is a huge possibility within the context of the metaverse and new technologies, and it is also a very kind of scary aspect of it, because the use of those biometric data points makes the metaverse, the immersive G, a more compelling and authentic place to be in, because all of that eye tracking, that facial recognition, the GSR, the heart rate, the breath rate, allows our avatars to reflect authentically in the immersive environment, in the synthetic spaces. And that is what's going to make the metaverse on a larger scale a more compelling place for us to spend our time, so that when someone who isn't accustomed to gaming or hasn't been educated puts on whatever the hardware looks like and goes, oh, okay, I get it now. This makes sense. This is interesting. I can see what people are talking about, because we're all put out ads in the world, or puts ads out there that make the metaverse look a certain way in terms of its fidelity, and then you put a headset on and you're like, no, there's a mismatch there, and so people take the headset off, won't put it on for another 5 years. But as the technology improves, more people will find it compelling and interesting to be social, to go shopping, to engage with their hider, to engage with their educator. And so all of that data is making the metaverse better. But we don't know what to do with that data. Do we own it? Do I own it? My personal biometric data about my eye tracking, because that combination of eye tracking, galvanized skin response, facial recognition, facial activity, all is as identifiable to me as my fingerprint. All of that data put together is me, right? And so that's one of the big questions we really have to grapple with right now, is identity in the metaverse and in the space of interoperability. How do we do that? What is the digital, identity? Is it our wallet? Is it our avatar? We really need to figure that out. Otherwise, we're going to be continually releasing very personal data that is very identifiable. So these are the kinds of questions we have to grapple with on an ethical, a moral, legal, and platforms have a huge responsibility right now to not only educate their community and their users, but also prepare to educate the future community and users, because as they begin to onboard, there's going to be a lot of misalignment in values from one metaverse to another. Certain behaviors are permitted in one metaverse but not in another before we reach this stage of interoperability, and that's going to be very jarring, and in the capacity of children and young people can be traumatic when in one environment a certain set of language and behavior is tolerated, maybe even and then you enter another metaverse and a child experiences that type of behavior, and in the real world would be traumatized or considered online abuse. And so we have to ask ourselves these questions and to be able to navigate this moving forward.
Okay, great. Now the last question is quite important as well, because we have to ask ourselves how to develop a sustainable metaverse environment for the players, partners, and the company itself. Now, this is important, and we come to the crucial point about the sustainability of metaverse. As we know, metaverse is a Z generation land. Youngsters are tomorrow's consumers, and therefore companies without a metaverse strategy will decline in the future. Z consumers are the largest generation ever, almost 30% of the world's population, And therefore, it's a must to understand the metaverse and what role their particular customer base may be interested in. But now there is an important side, the sustainability side. According to a recent survey in the US and Europe, there are also those who are more likely to purchase sustainable products are more than twice as likely to shop in the metaverse than in the real world. So that generation wants a new world where which is more sustainable and acting in the metaverse. And now another important point is before the pandemic, air travel accounted for 2.5% of global emissions. Now people conduct meetings virtually, but in the future, business and personal meetings could be conducted in the metaverse with some of the same benefits of in-person meetings while using the emissions of air travel for discretionary trips. So the metaverse involves substantial reductions in carbon emissions through the substitution of physical goods with digital ones, replacing real-world presence with virtual interactions or digital twins. There is an optimization of the physical world, and there is a sustainability benefit. Fewer physical resources to create and contribute less waste through the use of virtual resources and twins. So a digital twin can reduce buildings' carbon emissions by 50%. Why? Because using a digital twin technology, it's possible to make predictions on factors such as air pollution and carbon emissions, and then define actions to take to solve these challenges. Now, what are your ideas about sustainability in the metaverse? Let's start from Vijay. Vijay? Maybe you can hear us?
Yeah, my internet was went away just for a second. So sorry, I'm back now.
Okay.
So sustainability. I mean, like how this happened with the internet. Need support from technology involvement. I mean, like who is building for the last 30-40 years on tech, he has seen probably the best curve of tech advancements in metaverse than anyone else in this room. So we need good support from the techies like Nuruddin and Go, who builds solid and robust platforms for us to immerse in a place where we cut those carbon emissions, we enjoy the physical ambience by just being connected to the metaverse. And at the same time, we need support from the government organizations, from bigger institutions, where they check for frauds, legal aspect, and other cyber security issues, right? I mean, look at MasterCard and Visa, and then PayPal, Klarna, and Stripe. They have been fighting financial frauds for a long time. So now, if you swipe your credit card, if it is used anywhere in a malicious way, then you get an alert instantly. So for that to happen in crypto, it will require equal support from financial institutions as well. So financial institutions, uh, governments, tech readiness, and like I mentioned before, education, people getting educated. So in order to create a sustainable ecosystem, you need support from all these sides. Only when there is an equal contribution from all these sides, then we evolve at a faster pace across all four dimensions. Otherwise, we will have the tech ready, but then the adoption becomes lesser, or the adoption is more, like you mentioned, 30% of the world's population is the Gen Z. So they are right now there, but then the government, legal regulations, and the tech readiness is still not there in most. So it has to be hand in hand with each other. But I would say the next markets cycles will determine how this will move forward. Thanks.
Okay. What about you, Nuruddin? What do you think about the sustainability issues?
I think we can answer a little bit to this question just by being the four of us in this meeting. And Personally, I think that the quality of the exchanges we're having right now for us is not reduced by the fact that we are not in the same room. I personally feeling that the topics we're discussing and even how we know each other a little bit, just because we've spent a few minutes together, is probably 9.9% of what we would get if we'd been in the same room. However, many people disagree, because what did we notice during COVID? People accepted it because they were really afraid of getting sick, etc. And as soon as it got better, people are back on the planes, back on the forums, back on the things, as if this never happened. However, it's clear in terms of sustainability and in terms of impact on the planet. And I'm going to be very specific. I took screenshots of the situation of the traffic jams in Paris during COVID. There was no traffic jams. There was staying home. So it was clearly documented that it had a fantastic impact in terms of sustainability. However, for some reason, out of the many things people forgot, this one is a very good example. And so you can even see it in companies, pushing for the employees to come back to the office, etc. You can even see people saying, oh, it's still better to be face to face. I don't think it's the case. And as a CEO, somebody who's heading a company of a little less than 100 people, we have a very open policy. We have people who work at the office in Paris, in Montreal, but we're also very open to people working at home. And it's not just because we're open. We deeply believe that in order to have the best impact in terms of sustainability, as an employer, we need to be favoring a lot digital and online interactions. And Nina mentioned the idea of dancing with pixels, and it's clearly a very good quote as one next step of how far we can be in terms of interactions thanks to the metaverse. But I also think even just now, if we want to tackle the topic of sustainability, by accepting that being online, on digital, or just on Zoom, and accepting that there's no way, and I really say that 100%, nobody is going to be able to prove that the little cloud or data has nothing to do with all the cost of driving your car, flying your plane, and all the time that is lost by recreating physical interactions, specifically in the cases where it's not necessary, which doesn't mean we are allowed to go on holiday or do other things. But when it comes to efficient, and again, if I look at today's call, I personally we would gain nothing by being in the same room, and I'm happy that we're able to contribute to reducing global warming thanks to this call.
That's good. Good point. What about you, Nina?
Yeah, I think about this in terms of, what the metaverse offers us is accessibility. And that's a really key point in terms of education, because we can deliver quality education through the metaverse, providing equal access to the University of Oxford or Cambridge to someone who doesn't have to travel there. So the world opens up and provides more access to some of these institutions that historically and traditionally we wouldn't be able to access. And I think that's a really key feature in the industry of education, but also in work, exactly as Nourdine has stated, around meeting people's needs of how they need to manage their work-life balance and creating that opportunity. And I absolutely agree that our conversation, I think, is actually more intentional, specific via the use of technology than we would have been kind of in a room where we would have struggled with some of the social aspects of pouring coffee and having a croissant while we're trying to have an intelligent conversation. I think we really need, as I keep saying, intentionally use technology right now and really drive it toward those areas where we can solve sustainability, we can solve accessibility issues and access inclusivity to the technology, and an advocate for more people to be in the conversation and to become more educated, not enough to be able to fix the car when it breaks down, but that you're in the room so that when the conversations and decisions of how the technology is going to be shaped, decisions about how it's going to be used, so that we're in the room so that the system is fit for purpose and that we're not developing yet another infrastructure that only works for a very few percent of society. More people need to be in the room to drive the conversation towards sustainability, accessibility, inclusivity, so that we have good technology solutions, not only technology that fits a very small set of the population. And that's a key driver into using any technology for good.
Okay. Now, as a question, I was ourselves what the future of metaverse is according to, and what would you expect, or what would you hope it happens in the metaverse? As we all know, the metaverse has been defined the next generation version of the internet, a virtual world where people can socialize, work, and do pretty much anything similar to what they do in the real world. It's a world where just about everything from work and school to entertainment and basic daily living will happen digitally. An individual can tune in the metaverse in the morning and stays in the entire day, and using augmented reality technology. Do we like it or not? And more than that, Z generation people, youngsters, already seem to like it a lot. Are we going to the right direction? And if yes, as I think so, what should we think about the risks as well? Please, Vijay.
So Metaverse, I mean, if you ask, I mean, I have a very strong conviction towards Metaverse because whatever Metaverses that are going to come up is going to have a lot of NFTs out there, and we are into NFT forensics. So we are going to see what are the good trades, what is the wash, what is the actual price estimation of NFTs, and if you ask me, yes, I have a very good conviction towards metaverses, and that is one of the reasons why we are building BitsCrunch, which is an infrastructure layer that can support metaverses to evolve. We work closely with MasterCard. For instance, they picked two startups for one is BitsCrunch and one is Spin, in finding out the trades that are happening.
Okay.
Just
what about you, Nadine?
To
So, on my side, what I would say is that I think we touched some very interesting topics, and our discussion was larger than specifically the European ecosystem, and we can see that there's lots of challenges and opportunities. However, as far as I'm concerned, this is really just a personal point of view. I'm gonna remember the little child I was when I started coding games in the 80s and reading books, all the famous books that created the cyberpunk movement, and a series like The Peripheral on Amazon is just an example, but even the word metaverse is coming from a cyberpunk book. In the end, for me, this only matters if there is entertainment in the end. I think it's good to work in business. I think it's good to look at all those topics, but I think that human beings, we can be summarized once we have food and social interactions as people want to have fun. And I personally hope that in the end, we can generate quality entertainment. And funnily enough, that's the part which is not that clear, because right now, if you ask gamers, it's a link between the metaverse and the games they are playing. One is of no, because for them, a game is just launching your PlayStation and you have good graphics and all those things. As soon as it's social, it's online, the quality is not. So I don't know if it's going to happen, or I'm not even sure it's going to happen while I'm still alive. But again, as a little child, that I still remember, hope that in the next few years, all those opportunities are going to materialize in high quality entertainment. Nina mentioned dancing with pixels. It can be dancing games. It can be adventure games. But as far as I'm concerned, once all the business is done, all the ethics topics are discussed, and we've made everything to be diverse, I hope that we can generate fun for as many people and crazy stuff that I can't wait to see.
What about you, Nina?
Yeah, I think that for a person to engage with this new technology, it has add value to their life in some capacity, whether it's entertainment, whether it's education, whether it's social engagements. each individual will determine that for themselves. And perhaps it will be, if we get it right, it will be all aspects of our lives. But I thought, and people will find their own paths into the metaverse. You know, right now, predominantly is through gaming that people are entering the metaverse, or what potentially might move into the metaverse. NFTs are also tangible right now in the context of how people engage with the technology, and you know, cryptocurrencies as well are kind of an entry point into the future of components of what the metaverse may or may not be. And people will find the, you know, people's voice will, you know, tell us where they find value in the metaverse at the end of the day. And will, you know, obviously show in terms of the business models and the infrastructures will reflect that. And I think there's enough people right now for us to really see where the value is and where society will be elevated in the context of the metaverse. And as Vijay said, it's early days. It's still crawling. It's standing up. It's falling back down. But make no doubt that the metaverse is coming, and it is going to change our lives in capacities that we don't even yet comprehend. And it will be the, you know, Gen Z and the Alpha generation right now that truly understand the potential of the metaverse. And our responsibility right now is to point them towards the value and to point them to use it in ways that elevates their lives.
Okay, I think our time is over. It was a great panel with great panelists. I thank you very much for your interventions. And we all hope that Metaverse will make our lives better and more sustainable as well, given the climate change issues that are coming up more and more. We hope that will end with Metaverse maybe. Thank you very much for everything, and stay safe.
Thank you.
Thank
Bye.
you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
So I hope you can join me now to discover more about what's happening in the region and what's happening specific in the Middle East, and none other by showcasing what's happening also in Dubai, because this is where actually the leading space of the metaverse. So let me introduce myself. My name is Rudy Shushani. I've been in this space for 7 years now, but in specific on the metaverse for the last year and a half. Discovering more and trying to preach and trying to make business use cases available for more. I'm into the consultancy side, so I have my own talk show every Wednesday. Do join us in that space. Let me share my screen so we can start. Here we go. I don't know if you can see my screen. I'm having an issue on the platform. Okay, so we're back. I don't know what happened. Technical issues happen. So let's start. So we're going to highlight the Middle East as a first use case, and then we'll move on from there. In specific, as I mentioned, in Dubai. If you care to join me at Rudy Shushani. But the big question now is, why are we asking about the metaverse? Why are we talking about ecosystem? Why are we talking about the advancements? Really, it's simply because it's opening, and it opened a new era of digital business and communication. So we are seeing the beginning of Web 2.0 is really a broadband. Web 3 is the web of data, and the metaverse is the new era of 3D internet. It is the next generation of the internet. I was watching a presentation, actually a meeting between Bill Gates and Jay Leno, if I'm not mistaken, in 1995, explaining the internet. What is the internet in 1995? So that is amazing to see. And look where we are today. We're in the same position, asking the same question: what is the metaverse? If you look on a global scale, look at Citi saying that metaverse economy could be worth $13 trillion by 2030. And then if you look at the numbers, it's a huge economy by itself, more than a dozen or even much more than a dozen countries' GDP or financial aspect. So we are really turning into something on a global scale. It might be a big hype at this point, but possibly we're not going to miss this revolution. So if we look into UAE a little bit, or on a global scale, there was a study done that 87% of GCC luxury shoppers expect their favorite brand to be present in the metaverse. This is a new study that will be released tomorrow. I have highlight from it. Look at the numbers. Metaverse present a multi-billion-dollar opportunity for Middle East itself. So we're really looking in the space, and we're going to focus more on the metaverse strategy of Dubai. So the metaverse is about building an interconnected ecosystem with multiple stakeholders and users operating in the space. Competition and cooperation will be needed. We will be much needed in the space, and very importantly, it will create opportunities and jobs. For me, the metaverse is the next thing, communication, the next 3D model of communication. Because in the last 10 years, we lost our physical presence or physical things, even though it's still available, but even with COVID, it was even made faster using technology. But now we are regaining some of those, of the touch, the physical, the view, the sense, the feel feelings that will come in the near future. Metaverse ecosystem will be built on the Web3 environment. And this is where the change of the mindset and the aspect of things, when you look into them and then understand why it is important. If you look at the Web3, we're talking about access infrastructure, building blocks, and protocol layers. And of course, we have to jump a little bit into the use cases so that you understand what they are. If you look at the use cases on the metaverse, we're talking on the Web3 in specific, and then later on the metaverse, we're talking about gaming, we're talking about content creation, we're talking about NFTs, financial services, and decentralized autonomous organizations. All of this is working on the access layer using wallets, browsers, and aggregators, and how much we can develop on those spaces. Even though we have wallets today, they're not fully developed. Even though we have browsers, I discovered Brave browser earlier this year. Now, that's another innovation, sorting Web3 by design. Whereas Chrome is, you have to build it and build it. The infrastructure layer, we need to work on the security, storage, data, analytics, governance, city development, platforms, transactional behaviors and market, and so on. And also on layer 1 and scaling solutions on the protocol layer where we need to work on. So look at all of those opportunities to support the metaverse that we must really work on. And then if we look and understand more, this is a very important slide, which I think you should take a screenshot of it. Understand the elements of metaverse. First, the experience. That's what we see, right? Games, social media, esports, theater, shopping, and education now. I attended my first university course last month in University of Nicosia. So that's where the experience we will be having. Discovery, ad networks, social curation, rating, scores, agents, creator economy, design tools, assets, workflow, and commerce. Spatial computing is tremendously developing. 3D engines, reality, augmented reality, XR, multitasking, the user experience, decentralization. This is where we're talking about the edge computing, AI agents, microservices, all built on the blockchain aspect. The human interface, the mobile, the smartphone, the wearable, the voice, and so on. And of course, the infrastructure that will support this, the 5G, the Wi-Fi, the 6G, the future of technologies, and the likes of it. So we have to explore those 7 layers. While exploring those 7 layers, I want to focus now on my talk on Dubai, what's happening in Dubai. This is the future of the museum, where we had our metaverse assembly on end of September this year. And with that, it came just after the strategy launch of the metaverse strategy Dubai, that really immerse themselves into the next best thing, which is the metaverse. To note, Dubai Vara enters the. Look at this. This is the first ever regulatory authority in the world to enter the metaverse. Look at the innovation in this ecosystem. Look at where the regulator and regulatory authority are now thinking. They are way ahead of many other countries in this space, to a point now they are also in the metaverse where you can go and talk to them at any point of time. So look at this advanced strategy that is available to build them, because building that ecosystem, guess what? It starts with, of course, us, but it starts to be fruitful and innovative with the regulator. If we focus on the metaverse strategy, which Dubai aims to turn into one of the world's top 10 metaverse economies, as well as a global hub for metaverse community, they want to share their experience. They want to be a center where other governments or other entities come and learn from them. This metaverse strategy wants to times 5 building blocks as an objective, from 1,000 companies to 5 in blockchain aspect to 5,000 companies within the next 5 years. The UAE intend to double its digital economy contribution from the metaverse, from 9.7 at today to 20%. Look at the numbers. Also, it wants to support 40,000 virtual jobs within the next 8 years. Now, soon we'll start saying 7 years. Dubai has already been crowned one of the capitals for blockchain and Web3. And the UAE set a target to the highest number of coders per capita in the world. They're aiming for 1 million coders, and they have a beautiful initiative. This will further boost Dubai economy and support the UAE government vision of increasing the number of companies and having more unicorn, more update or companies producing towards that digital economy and contributing towards that digital economy. So if we look at the numbers that were shared with us, during the Metaverse assembly, which happened in Dubai, as I mentioned earlier, there were 300 plus global experts in this space. So they joined the world in under one roof, in the future city, I would say. 40 plus international organization, 30 plus regional and global speakers, and 25 plus interactive sessions and workshops that went over 2 days. The amount of energy for the creation of that ecosystem was crazy. I'm involved there for a while. I know what's happening with the ecosystem. A lot of creations, a lot of venture capital is being put, a lot of startups, entrepreneurs trying to build a lot of sessions, talks, projects, and so on is being to support not just the strategy, but to support being the capital of the world. So let's understand a little bit of the strategy, because that will make us understand the ecosystem. The strategy aims to develop global standards in building safe and secure platforms for users and develop metaverse infrastructure, regulations. One of the most important factors. Why? Because to accelerate the adoption and innovation of this technology. So if you go into the metaverse strategy, so foster innovation, enhance the metaverse economic contribution through research and development, collaboration and promotion, advanced ecosystem utilizing accelerator and incubators to attract companies and projects to Dubai. There's something Meta Incubator that is being now induced in the World Trade Center, Dubai World Trade Center, that can support you in your metaverse venture or project. Also, the Dubai Metaverse strategy has to foster talents and invest in future capabilities. You cannot build something where you don't invest in your capabilities. By providing necessary support, metaverse education, aimed at developers, content creators, and users of digital platforms in the metaverse community. So they want to empower that ecosystem that is currently being built. They want to deploy more people to develop, more people to create, and more people to use. So they're working on 3 aspects. Also, they want to develop Web3 technologies and its application to create a new government work model and development in vital sectors, including tourism in the metaverse, education, retail, remote work, healthcare, and the legal sector, which they are already immersed in. We have healthcare already enabled. Remote work is already happening. The retail experiences are there. I saw a couple of projects also. Tourism, there's some projects being created in that ecosystem, also trying to support virtual tourism. So there's a lot of innovation happening there, especially with the government of Dubai and where they want to lead. So that strategy aims for leveraging real-time data. Aim at leveraging real-time data using machine learning, IoT, and employing artificial intelligence simulation and blockchain to enhance human thinking process. Look at where also this is going. So technology pillars of the metaverse strategy are data, network, cloud, and edge computing that focus on real-world data obtained, validated, processed, and managed in a secure and privacy enabled. So the other pillars promoting this is 5G to enable the edge computing and provide on-demand computer system, edge computing to allow the data to be collected and processed via smart devices and local networks, instead of the clouds, to make it faster. So the pillar is based on the following: extended reality, so to bridge kind of the physical and the virtual world, augmented reality, virtual reality, and mixed reality. Adding to that, something called digital twins, a virtual representation of an object, and this is where things are really moving fast towards a better system. So before I conclude, I would like to thank you all for being with me. And if you want to follow me and on social media, do scan the QR code or rudy@dxtalks.com. I'm ready to help you any strategy towards the metaverse or the future. So today we are really moving fast to the future. The ecosystems are being built in the region, and I'm proud to say Asia is leading the world in this space. So thank you again for staying tuned, and see you soon.
Hello, guys. So today we would discuss European metaverse scene and as well the state of innovations and technology in the development of metaverse in European regions. Great to have you here, everyone. And here are three of our speakers. Harrison Seletsky, who is head of growth and strategy at Metafluence, Emily Bali, CEO and co-founder at Mixed Reality Rooms, and Sam Halley, CEO and co-founder of NFT Trade. Great to have you, everyone. And let each speaker introduce himself and tell what exactly you do. So let's with Harrison.
Sure. Thanks so much for having me, everyone. I'm excited to speak. Just a quick correction. I'm the head of growth and strategy at NF Trade. Sam is the CEO. But yeah, no problem. NF Trade is a decentralized multi-chain and non-custodial NFT marketplace. We launched about 2 years ago on a lot of alternative layer ones like Avalanche, Binance, Polygon, Ethereum as well. And today we've done about $100 million in NFT sales volume across all of our chains. As the head of growth and strategy, I'm charged with most forward-facing aspects, so business development, partnership, and marketing. and yeah, excited and continuing to build the infrastructure for the NFT space.
Thank you. Sam, what about you?
Awesome. Yeah, thank you. Thanks for having me. So yeah, I'm one of the founders of Mixed Reality Rooms. Ultimately, kind of what we're specializing in is metaverse experiences for B2B marketers and helping them use these experiences to engage or connect with new prospects or like upsell within existing kind of customer bases. Yeah, we work kind of predominantly with larger enterprises, so like Google Cloud, GSK, Automation Anywhere, kind of software companies, to give you an idea about that. Prior to building Mixed Reality Rooms, I was building an experiential marketing company that built activation world. So like mind control beer pouring robots and gesture control champagne pouring robots. Nothing that solves like pure world problems, but it did help marketers achieve their goals of standing out in person. When COVID hit, so we're kind of a pandemic baby, in-person events were stopped, and ultimately that need for marketers to stand out, but online became apparent. So I like to say options, go get a proper job or disappoint my mum again, and well, we're now here, aren't we? So but it's going good, but yeah, just to kind of, that's the caveat. I'd probably less of a technical kind of background, more of just an experience-based background. Any technical questions I would navigate to the smarter panelists.
Thank you. What about you, Emin?
I think there is an extra voice from panel. Yeah, now better. Yeah, thank you very much. Very nice to meet you all. We are building the Metafluence, the name of our company. It's a virtual world where the influence power is the fuel of the ecosystem and the overall the influencer ecosystem. We are in influencer marketing industry like 6 years, and automation of influencer marketing, and we started creating the individual private spaces for influencers and adding their monetization and socialization tools for influencers to migrate the audience from social media to Web3, and with the aim of the massifying the metaverse. So we believe that these influencers should be those people who foster the adoption. And we know that adoption is a serious problem. From technology point of view, everything is there, and even so you can there are a lot of product startups that are trying to make things better from the tech view, but there is another part of the angle, which is the social part and education part. So how people will make the first steps easily and how they will become first movers and bring the rest. And so this is the aim of our company, to solve this issue through the influencers. And we have our own strategy on this, and we made a very good year. This year it was exponential for us. We did a successful IDO in the start year, fundraise, developed the product, alpha version, open it to the service, and created hyper realistic growth. And yeah, so now we are trying to move to the beta version, to the version that people will start using in mass. So it will happen in the first quarter of the next year. That's why this year was quite intense. So while the market was very, sleepy, we were developing and creating the product.
Thank you. Let me introduce as well myself. My name is Anna Tutova. I'm a co-founder of Coins Telegram. We have a group of companies. We have a news media focused on digital assets, blockchain, gaming, and metaverse. As well, we have a YouTube channel. We make a lot of interviews, project reviews there. We had, for example, the founder of Binance, Vitalik Buterin, Sebastian Borge, co-founder of Sandbox, and many other leaders of the industry. And as well, we have marketing agency, and we help in the space with the promotion, with publications in media, both traditional business tech and crypto media like Forbes, Entrepreneur, Finance, Yahoo, CoinDesk, and so on. Regional media, we work as well with a lot of influencers, YouTubers, Twitter, TikTok influencers, and do social media campaigns. So basically, we do everything to support the projects and to promote them and make known to wider audience. And as well, I'm partner at fintech company called KYC Pay. We have a marketplace of fintech solutions, and we work as well with companies in crypto space and bridging the world of Web 2 to Web 3. So we help companies with opening of bank accounts, crypto fiat on-ramps, off-ramps, and license. And let's start our discussion about the metaverse space. And it's made quite a lot of noise since the last year. However, the term is not really new, and the industry is predicted to grow from $1.8 billion this year to $426.9 billion by 2027. And as well, the investments into the metaverse space rose quite a lot. They are more than doubled from the last year. So this year have been already more than 120 billion invested into the development of metaverse infrastructure, metaverse technology. And as well, we see pressure on the crypto market and collapses with different hedge funds, rare earth capital, with Luna collapse, and the recent overwhelming collapse of FTX. But still, luckily, we see the interest in metaverse technologies, and we see the interest as well from the government side, from big banks, like for example, Goldman Sachs predicted that this industry will be $8 trillion industry the next year. So Grayscale made the bet that it's $1 trillion industry, and so on. And as well, we see different countries revealing their metaverse strategies. So let's discuss what the government's attitude and policies and regulations towards the metaverse, and as well the technological developments in the metaverse space in different countries. So let's start with Harrison. So you are from Israel. So tell us what's development in Israel in terms of metaverse do you see?
Yeah, so Israel is known for having a lot of tech startups, a lot of financial tech, a lot of high growth tech companies. There are a lot of cryptocurrency companies that are based in Tel Aviv and in Israel. But right now, there isn't really the right in place for companies to feel secure in their metaverse or cryptocurrency products. So a lot of them will have to operate with entities, additional entities that are headquartered outside of Israel, just because of that regulatory red tape. We don't want users, to feel unsafe, and our governments are kind of forcing us as conservative as possible there. So we're still waiting for clarity in terms of what we can do as an Israeli company. And this has forced us to, think outside the box and operate in some capacities outside of our Israeli entities when it does come to dealing with crypto assets. So I think from the metaverse perspective, a lot of those in-metaverse or in-world assets aren't considered security, digital property. So there will be, less regulation needed compared to a security asset, although we still do need that clarity. So right now we're definitely in a limbo and, waiting for our regulators to catch up.
Yeah, thank you. I thought there was as well even establishment of diplomatic mission of Israel in Korean embassy in Metaverse. That's quite interesting, especially that Korea has quite a big bet on Metaverse. What are your thoughts? You mentioned that as well. You operate in Middle East and India. What are your view on those regions?
Yeah, we see huge interest from all industries into the metaverse. So banking industry, they're trying to reach out us and to make calls and explain us the ways that explain us what's happening, what we can do. So banking, GSM operators, fashion industry, companies, as well as startups, are thinking of the business opportunities in the Metaverse. So this is the main question, main hype that's going around, and this topic is interesting for everyone. And in terms of Turkey, we see again startups that are creating virtual worlds. So this, and we see deep expertise of some startups in fashion industry. So some specialization in Turkey goes to fashion because historically Turkish fashion are very strong, strong. Sorry, and they are exporting to the surrounding countries like Middle East and Southeast Asia as well. We are operating heavily in India, and India, again, the huge interest from all clusters of the ecosystem to the metaverse, and mainly we see from India the NFT projects coming up and trying to link it with some social aspects, social purposes, like working with NGOs, creating, focusing on the art part of the NFTs, and adding some to behind. So NFT projects happening by different companies and supported by global brands as well, local big brands as well. So one of my forecasts is the area for metaverse growth in our geographies will, yes, the governments, centralized organizations, that's one way, but another way will be the biggest drive will come from the businesses and from the marketing budgets. So unfortunately, not it is most of the literacy of the decision makers who can invest is not in a very high level, meaning that understanding a learning curve takes a lot of time. But so many of the people, the industry is very new and fresh. So we are in a very starting point of the big mega trend. And we believe that once the budgets, marketing budgets, sales and commerce will move to metaverse, then it will catch the attention of the many industries. And once there will be success cases, in commercial success cases, not like participation or other, the sales, real sales happening there, social selling happening there. So and the people feel money, real budgets going. So I believe that the main tsunami will start afterwards. So the competition and race will start.
Yeah, thank you. As well, I've seen that in Turkey is considered to be now the country with one of the highest adoption of crypto, and I see the videos of people from the conferences, even at some conferences, the president. So great to see that support even from the government to the space. Yes. Sam, can you tell about developments in UK?
Yeah, sure. I mean, it's such a huge question, and you can probably talk about it all day, right? And there's a million different angles you can take it down. Just to kind of piggyback off Harrison and Emma's point is, yeah, the financial services kind of set be huge for us as well within the B2B marketing space. It seems like all banks and financial institutions want to go onto it. I don't know, maybe that's because banking's boring and they want to make it more enjoyable as well. I don't know, more entertaining. I'm just kidding. But also to Harrison's point as well about being in limbo, I think the metaverse within the UK and how it's viewed, it's like all across the board. Like I think most governments really do understand the needs that they need to kind of get involved, but they just really can't figure out too well how yet, right? Just simply due to like the lack of the maturity of space. It's not mainstream yet, as we've all kind of liked on. And when it does become mainstream, then the kind of real it's not about the visual space, it's about like the human behaviors happening in the space, right? So you've got kind of the main themes are like financial storing assets in worlds and like the interpretability. How can you track the transfer of assets across worlds? What's that going to do to like tax and all these things? You know, like call me a list, but I quite believe in tax. I like hospitals and roads and all of that stuff. And if all the values kind of get installed in these virtual worlds, how do you kind of moderate that? Seen a lot of again across the board is like policing. Like, you know, if things get hacked or stolen, who do you help? And then kind of like the third view, I think, from which is becoming more and more popular. And I think they are releasing new rules because they don't want it to be so free reign or user moderated. That the concept of the metaverse is the psychological and social aspects, right? I tuned into Nudge Stock, which is a festival by Ogilvy, the behavioral agency, this year or last year, and I think they said within VR, humans are 33% more utilitarian, right? They're willing to change their mind and kind of do things, which is great. You know, immersion is fantastic, but it also works two ways. If someone's getting abuse or, you know, the negative aspects of dealing with people, they're also amplified. So, yeah, I think it's way too early to kind of the regulations to see if anything's kind of set in stone yet, and I think it's going to play out. You know, probably over the next few years rather than months before anything kind of core is set in stone. The UK as a whole, though, a bit like what Harrison was saying, the UK as a whole is actually a very good startup ecosystem. They invest a lot of money into helping startups get going, SEIS, EIS schemes, which are raising. And I think, especially during COVID, there was a big push to fund companies that help connectivity online. And even though the pandemic is, you know, over and the world kind of, you know, open for business again, human behaviors have stayed the same, right? So psychologically, people realize they can do work from wherever they are in the world. So there's still going to be a need, and I think the government understand this, there's still going to be a need to invest in the virtual ecosystem and infrastructure.
Yeah, that's true. And I've been recently to UK, and I would say that I see it probably one of the most developed countries in Europe in terms of being pro-crypto, trying to adopt some regulations. And as well, I know, for example, Lisa Cameron, the member of House of Commons, and she started crypto and digital assets, all parliamentary group, and she's as well on the Metaverse and Web3 parliamentary group, and I see some of the members of the parliament are so open to innovations, so open to learn more and try to understand this industry to adopt the technologies. And I'm originally from Ukraine, and Ukraine as well has been always known as a quite developed country in terms of innovations, IT developments, and as well it's number one in terms of crypto adoption, in terms of percentage of population who holds crypto. More than 12% of population holds crypto, and especially this number rose as well due to sad reasons with the war. In terms of reasons, probably it's not really a time for the government to focus on the metaverse stuff, but generally Ukraine is crypto, and as well in February crypto was legalized in Ukraine, and we saw that it became quite a powerful tool for crypto donations. Ukrainian government even accepts directly crypto as of donation on the digital wallets, and more than $178 were raised in crypto by Ukrainian government alone, and as well with all the developments of NFT space and openness to NFT. And for example, I'd like to tell about one of the use cases is Meta History Museum of War, which uses NFT images of different moments of the war, and people can donate and buy these NFTs starting from 0.15 Ethereum, so it's about $150, and it's quite a great use case because already over $1 million were raised this way to help to support Ukraine, and as well, it's raise awareness about the situation in our country, and both a person can make a good and as well get in return some certificate and some NFT digital asset. Another thing is about Metaverse. So there is another project called Heritage Hub, and it's supported by Brittany Kaiser, who was a whistleblower, and she became known about from the data leakage from Facebook, and she is as well. She has Ukrainian roots, and she's as well a big supporter of Ukraine, and she advises different companies in NFT and sustainability space, and as well she works with Ukrainian government. So this heritage project was created to make like a digital twin of some historical places in Ukraine. In case if any of historical places are destroyed, people can go into the metaverse and experience how it was. Or as well, even these days, people can go to this heritage hub and just experience how they can be present and make a virtual trip to Ukraine. So that's quite interesting use case. And as well, we see different brands, designers as well getting into metaverse space too. For example, Vogue Ukraine as well presented some of the collections of the Ukrainian designers in the metaverse, and they released as well some NFTs at Paris Fashion Week. And so let's discuss as well another question about how brands and creators can leverage metaverse technology to promote and monetize their products and content. So maybe let's start with Amin, since you work with influencers as well who promote those different brands. So can you share your thoughts with us?
Yeah, we are focused on the selling power of the influencer. So this is our last 6 years research area, and we believe that in the metaverse, and we can do much more what is available, what was available in the traditional Web 2, and the many business models that we were trying to implement in Web 2 seems to be easily implemented with the Web 3. I can give several examples. So many companies also see this potential, and influencers also see this potential, but the adoption is in a very early stage. We decided to focus on those influencers who already in the area, who is already in the metaverse trend, and focusing on the evangelists and crypto influencers, digital marketeers, LinkedIn influencers, those who have some baggage, and we don't need this learning curve for them. So, and we are getting millions of ideas, and each being very important, and in each idea you can build separate startup. So, and in these discussions, we are making most of the discussions in our own metaverse. And we are walking and like imagining what kind of business models we can. So I can say that those companies who will become first movers now and try the metaverse, NFT, Web3, and make small experiments and start building the community now will eat fruits in a big amount in 2-3 years. So once there will be a big wave coming, they will have already the most important the experience and the community. So it's all about building the community It's all about involving right people, having the right people in the start and growing exponentially, but having the right filters there inside. So in our business model, influencers are those filters actually. So they bring their people, they bring them to their houses. They are playing the role of the natural filter of the people coming to our system. So, and with this logic, we are trying to educate both parts, both influencers and brands, and involve them in the development process as well. I see big potential in high-ticket companies, luxury car industry, travel, real estate, where the amount ticket size is huge, and the commission that can come in terms of conversion in absolute figure will be good amount. So these industries have the customer acquisition is quite expensive for these industries, and in metaverse, technologies give this possibility to make people taste the product, feel the product before they acquire. It can be jewelry, it can be expensive car, it can be travel, nice hotel, buy a nice apartment in Dubai or in other cities. So giving this feeling to person and having this hooking him and making the pre-taste is very expensive in luxury products. So Metaverse solved this problem, this aspect, and we believe that once we include influencers here as an intermediary between the companies, such companies, and bring the right people and present it the right way, they will get a good commission and sales commissions. And this one example is the fair focusing, and it will happen on blockchain. So trust is there. Once sales happening or something happening, everyone's getting his cut. So yeah, this is what we are focused now, and I now trying to talk with the companies, and we see that there is a huge interest, and so we should capitalize.
Yeah, I agree with you in terms of that community is important to build your community, which would buy those products or services in the metaverse, and as well, yeah, it's really a great use case for luxury brands. What are your thoughts, Harrison? Can you share your experience with which brands or big creators did you work or which use the platform, and how was it beneficial for them to get involved?
Yeah, so when it comes to the metaverse, especially in Web3, I definitely have more opinion, especially, we have multi-billion-dollar metaverses like Sandbox, and they're struggling to get 1,000 daily active users compared to something like Roblox, which has, a valuation maybe 10 times higher, but they have 50, 60 million daily active users. So they're literally bringing in 50,000, 60,000 or, times more of the eyes with a very similar or, significantly reduced valuation. So from the Web3 space, it's really hard for brands to capitalize on actual marketing now because there's not much market to reach. I think what Amin said about establishing yourself as a mover, understanding what it means to build in these type of systems, and also referencing Web2 metaverses like Roblox, like Minecraft, seeing what's successful there, what's driving their users there, what's driving the interest there. That's what's really going to push the marketing and tools that brands can use as the metaverse continues to develop. I hope it's in the next 2 to 3 years. I think it might take 5 to 10 years. A lot of that will depend on adoption. It'll depend on the technical capabilities and the technological barrier to entry, because right now it's extremely hard for an everyday user to operate on these ecosystems. They have to set up a wallet, they have to buy their crypto, they have to transfer it to another wallet from their exchange. They might have to pay gas fees on every transaction. So if you're not technically advanced enough to use these, it's really hard to break into that ecosystem. So At NF Trade, we deal with a lot of gaming assets, which I think will eventually evolve into what we consider the metaverse, which will be these interoperable digital ecosystems where everyone can seamlessly move their value across those, those planes. So right now, I think if you're a brand, it's really important just to understand your goals, what you're trying to reach, whether you want this to be a full-blown market campaign, or if you're really just establish yourself as a fashion brand, as a car brand, getting into these future technologies that have the potential to take off in the coming years and really drive a lot of value. So I would definitely recommend brands to proceed slowly, proceed with caution. You hear a lot of these people that have spent hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars on digital land that is essentially worthless. So really, really proceed with caution, understand what you're getting involved in, understand the position, and then use that to kind of cater your go-to-market strategy within the metaverse.
Yes, it's really a problem that all these US crypto companies can't, it's really hard for them to get engagement and real users. What are your thoughts, Sam? It seems your company was started not really from crypto side, but traditional B2B marketing, and you work with a lot of other big traditional companies. So what are your thoughts about all this?
Yeah, you make us sound like an old woolly mammoth, but yes, all companies trying to break into new spaces, I think. I'm from a marketing standpoint, I'm always kind of under the belief of you need to market where like you can try and build your own community, but I think a few failed projects recently where they've tried to bring people onto a platform and that audience just isn't there on Instagram, TikTok, or whatever it is. It's much easier to market when the audience is already there. So instead of trying to curate your own world or build your own world, build for a B2C brand, it makes more sense to build into a platform, I think, like Roblox or Minecraft, where there's already kind of all that user flow there. In terms of like use cases and things that we've done, we've done all sorts of different things. We've built a dinosaur museum, which had two use cases. One where paleontologists were teaching like kids about velociraptors and things and T-Rexes, and it was wicked, and they were running sessions in there, like these immersive education sessions. We also linked it to their e-commerce store so they could go out and buy products. It kind of works. I think what Harrison said was something that I think is different to what normally happens, is that I think B2Bs are actually going to take the lead in entering this space sooner than the general kind of B2C population. And I just think that's what Harrison touched on. There's so many like not barriers to entry, but so many learning points people are going to have to kind of overcome to fully understand it. Whereas B2B companies and how we operate is kind of like a Web 2.5 rather than a Web 3 aspect at the moment, but it's taking those in-person kind of events that they're currently doing and bringing it into a 3D environment. So you've got traditionally, you can create an infinite ways you can add, right? A 2D ad. You can now create infinite ways to create 3D worlds, and you can bring those two together to create like even more infinite possibilities that tie into data visualization, which we're seeing is absolutely huge with companies. Like a before and after, going in and experiencing that. But yeah, I think that to kind of sum up, the main way and what I can speak about the most is we're not trying to be everyone. We're trying to just work on the strategies, the fundamental strategies for B2B marketers. So we've got different experiences for different stages of the funnel. So top of the funnel, look, a top experience when you're trying to engage a new company is completely different to a customer marketing experience where you're trying to upsell within an existing business. But yeah, I again, huge question. I think the influencer topic was covered very well. Again, there's going to be that element to it, just like how B2B companies do partnerships partnerships and do things like this, like joint web share content, do backlinks. All of that's going to take place kind of within these 3D environments. Product launches, general interactions. Yeah, I'll pause there. I think that was a very confused answer, but yeah, probably should be more clarity next time.
Thank you. And from my side, I would comment that I quite agree with Harrison that the adoption of Metaverse is still like some years away. And I see all this participation by big brands and different creators in Metaverse is rather a PR stunt or maybe from educational point of view. So even like JP Morgan got into Metaverse as well, and they think that they just like they wanted to test it, and as well it's a good PR thing too, because then all these brands get free publications and all that they got into the Metaverse. So that marketing works in that way. And as well, talking about the adoption of the Metaverse, let's discuss the current infrastructure development, like, for example, cloud, 5G, and etc. So let's start.
Yeah, so the metaverse infrastructure is still in its infancy. I still think we're, very at the very beginning of what's possible. A lot of these base layers. So what everyone here is building, kind of to try and cater to different aspects of the metaverse, but it's just not robust enough yet to really support the average user or the average Web2 company. So yeah, I think the infrastructure is still one of the most critical parts that needs to be developed. The payment rails, the wallets, the actual usability, within these games. A lot of the technology is available and a lot of teams are building it, but it's pretty complex to build these types of systems. So, it does take time. We've personally been building for about 2 years. There's a lot of other NFT marketplaces as well as metaverse companies that have been building for longer. And a lot of us are still dealing with these same problems of adoption and usability. So the infrastructure is still pretty nascent. It has a long way to go until it can compete with what's available on the Web2 sphere.
Thank you. What are your thoughts, Sam?
Yeah, just to kind of reiterate that, really, it's still early on. I think in the previous question as well, I think B2C companies have a lot more hurdles to overcome than B2B companies, purely from all the kind of like the technical aspects, and the education involved is going to be a lot more kind of complex. But yeah, I think from a B2B standpoint, we've got kind of like the immersion that's there, the accessibility is there. Admittedly, our platform's not like on the blockchain or anything, but I think that would have slowed us anyway, because we deal with like a lot of kind of sensitive information. We've got the tools to kind of communicate and network. I think what I would love to see, in the future, and I think this is maybe I'm just riding the excitement off ChatGPT kind of hype over the weekend, is to kind of incorporate AI into building different worlds for personalization. So I think that's probably coming sooner than we think in our space anyway. But yeah, still a long way to go.
Yeah, maybe all the codes for the new metaverses will be developed now by ChatGPT. What are your thoughts, Aaron?
Yeah, unfortunately, we cannot, talk more say more answers to your question. That's there are serious infrastructure going on, and it's a top priority of the government. So this is not like this, and I can understand this. The centralized structure like a government and decentralized Web3 metaverse. These are two controversial things. So. Like ideologically, there is a problem, and I think governments are trying to find a way how to become the part of this movement, but at the same time, the core things are different. So for that reason, I think still the main drivers will be not governmental, but the corporate moves to here. like banks, GSM operators, as I said previously, the biggest drivers of the innovation in the countries, who has the big user bases, and theoretically all the communication channels and touch points and teams and budgets to make this mission and to foster the adoption, educate the people. But again, according to my experience, there are few years ahead. First, these companies to understand this in a team, in the boards, and we are still there. That one person in the top management is enthusiast, and the 5 other people questions, and he's now learning to teach them. But once the more use cases coming, again, the real money is there, so it will change everything. So we have to all find the ways to the commerce in the metaverse. So how the commerce, real transactions will happen, which worlds or tools, whatever, will is easier. They will be those who will drive the ecosystem.
Thank you. Yeah, and in terms of the question of the speed of transactions, speeds of different interactions in Metaverse is probably the question what all these layer 1s and layer 2s try to solve, try to make faster solution for the data processing and for faster transactions, but another thing that those should be secure. And let's discuss as well the last question. So what is your opinion? What are the 3 most critical elements of metaverse development? And let's start with Sam.
Awesome. Yeah. So first, I think it's been a common theme on this panel: education of like how to use it. Right. So what's the compelling vision of how, like, why are people going to arrive? How are you going to tell the story? How are you going to communicate that story? I think that's 101. The most thing if we're going to attract people to use this in day-to-day life. So behavioral. My second one might be special. Maybe it's very simple, but simplification of tech. I don't personally think we need to contribute contribute to the promotion of the metaverse. I don't think we get there by adding more features, but rather taking features away. I guess that could also be called user experience. But like, to give you one example is like when we first started, you could go into our environments, look up, down, and around. Great. We actually stripped that back because we found 1 in 5 users actually found that difficult to, even on a computer, ability. Now it's great that you can look up, down, and around, and as the generation or the new generations coming through are more kind of digitally kind of savvy, I guess, and can use these controls. Great. But I think a lot of it's there, and I think it's simplifying the use case rather than making it more complicated or optimizing technology that's already there. Third one, legal framework, maybe. Again, I don't think it's halting the progress. And again, we can discuss that. But I think the governments and stuff will try and get involved a bit more kind of heavily, in the next few years. And I think it will be kind of like don't really know what analogy to use. They'll come in quite strong and then they'll ease off. But like, yeah, I think to address kind of like humanity as a whole, it's important that we, have something in place so that the whole kind of people are being nice to each other, or can at least be kind of regulated better. Scams are happening less often, and financially, it's a model that works for both online and in person. So they would be my 3.
I would say from that point is probably there should be the same regulations as to online privacy and online behavior on the internet. What are your thoughts, Emin?
I think Sam outlined the things that I wanted also to touch. The simplification is the is the key, I believe, also. And for like mobile usage and the coverage is important for scaling the metaverse products. And this I totally agree. Another thing is, which I believe, is the exclusivity. This is one of the core of our project. Also, we believe that the new type of socialization, avatar to avatar communication, we call it inside the company, is something different that we are used to. And we found out in real life events in our metaverse that people are once there are exclusive number of people, small number of people attending some party, like up to 200, let's say, not more, the communication between the people becoming more sincere, open than if it would 1,000 or 2,000 or 5,000 people. So and when there is someone who gather and the one who like guarantees the level of the people, it's like private parties, and that is that is, we believe, the main driver of the socialization in the metaverse. You can participate with your new identity, talk to your celebrity there, or attend some course, share the experience, and do it in entertaining way. So we can do it the same in the Zoom, but Zoom is boring. So we want to, not everyone wants to show the face like within 1 hour, and many other barriers that we have are eliminated by the new technologies in 3D format. So we believe that exclusivity is key, and if something is exclusive, it should be good design and be maximum attractive. The one problem of the current metaverses like the Decentraland and the Sandbox, since like top platforms, let's call them, in terms of market capitalization, not users, but since they're coming from the gaming industry, their avatars and the worlds are cartoonish, and this is not the image that masses will get adapted easily, and all the brands will is actually limits many things to make it massive. That's why we believe that hyper realistic worlds and avatars, this trend will lead. These startups will take the leadership, and then the gamers from cool games will come to that worlds and like feel themselves comfortable and excited.
Yeah, that's as well important how realistic something looks and how is it organic and naturally for somebody to interact in the metaverse. What is your opinion, Harrison?
Yeah, so I think both Sam and Amin brought some very interesting points. For me, I think the most important thing that these projects need to focus on is the value proposition. Again, why would someone want to use these metaverses? Are you just walking around in a digital world? Are you playing? Are you communicating? Who's there? These are all essential, and right now that's not really defined from the infrastructure side or from the brand side. So it's to start from the ground up. And then my next 2 points kind of piggyback on what Sam was saying, but essentially just usability and accessibility, which comes down to user experience, education, knowledge. Again, why would someone use these Web3 iterations compared to their Web2 counterparts? If that's not clear, then it's going to be very hard to drive any meaningful adoption there. So that education, those resources are going to be super essential to driving that mainstream adoption. The value proposition needs to be very clear, whether it's verified the unique digital through NFTs or interoperable worlds, gaming worlds, art, fashion, everything. Blockchain facilitates especially well compared to Web 2. So yeah, I think those 3 aspects are really what both brands as well as the metaverses themselves need to focus on moving forward.
Yeah, that's true. And so that was the last question. Thank you guys for the interesting discussion and for the contribution to the development of the space.
Thank you, Anna, for great moderation. It was fun talking to you guys all. See you next time.
Yeah,
Thanks very
thanks,
much.
guys. See you in the metaverse.
See you.
Depositing your savings in the bank is everyone's default choice, because having a savings account is the most secure way to have your finances reserved. However, they tend to offer very low rates of return. After keeping your savings there for such a long time, but wonder, can't the returns be just a little higher? Well, we believe you deserve more. We want to empower you to save in physical assets. With the same amount of money or even lesser, you can now invest in fractionalized assets with Buy a Brick. What does this mean? You get to invest in an asset with just a fraction of its price. Liquid gives you too many assets that you can invest in. All you have to do is buy a brick. Compared to your current investment, Buy a Brick allows you to enjoy attractive returns from rental yields and capital gains. Monitor your rental yields, track your capital growth, and view your investment portfolio in just a few clicks. You can buy as many bricks as you want with no limitations at all. Enjoy the easy, safest, and accessible way to invest today. Buy a brick on Liquid today.
亲爱的各位朋友，大家晚上好。我今天要给大家分享的是中国数字艺术电商平台的实践与进度。我是上海市君悦律师事务所合伙人，唯一艺术的首席法律顾问。那么 NFT 数字艺术品究竟是什么？在中国为何如此的火爆？我们中国的数字艺术电商平台又是如何保持合规发展的呢？就是我今天要和大家分享的主要内容。去年的3月11号，艺术家 Beeple 创作了一幅由5000张较小图像组成的数字画作，而这一幅画作的所有权 NFT 在佳士得拍卖行拍出了超过4.5亿元的人民币。这一次的拍卖使得该艺术家一下子就成为了在世艺术家第3高价的宝座的座上宾，随之而来也引发了全球艺术圈内外的广泛讨论。在2021年 NFT 成为了柯林斯词典的热词第1名。为什么它一下这么热呢？因为 NFT 解决了艺术家一个很大的痛苦的点，就在于在世的艺术家事实上他享受不到自己作品的高溢价，因为只有在艺术家死的那一刻，艺术品收藏界才确认他作品的稀缺性，因此才会有像 米勒、像梵高那样的作者，在他们生前一生清贫悲苦，可是在他们过世之后呢，他们的作品能够被卖出非常高昂的价格。那这也正是为什么欧洲像法国，它专门有一个权利叫做追续权啊，它能够使得作者的作品在每一次交易之后，还能有部分的交易额会反哺到作者身上去。那我们国内呢，就是中国大陆地区，当年在2014年确实曾经讨论过要将追续权这个权利入法，但很可惜在著作权法修订稿的正式稿。就我们这个颁布之后啊，这个权利最终没有写进去。但是艺术界呢，我们还是说，像有一批志士贤人，还是希望能够把追续权重新推动入法。那这个痛苦，其实通过区块链技术解决了一部分。我们说数字艺术也好，艺术品也罢，它的价值的核心，它的价值究竟从何而来？我们认为啊，就是艺术界的从业者一般会认为，艺术价值它并不是固有在艺术品之中的，它不是说我艺术家创作好了，我的艺术价值就确定了，并非如此。我们艺术品的价值，事实上是由评论家、艺术品的交易者和观众们不断的去欣赏、探讨而共同产生出来的。数字艺术和传统的艺术品相比，它没有苛刻的运输条件和保存条件的要求，它能够很好的进行传播，但它也有不好的地方，在于它太容易复制了。我有这个艺术品的时候，你也可以拥有，它也是一个虚拟物。所以数字艺术既有它的好处，容易交互，也有它的不好处，没有稀缺性。那区块链技术这个不可分拆、不可篡改、不可复制的特性，很好的和数字艺术结合在了一起。它使得数字艺术品 NFT 数字艺术品能够真正为千万人所欣赏，但最终为一个人所有。所以 NFT 数字艺术品使得数字艺术品既具有了原来数字艺术所具有的优点，不需要苛刻的运输和保存条件，也不需要独立的储存空间，还能够很好的储存和传播。另一方面呢，又使得原件拥有人能够很好的自主的控制这个艺术品，享有这个数字艺术品的所有权。那么我呢做律师一段时间之后，我也在观察其他我们业内从事这个行当的这个数字艺术交易平台，其中有一家我觉得做得很好，这也是我的客户，叫做唯一艺术。唯一艺术是21年5月份在中国注册成立的一家公司。它发售了很多的藏品，包括了敦煌、故宫、文物局、上海证券报，还有这个像我们南京大学校庆也发了一些藏品。现在呢，它拥有像国潮馆、动漫二次元馆、游戏电竞馆、体育竞技馆等等一系列的场馆和品牌中心了。当时我记得在发敦煌的时候，一下子就把所有发行的件全部卖空了，我当时很震惊。而且更令人震惊的一点是，买这个数字艺术品的其实是很多年轻的没有去过敦煌的孩子，这一下子就让我们一些传统的文物在孩子或者年轻人的眼里一下就火了起来。买这个艺术品的大多是20多岁的这种年轻人，所以这也是非常好的一件事情。那我们这个它为什么能够这么好？中国的数字藏品产业链究竟如何呢？我们这个唯一艺术事实上是在版权、基础设施、创作流通、衍生、应用各个场景都提供了它的服务。那么这个产业图谱也是唯一现在他们在做品牌中心的时候探讨出来的一个产业图谱，这也是在结合了我们国内有一个叫信通院的机构，他们在探讨的 我们数字藏品文化赋能究竟怎么做？怎么来实现技术和文化的结合？怎么来实现文化与实体经济、乡村振兴结合的一个布局的产业链？那么这个是唯一他们的品牌中心研究出来的一个他们想从事的一个行业图谱还是很有这个前瞻性和眼光的。那么他们在不断做研究和实践的同时，也得到了很多新官媒的新闻报道，曾多次登上了像 China Daily、中国网、人民日报、新华网这样子的网站。那么我们就不乏要问 NFT 究竟是什么？ NFT 事实上在国外叫做 non-fungible token， 我们译成中文事实上会被译作非同质化代币，或者是叫非同质化通证。那么这个通证里边包含了很多内容，其中主体呢就是这个智能合约。英国呢之前有一个案件确认了 NFT 的财产属性，这是今年1月的时候，一位藏家他的 NFT 被盗去了其他2个人的电子钱包中间，他呢就跑去向这个英国的英格兰和威尔士的高等法院提出了一个紧急冻结该钱包 NFT 的申请。那么法院呢随即认定这个 NFT 是英国法项下的一个合法财产，并且可以获得禁令保护，并且于2022年3月10号和31日分别做出了冻结的命令。NFT 在中国是不是这样子的呢？我们这个我的这个客户啊，在上个月就是10月份上个月的月底，也有一个案例在杭州互联网法院进行了判决。这个案件里面明确了 NFT 的合法性。法院认为 NFT 事实上是技术上的加密数字权益，是法律上的中国民法典第127条规定的网络虚拟财产。法院认为这个 NFT 具有网络虚拟性，它是区别于现实存在的有形财产和无形财产，具有唯一性、可交易性等明显区别于数据的特征。它一旦显示于可视界面，就是数字藏品。那么这个数字藏品呢，又通过了我们的区块链技术赋予了唯一的标记，它是一种合法的财产，它的产生和发售并不为我国法律所禁止和限制。那么同样还有另外一个案件也认定了，也是杭州互联网法院的，他在判决书中判决认为，是文学艺术领域的作品通过 NFT 进行交易的这种标的物就可以称为 NFT 数字艺术品。实际上，杭州互联网法院在司法领域明确了2件事情。第一件事情 ，NFT 究竟是什么？第二件事情 ，NFT 和数字藏品之间的关系是什么？我们可以看到，杭州互联网法院实际上明确的认为这个在法律上 NFT 数字艺术品就是一种网络虚拟财产，而 NFT 本身是藏家可以通过技术对这个数字藏品进行操作、控制以及确定其权利范围的这么一项技术。那么第二个问题是，中国大陆地区对待区块链产业的政策又如何呢？我们看到，正如我们刚才2个司法判决所展示的，我们国内就是中国大陆地区，事实上是把区块链作为了一种技术载体，它不是把区块链上的这种智能合约当作资产进行看待的，也不认为存在区块链上的这个信息就是数字艺术品本身，它只认为是区块链是一种技术，它赋能了我们的数字艺术。那我们也可以从我们的技术这个产业政策方面看到这一点。在中国大陆地区19年的10月24号，事实上是我们明确区块链产业政策的一个重要节点。当时我们习近平总书记在中央政治局的第18次集体学习的时候就强调，要把区块链作为核心技术、自主创新的重要突破口，加快推进区块链技术和产业的创新发展。 那么之后呢，像2021年我们的“十四五”规划和2035远景目标纲要，也是将区块链列入了数字经济的重点产业，明确了推动智能合约、共识算法、加密算法、分布式系统等区块链技术创新，以联盟链为重点，发展区块链服务平台和金融科技、供应链管理、政务服务等领域的应用方案，完善监管机制作为下一步的发展目标。可以看到，我们中国大陆地区的区块链应用监管思路就是两分法。第一个，对于区块链作为技术应用的底层逻辑的，我们是积极支持的；而对于将区块链作为数字资产甚至是加密货币的呢，我们是严格审慎的。这一块呢，我们也看到，从2013年，我们中国的部分部委就已经做出了各种通知，比如说关于防范比特币风险的通知，关于开展非法虚拟货币交易提供支付服务自查整改工作通知，包括我们今年的防范 NFT 相关金融风险的倡议等等。所以我们这个中国大陆地区区块链应用监管思路分为两个部分一个就是它作为技术的积极支持，一个是如果把它作为数字资产或者加密货币的，我们是非常严格审慎抵御风险的。那么我们也可以看一看我们国家其他的部分地区有什么样的意见。近期的这个政策呢，主要是上海的数字经济“十四五”规划呀，还有像厦门、武汉、浙江地区，都是将元宇宙、区块链作为了重点的这个支持的政策支持的范围我们大家可以看一看我们PPT 里边列举的这些个政策。第三个问题就是我们刚才讲到了，区块链除了它是技术应用之外，它还有另外一种可能性，就是它可以被用来发行加密货币。这个方式呢，其实会给我们的金融带来很大的问题。所以我们国家对于数字资产、加密货币领域是非常严格审慎的。那么对于数字藏品而言，几个协会也在4月13号发了相关的倡议，其中最重要的倡议就是要抵制和防范数字藏品的证券化和金融化问题，包括不在底层商品中包含证券、保险、信贷、贵金属等金融资产，也不通过分割所有权、批量创设等方式削弱 NFT 同质化属性，不为 NFT 交易提供集中交易挂牌交易还有标准化合约等服务。这是我们的第三个问题。事实上，这个问题在前几年，从2013年到2021年，都有相关的政策和指导和规范性意见出台，大家也可以进行持续性的关注。我相信这个我们国内对于金融风险的防范是一以贯之的持续性的思路。那么就唯一艺术我的客户而言，我认为它能够发展到今天，得到这么多官媒的支持，得到我们司法领域对其合法性的认定，主要是有8点，他们做得非常的好。第一个是始终坚持守正创新，始终坚持践行科技向善，始终坚持助力文化振兴，赋能实体经济，而且也在法律层面切切实实地落实了主体责任，维护了各方的合法权益，坚守了行业的底线，同时要赋能实体经济，去和监管部门沟通，建立信息共享、会商通报、专项整治、案件协助等工作机制。好吧，这就是我今天分享的主要内容，感谢各位。
was really hard to get people working in different places to collaborate together, to work together. By using virtual reality and in the metaverse environment, it is going to be possible to have people in different teams collaborating in different in the same project at the same time. They can be using virtual reality headsets, augmented reality gear, or anything that you wish, even a 2D monitor to work and get in the same session, see the same model, and work together. This is a quite simple example. This is not a development of anything. I'm just showing three people connected at the same time and collaborating together. Another process that can be used on the metaverse and that can be used online is the simulation of new products or new services. So, for example, in this case, we can see a really simple example of a simulation of an engine. So you can see the heat maps and the differences between where it is more heated when the engine is working and something like this. And then you can imagine this is quite easy and quite simple to do, but no, you can even develop one engine without having the physics ready. You don't need to prototype. You can do all these kind of simulations by using software applications that has been developed by a lot of different companies, and they can simulate all new products and services that are going to be released in the future with less time, in a shorter time, and without spending materials and money necessary. Another interesting application for that, for the industrial economy, and that can really be interesting, is the training. So you can have your team training and working together in equipments and in materials that doesn't even exist. For example, you can have a new employee that is going to work in a factory, and you can train him by using those kind of immersive technologies such as virtual reality or augmented reality or even mixed reality in different places in the world, in different factories in the world, connected to the same metaverse of the company, so they can train without even going to the factory. So we can save some time from the training those colleagues, for example, because instead of going to the factory and in that equipment that can demand sometimes some investments, you can have this worker training and simulating this in a virtual reality, much cheaper investment session. Then you can send the worker ready to the factory. So it's going to be easier. Remember that by using virtual trainings, you are avoiding specific hardware environments, for example. So he or she can train on fire, a simulation of a fire environment, or an oil and gas platform, for example, and you can do all those tests with less cost in a shorter time. Let me talk a bit about the equipment that you're going to use to access those experiences in your company. Those are the gears that are most used in industries. We have a lot of different equipment, but those are the most used ones. So for augmented reality, we are usually talking about a mobile or a mobile or a tablet. That's because it's easy to buy one, it's to use one, it's not that cheap, and nowadays those equipments are really accessible for different people. So for some applications, it's easier to have those mobiles and tablets or telephones or mobiles telephones than have headsets. So in some operations, this is going to be much better than the other ones. We also have the assisted reality equipment. Different from the augmented reality, assisted reality are equipment that doesn't come to the front of the user as to put some info in front of them by using some lens. Those equipments use small screens that complements the information, and these screens brings videos
from a colleague that is usually in the back office. So when you use a headset like this one, you are usually connected to internet. You have a camera that is recording uh, recording the session that you're performing as well, and you are connected to a colleague in the back office that is sending out more information to the colleague on the field with like manuals or complementary information that the person on the field could use to solve a problem that is happening on the field. So those are the two most selling in the world equipments, like from RealWare and from Vuzix, and they are quite interesting to use. For virtual reality, we do have the most recent launched equipments here. We have MetaQuest Pro and Pico 4. And those are the equipments that are going to be used for companies. These are not versions, those are not consumer version equipments. Those are equipments to use professionally. So they have a bigger capability of processing, of image, of sound, of connection, and interaction with the experiences as well. So they are here you can see the links if you want to research for more information, and this is quite interesting to understand how it works. Also, we do have the mixed reality. So for mixed reality, the most used equipment today is the Microsoft HoloLens in the world. Aside from that, we have video equipments that are really, really interesting, and they are like a mix of virtual reality and mixed reality because they have a high processor and displays with high quality. So you can use this as a virtual reality headset and also as a mixed reality headset. They are quite interesting for design, for example, because you can see the image quite clear with a lot of details. Let me go to the use cases. Some of the use cases in market that you're going to do. And again, I'm not going to explain all the use cases. I'm going just to highlight them. Then you can research after this because you are limited of time. So go and take a look about NVIDIA and Siemens use case. They are joining together an effort because Siemens has the know-how on how to do digital twins and develop factories, and NVIDIA has the know-how on how to develop graphics and processing and AI. So they are joining and working together on how to do this together. Aside from that, we do have KLM with quite interesting use cases for not only training, but also for maintenance of their equipment and their planes. So go there and take a look on YouTube. You can easily find some video sessions on how to, for example, pilot a plane, for example. It's quite interesting to see that. Also, we do have an example from Vario that is quite interesting, and I'm not going to show it here, but you can see later. Volvo is using them as a headset developer as well. My call to action for you, and now what you should do to use and get insight into in the market is go out and research. Go out and you can begin with Google and YouTube to research for information and material about that. Try always to learn to look in English, because in English you're going to find a lot of more than in regional languages. So English is the language that you're going to find more information and easily connect to new content and new people over here. Try to find out this video from RealWare because it was a roundtable that happened like 2 or 3 months ago. And it is quite interesting to see those people talking. It is quite a short video. If I'm not wrong, it has less than 20 minutes. And it's quite interesting to see their visions on how to use the metaverse for industrial purposes. Also, another interesting video was released like 1 month and a half, 1 month or 1 month or so ago from Microsoft, because they had this annual event called Microsoft Ignite, and one of the sessions was about the industrial metaverse. So go ahead and take a look as well and search for this information, because it gives an overview on what already exists on the industrial metaverse and what's going to exist come in the near future. Also, and the last one is the video from the TeamViewer. TeamViewer, as most of us know, is a company that's using these headsets to do maintenance operations. And so go over there and take a look in there as well. Here are some of the mistakes that you should avoid when implementing in the, metaverse, industrial metaverse in your company. So you have to understand that you need internal use cases. Use case is not that simple as going out in the market to copy and paste. You have to develop your use case, and this should be done even before the implementation of the use of metaverse in your company. So go with sit down with your team and then develop what should be the use case after implemented and what do you need to plan to do to have this working in your company. You have, as you have the lack of planning for some cases, you have under-evaluated implementation costs. And this is really dangerous because usually when you don't plan the costs, you have a problem to continue and finish some projects. So this is really, really important. A lack of rollout planning. It doesn't mean that you have something developing it for you, that your team is going to use it every day. So you need to plan this with your team, the managers, and even the workers that are going to use the technology on how to do this. You have to explain to them what you should do. You have to define KPIs to follow up if the metaverse is working fine for you, if the solution is okay for you, if it's worth the investment and something like this. And always learn the lessons mainly about the mistakes that you had in the past. Those are 5 interesting and fundamental points so in the implementation of metaverse projects in your company. And if you need for any kind of references about XR information, just scan this QR code and this will guide you to one page that I've developed with a lot of references for XR technologies. If you need anything from my side, just mail me and I can help you. Thank you very much. If you have any questions, please let me know. We do have, how do you locate the virtual identity and the blockchain in the industrial metaverse? What is all the first question is usually this metaverse is not going to be open to anyone. So usually one layer for the public before marketing purposes, something like this, and the other one for business purposes. In those business purposes, you have all the ways to do this communication between the partners and understand how this usually works. So different from the mainstream, the industrial really with more concerns exist that can be open to the public. Layers, one from the public, to improve our processes and improve technology on different go was not so not that safe one. King that doesn't want to go up in processing, for example, I think that we have bios and so it's really this QR code from and gear application is this bye.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Good evening for some of you. My name is Baptiste Ricoire. I'm an international business and marketing consultant, lecturer, speaker, as well as a Forbes writer, and I live in Texas near Dallas. So today I'm going to share with you the importance for leaders to set up a metaverse strategy. This is something critical, so let me give you some explanation. Okay, let's do a full screen first, and we're good to go. Okay, so actually Web3 affects significant disruption, period of market turbulence, and many scandals which are slowly damaging the image of its emerging tech ecosystem and put the engine to its stability and mainstream adoption. For instance, the recent bankruptcy of renowned exchanges such as FTX or BlockFi are raising serious doubts about the sustainability of the Web3 ecosystem. We are at a time in history where to spearhead the adoption of the technology, while a group of people are still hesitant to navigate the uncharted territory, mainly due to knowledge, vision, trust, policy, or strong operational or financial risk practices. But along with the opportunities and fair growth come risk and a vast amount of scrutiny. So we are at the right consolidation phase of the market that certainly still offers inadequate disclosures and limited oversight. Nevertheless, this is a primary step for me for mass adoption. So during this short conference, I will help you better understand this new ecosystem that is the Metaverse, more specifically, and give you the key of a strong Metaverse strategy. This is something well that you all need to understand. So first, let's start with the critical elements of marketing in the Metaverse. So purpose, positioning, and experience. First, it is necessary any decision maker aiming to succeed in the Metaverse to understand the Web3 ecosystem fully, how all its advanced technologies work, apprehend the ins and outs, finally start building an adaptive strategy. This emerging ecosystem is not easy to comprehend and often complex to popularize. It requires technical skill and a thorough analysis. Having a clear idea of the technology behind blockchain, knowing how to read a smart contract, or even being able to explain how the metaverse works requires an often tedious and seeming learning process. But for companies seeking to establish a solid presence in Web3, to pinpoint the right elements and strategy that will help them turn Web3 into a unique and immersive experience, appreciating the ecosystem in its entirety is a game changer step. Second, be aware. Often presented as a revolution, the Web3 ecosystem is still in its infancy. Just like the early days of the internet, when American Online were considered as potential leaders, today's companies will probably not be tomorrow's. Also, a transition from a well-established Web2 ecosystem to a Web3 ecosystem that is still in its will obviously not happen in a few months. So, for any company or corporation, it is needless to say that to meet the requirements of this evolving industry, anticipating is of utmost importance in order not to miss the Web3 trend and cement the future of your company. The metaverse will probably be one of the central access points in the customer journey. Like the ultimate new extension of our physical world. I call it metaverse as a service with a parallel digital ID for every human, believe it or not, but I think it will happen. It will be like a sort of interchange station, a mandatory starting point for any digital or physical activity. So you need to take it into account in your business strategy. It is something critical, actually. So now, for a seamless launch into the metaverse, a number of questions need to be answered. Maybe first, what are your goals, your objective, your product and services? Then, what's your added value? How do you stand from the competition? Don't miss out on your positioning. Mastering the positioning of one's virtual brand will be key to generating awareness and, of course, attracting new customers and retaining them. Another question, how can the Web3 ecosystem and particularly the metaverse help you grow your business and support your overall brand strategy? How will it benefit your business and provide value to your customers? You don't want to simply launch a solution, you want it to get your business. How, again, can the Web3 ecosystem and particularly the metaverse help you grow your business and support your overall brand strategy? How well are you prepared? I mean, the experience. Do you have any available resources? What are the partners you need to reach? How can you also successfully position your company for the future in this new world? You need to build a strong roadmap. A detailed budget and financial plan will be also required. Indeed, the metaverse is very expensive, and I know you already talked about it with other speakers. I'm thinking about, for example, 3D production costs that are often high. And the creation of NFTs is also costly. Another question, again, I know it's a lot of questions. What will the customer journey look like? Will you engage a conversation with your audience? How will you enhance the consumer experience? And what type of experiences will you build? Is it AR, VR, mixed reality? Well, many questions. All these questions are key, and answering them is your priority. Well, of course, to develop, you need to anticipate the next 5 and 10 years. This is something very, very important. So regarding the marketing, marketers require as a within its own evolving recipe. You are not marketing in the same way that you are doing actually. So building brand in the metaverse is an opportunity for innovation. This is the place where you need to adopt a test and learn mindset. Experiment and learn until you find success. And not, of course, be afraid of failure. So now it's the time to explore the various ways you can use the metaverse at your advantage and experiment them by rewriting the rule of marketing as you know them. Move quickly, but with caution and insight. Start by analyzing the market because you need first to understand the opportunities and limitations of marketing in the metaverse to smartly navigate the space and stand out from the competition. So basically, I would say that marketers must explore what the landscape looks like today, and thus the skill you need. Again, do you have the available resources internally? You will need an expert consultant or a third-party agency. I'm thinking about a blockchain developer, architects, 3D designer, AI specialists, and so on. You need also your initial technical limitations. Are there blockers, barriers to entry, such as hardware, software? Plus, you know it, technology features might still be glitchy or difficult to work with. So be cautious. You need, so what I call a technical feasibility study. It will be the key. Will you have to develop your own solution? Do you have the necessary technological and human capacity to do it? Are there any interoperability issues? And so on. So again, you need to identify the metaverse platform that provides the best brand fit and will help you create value. You need also, of course, to identify what partners for new metaverse compatibility. And of course, learn how you can leverage the metaverse to build your brand and generate revenue. So several complementary approaches are already available, such as, for example, the implementation of an internal metaverse solution to your workforce. Corporate metaverses, for your information, generally improve internal workflow and communication between employees. So time-saving approach and better productivity. This is something called for companies, actually. You can also bet on the development of an external metaverse solution for your customers, or use one or more existing solutions to target new markets and complementary customers while performing on them. And again, marketers need also to understand the complex challenges of building a strong marketing strategy in the metaverse. So you need to know your metaverse audience. Who are your customers? What are they buying digitally? And what about the transaction history? Can you learn something? You need to consumers, avatars, behind the metaverse. Is there any correlation with your current customers or totally different targets? I mean, is it a totally different target? Do you need a new segmentation for the metaverse, or can you use the actual one? Can you easily translate your actual consumer journey into to consider the customer experience and engagement potential of others? So many things again to explore. New digital trends such as virtual reality worlds, connected fitting room, and autonomous cars will emerge, and as a result, brands will need to rethink their marketing technology, self-technology, business stack to stay relevant. By harnessing the power of the metaverse, brands can indeed connect and engage with consumers on a new level, advertise a product, and deliver unique brand experiences that cross digital and physical. So the metaverse, for example, enables brands to enhance the user experience by creating what I call seamless, authentic, and personalized immersive experiences. Example, the live virtual shopping. Just to give you an idea of what will happen in years, McDonald's and Burger King have both registered trademarks for virtual restaurants in the metaverse that deliver food in real life in person. Wow. So it is increasingly important to create a seamless virtual ARL, what I call in real life, customer journey, and offer a 360-degree consumer experience by working on the complementarity of physical and digital channels. In short, extend the physical experience, but please add interactivity and exclusivity. Something really critical, actually. So this virtualization of the world will also induce what I call an emotional connection with your consumer. Brands will need to adapt the way they communicate and interact with their consumers, on large scale, of course. So the use of multiple responsive credit assets, automation, and content intelligence will allow for highly personalized and tailored experiences that will translate into business benefits. So please keep it in mind. So to conclude, the closer the one get to the consumer, the greater the payoff. Oh, sorry, excuse me. Another thing pretty important, actually, we need to speak about what I call the risk-reward equation. Okay, risks are higher in the metaverse, so you need to proactively plan for it. As with technology, the metaverse will fight legal issues and brand privilege on bad equal of engagement. So the following list includes some of the likely issues related to the virtual reality. So first, intellectual property. Of course, I'm thinking about laws such as copyright, trademarks, and patent for virtual good. Privacy, data privacy, misinformation, user safety. You need to understand how privacy laws differ from the real life. And then taxes. This is something important, most important for. Actually, the taxation of assets is a topic that will be discussed more in the next coming years. It is already an issue, and many countries are trying to figure out how best to address it. So indeed, the ability to trade digital assets online quickly becoming a reality for everyone. But the tax consequences associated with this new transaction can vary greatly in the circumstances. So you need to be careful. You can use some existing pretty good software such as Ledger to figure out this issue, help you to make your list, for example, and check their website. They have a lot of very helpful and knowledgeable blog contents. So to conclude, understanding the legal framework and risk involved will be critical for any company wishing to enter this new ecosystem. If you have any question, please feel free to contact me either on LinkedIn or directly on my website. I have a dedicated form, so you can reach me quickly. I will be quick to answer too. And my email is contact@ballistrip.com. Thanks a lot for your attention. And if you have any question, I'm here. Thank you very much. No question? Okay, if you need anything, again, contact me on LinkedIn. I'm usually quick to answer, so please do not hesitate. Thanks a lot. Okay, a question. Okay, good question from a student. Well, actually, so I'm reading out loud your question. What will you recommend for a master student to write about the metaverse, future analysis, or customer experience? Do you have any advice which will be also too much question? Do you have any advice would be important for the future in terms of? Okay, well, actually, you can reach me on LinkedIn. I will answer to you and give you some advice. But actually, I think the best thing is, to start with the trend in the next coming, let's say, 5 years, and then, of course, write about the importance of market analysis and market research. So please contact me on LinkedIn directly. I don't know your name, but we can organize a quick call, let's say a 10-minute call, and I can coach you and give you some advice. Be glad to do it. Do you have any other questions? Again, if you need the presentation, feel free to contact me. I will share it directly with you. No question. Thanks a lot. So have a good night in Asia, a good day in America, and in Europe. Thanks a lot, everyone.
Hello, guys. Can you guys hear me all well?
Yep.
All right.
Good morning.
All right. Good morning. Good
Good
evening.
afternoon. Good day.
Yeah, I think depend on where you are. I think most of you are in US/0, and you are in Hong Kong, right?
Yeah, exactly.
All right, cool. I don't know why,
Yeah,
but
good
it
morning.
seems you
Good
cannot
day.
see my camera, only see my virtual background. Let me try again. Can you see my camera? Can you see me or still no?
Still just the virtual background.
All right.
Yeah.
I'll probably just leave myself here for now. Okay. Yeah. I don't know why that the camera is not working, but all right. For now, let me kick start. Okay. Welcome all, and so as this is the first time that we meet each of us, and let me kind of like give a brief introduction and about myself as well. So my name is C, ABC. You can just call me C. I am the moderator of this panel, and also in addition to that, I'm the general manager of Glimpse Asia, and also D6VR. The Glimpse Group is a metaverse solution provider. Actually, we are one of the leading independent metaverse solution provider for business in US, and we have been building the metaverse ecosystem since 2016 for the past 6 years. Last year, we went public under the NASDAQ ticker of VRAR, and we provide enterprise level metaverse service, VRAR service, to industries such as defense, healthcare, education, finance, consumer product, and many others. And our trusted partner slash customer include, as you saw your background, include major bank and a number of others. Before the metaverse, my past life, I spent more than almost 20 years in the finance industry, from investment bank to hedge fund to the regulator, the Federal Reserve. So I do have some understanding of like what's happening in across sector. So I think probably the next step, the best thing is I will give the mic back to each of our panelists and let each of you to give a brief introduction. And as I said, that most of you are in US. Luciana, you are in Brazil, Sao Paulo, right?
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah.
And Will, you're in Hong Kong, China, right?
Exactly.
Okay, cool. And I think I know both May, we have to chat, and Patrick, both of you are in US, Texas. Yeah. All right. So how about let's kind of like give the mic to you, and then you go ahead and give a wonderful introduction about yourself. Then we kind of like move on our topic. So we can start probably with May there. Yeah.
Sure. Hi, everyone. My name is May Mahboob. I am based out of Dallas, Texas. I co-founded a company called MBD Financials, and we are building a decentralized photorealistic business district in the metaverse. So a little bit about what really got me to the Web3 blockchain industry is I've been in the tech industry for quite some time. I have another company called TechWiz XR. So I've worked with closed environments, metaverse experiences, especially with healthcare, education sector, government, contracting, and various others. And what I really wanted to bring was a decentralized platform where we're able to provide accessibility of resources, especially to develop communities and countries. So creating an ecosystem that supports itself, and where businesses, organizations, anyone can really create their own financial ecosystem or their organizational ecosystem. So I'm super excited to be here with some great minds in the industry and look to the event. So Luciana, do you want to go next? You're like
Okay, yeah, okay. Hello, guys. I'm Luciano. First of all, I'm honored to be here. Thank you for the invitation, and thank you guys to have thoughts and ideas about the metaverse and all the great things that are coming. I'm CCO and partner of Trio. We are a production and creative hub. We were born like a production company, traditional production company in 2010, and we've been working this way in 2020. And with the pandemic times, we pivoted, we changed the business, and we kind of began to look a lot into Web3, into Metaverse, and into all the crypto ecosystem too. So now we are a provider of communication services, production services, and I like to say that we work in a Web3 way to traditional companies and traditional way to Web3 companies, and wherever you want to choose. I'm also a tech and specialist. I have a YouTube channel. I talk about crypto and metaverse and stuff, and I think that's pretty much it.
Thank you, Will, May, and Luciana. Would you like to go next, Patrick?
Sure. First of all, I'd like to congratulate all the speakers so far. The content has been fantastic. I've been very impressed with industry experts that we've watched so far this evening. I'm also based in the U.S. out of Texas, so don't hold that against us, right, May? And so I started my career, I don't know, I'm almost ashamed to admit, back in the early 90s in something called the Human Genome Project. And since then have progressed over the last 30 some years through pharmaceuticals, nanotechnology, biotech. Currently, I'm in charge of absolutely nothing as I turned over my company, retired in 2019 to develop a consulting firm, and then my efforts towards my charity and foundation 2D here. Specifically during the time of the COVID crisis, we were supporting underserved communities, Native American and indigenous communities in different countries. Seem to be somewhat, which is a great topic for this. How do I say this medically correct? Unseen by their governments. So the people that really needed the help. So I retired, as I mentioned, in 2019, but still have around 1,100 clients on a consulting basis. And in most of them, about a month ago, I started sending messages out saying, stop calling me, just register for this seminar, because it's probably going to give you more information than I could. So, and I'm very honored, very humbled to be a part of this, and I'm learning as much as everyone else. So congratulations to everyone for here, and I look forward to continuing.
Thank you, Patrick. All right, next, Will.
Last but not least, no, thanks for having me, everyone. As C was saying, in Hong Kong, been in Asia for almost 10 years now, but originally from the US, from Boston. And I'm one of the co-founders of kind of two main projects at the moment. So one is called Mantra, used to be called Mantra DAO, which launched back in August of 2020, which is a DeFi ecosystem that encompasses infrastructure through proof-of-stake validator nodes, a chain that's a Cosmos 10 compatible chain, and then a internationally regulated DeFi platform. And then the other half, which is kind of more of what I'll be focusing on with this conversation, being more of the immediate, is Soma Finance. And so Soma Finance is a U.S. licensed and regulated DeFi platform, utilizing a license that we actually developed with the SEC and FINRA between 2019 and 2021, on top of a broker-dealer license that we've had through our partners in the U.S. early 2000s. So really, us to actually bring all the beauty and kind of benefits and engine DeFi, but to a KYC AML compliant, transparent ecosystem, and kind of combating everything that unfortunately we've seen with the unraveling of FTX and a lot of the big players over the last couple months. But it's unfortunately, with everything that's happened, it's at least opened up the eyes to people, I think, across the board. I think everyone on this panel will agree to. And I think at least the silver lining is things will start moving in the right direction, and hopefully people and regulators will be waking up to everything that is possible with having on-chain transparency and because things like this. So, really to be here and talk more with panelists and with everyone here.
Wonderful. Okay, thank you. So I think for today's panel discussion, we are going to follow the format of first we are going to go through a few core key questions suggested by the organizer and suggested by you. And then after that, we will try to give some time for the audience to ask any question if they want to. If they don't, I do have a few questions on my end to ask you guys as well. So I think that's the format we're going to follow. And for the first question, probably will be more on from a macro level. Let's kind of start from 100,000 feet high. From a macro level, how do you guys feel in terms of the atmosphere or the environment in your country or in your region, in terms of how welcoming they are, and or how restricting they are, or how much regulation that you are seeing in terms of all this metaverse / people call it omniverse, some people call it digital twin, some people call it the next generation of the internet. But we got the idea. I mean, how do you guys feel in terms of the big atmosphere? And probably let's give a little bit more focus in terms of the government level for now. Yeah. Maybe we can start with from the back end this time. Will, would you like to go first?
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. I think especially over the last 2 years, Metaverse has really been one of the main buzzwords. And, NFTs, which was kind of like the first ticket into everything Metaverse, NFTs did a really great job of bringing a mass amount of people into the blockchain crypto space. It was finally a way for people to, more or less visualize or understand how, whether a piece of art actually was represented through a token or chain, digital asset. And Metaverse was kind of the next step in terms of really having people visualize what this virtual ecosystem actually be. I think especially with the developments over the years, we're still far away from actually having a properly built out metaverse across really any of the big ones. There are a couple that are the kind of main players or the key stakeholders at the moment, but realistically, it's still kind of yet to be determined who the players per se will be within the kind of metaverse space. But from a regulatory side, everyone's interested to see where it progresses. No one's really had a full grasp on what's actually going to happen within the space. A lot of different companies, Nike and fashion brand and other big firms that are looking at metaverse more as as of right now, or just kind of getting eyeballs for people in the world. It's really just scratching the surface. I think on the regulation side specifically, and in the U.S. with the SEC, there's not yet enough info with how people. Really, the first thing that they'll need to really go after or define and try to regulate and kind of bring a lot of the different checks and balances into is just the digital asset space. So coming into on-chain cryptocurrencies, digital assets, all the platform forms, whether they're centralized or decentralized, these are really the first ones that you need to conquer. And then kind of the next avenue will be how people interact with those assets in a metaverse space. So, I don't think there's really been too much in terms of people saying, yes or no, especially on, metaverses are good or bad, because we're still very early in what that actually means and what people are actually accessing and doing within the metaverse. As of right now, there's been too many financial products besides having concerts or having different shows, exhibitions, and being able to, advertise your space or, virtual clubhouses, things like this. So I think, we're still probably a bit far away from regulation really entering into that. It's going to be more the assets that actually come into those metaverses that regulators, especially in the US, are going to be looking at to actually have some sort of structure and kind of roadmap for. So kind of two separate parts. Metaverse more being the place where these assets are going into, and really first looking at regulating those assets and those different pieces of digital assets coming into the metaverse.
Thank you. I like of how you phrase it, of like scratching the surface. Yeah. All right. Patrick, would you like to go next?
Sure. I'd like to just build on what some of the speakers this morning spoke to these issues associated. And some of the things that I've faced is, and I've had a lot of calls from people. The interaction is in things like healthcare, manufacturing, specialty chemicals, places where they're looking at these, as Will mentioned, these conferences and these gatherings, and they're saying to themselves, "Hey, can I recreate a lab? Can I recreate an operating room? Can I recreate different things?" And in the healthcare system, specifically, when you look at the fact that healthcare system platforms and the administrative side has been really built and band-aided since the 1950s, it's really an opportunity to say, how can I use AI, AR, VR, and the metaverse to then take this to the next level, right? To get it from an actual patient encounter into billing, coding, treatment plans, and things. The key there for everyone, and again, I sent an email that we exchanged, and the panelists is the CEOs and the executives are really asking themselves, what can this do for me? And there's a fear, and Will touched on this as well, really not on the administrative side. They see the value on being able to develop, structure, invest, put that structure together, create a platform. The real question is, how do you deploy that operationally? And here's the reason why. It's not a tactical aspect. It's a strategic aspect in what is going to happen to me when I deploy that platform or deploy that asset. And that goes into the regulations and restrictions. And at the present time, there are none. Essentially, every keynote that leads back to it says refer to commerce, SEC, whatever it is, note XYZ, right? Which now goes back to a graduation into maybe some relative crypto or those type of policies. But at the moment, they're really trying to run this off traditional commerce policies. And I don't believe you can do that. In addition to that, they're looking at the regulations around different functions of interaction. Let's say you have technical sales reps that meet with lab personnel in the virtual reality. There are so many things that can occur, right? You can take a process from cradle to grave, whether it's finance, technical development, research, sales, marketing, and you can add all into a very cost-effective, efficient process. But then you have to look at that side of it again and say, what regulations are going to prohibit me from certain types of interactions? How do we make it work? What things are going to be regulated? What types of conversations are going to be restricted? So across the broad spectrum, and I get calls from brands as well, and we've had some work with some of the same people. It seems to be an easy play for them or a more simple move forward because it's more marketing type of exposure aspect versus we're innovational, which I think is really the piece of the iceberg underneath the water. Is the real value and profit generation and revenue generation is how do we now transition this through the regulations, through the forecasting, through the development of the platform into everyday touch, feel, and smell from the manufacturer, from the provider into the consumer's hands. And that's what I deal with every day. So I'll pass that on from there. I'd like to see some chat questions too. If anyone out there has some questions, feel free to add those in the chat and we'll take a look at those. But Luciano, I'd like to get some of your thoughts on what you see.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more with you guys, Will and Patrick, and it wasn't what you said. And one thing that I'm going to like a review or debate or something like that is that the metaverse doesn't exist yet. That's the move that we have today. I think, like you were saying, Patrick, we have it's time questions than to have answers. Questions that we have to ask about the technology, about regulation, as you were saying, about the infrastructure. I think we're going to have like a beautiful future with the metaverse and stuff. But I think it's too early, as you guys were saying. It's too early. We don't have the metaverse yet. What I always say, we have like some island, and this island maybe could be like connected in some way with bridges, and maybe we can like an interoperable and an open metaverse, as we like to say. In the from McKinsey, the report is called "Probing Reality and Myth in the Metaverse," and they say there's the myth number one: no one knows what the metaverse is. Okay, everybody can read like Snow Crash and Niram Gibson and Neil Stephenson and kind of understand the reality world, the virtual worlds, the immersive worlds. There's a lot of hype underneath that, and I think that this hype it wasn't too. I think it's good because it opens opportunity to new business to understand. But I think the time is to what I'm trying to do, like study and understand all the ecosystem and trying to trying to really understand what's happening, because in that way we can look forward and present like as Patrick and we were saying, like good and how to say that and important services to our clients. Sometimes a client come to us and ask, I want to do my own metaverse. Okay, so what do you want to do this? What's the strategy behind it? Do you have a strategy? What do you want? You want buzz? You want like branding? Or you want like retails? What do you want from that? I think that's the most that's the big question that we have to ask in the consumer business. And as we were saying, like we have to the key IC and stuff. And from the regulation side, I think in Brazil, the last week we had like a law. I'm not into that much into regulation, but the law in cryptocurrency, and they're beginning to regulate. All of the countries are beginning to understand crypto, despite all that happened this year with Luna, FTX, and all this crazy that's coming since May. And the central banks are kind of crazy, and they are. We have to look into that and quickly, because it moves quickly. Like crypto, Web3, and the metaverse, everything moves to. If you lose like in a day, it's like 1 year. It's crazy. But I think this is exciting. Because we have said we would like a better future, and a future with technology. As Patrick were saying, it's. I don't know this side of you, but the humanitarian side of things, I think we have to look much more into that, and not just in business and consumer and in tech. Tech, it's built to help human, not the other way around. And in regulation, another thing that is happening in Brazil, there are a lot of WhatsApp group and Telegram group about this aspect of the metaverse, and there's a lot of lawyers and group of workforces of lawyers beginning to work through that and to understand and kind of develop some thoughts, because you can regulate a market that doesn't exist, but you can develop some thoughts about that, and in the way the market will regulate itself, and then the government or some institution will regulate that ecosystem. That's some of the thoughts in the matter of regulations in the metaverse. I have other thoughts, but I want to hear from May what she thinks.
Thanks a lot thanks a lot for sharing, Luciano. I like a lot about first Patrick's that what you said in terms of like the government cannot regulate the industry of metaverse just like how they regulate the conventional commons. Yeah, it's totally very, very different. Maybe they can borrow some lesson, learn some lesson from the internet, but it's definitely beyond the scope of traditional commons. Yeah, I like a lot about Luciano, what you talk about, the analogy that you said, how the metaverse right now is like different isolated islands. It's about building bridge. It's also about, doing the ferry service. So different people can travel across different islands. Yeah, and one thing that I did notice quite interesting. We actually, the Glimpse Group, we actually acquired one of our family that joined us. He's from Brazil, like Popa. They actually provide metaverse service for like cosmetic industry. So how you can virtual try on, your makeup, how you can virtual try on your lipstick, your eye slash. All those are kind of the metaverse AR service they provide. And so May, please share with us, what did you see?
Yeah, you guys had amazing points, and I think we have to really look at what the metaverse is and how it relates to your understanding of the metaverse. For me, I think metaverse actually quite existed before our time, right? So when we talk about gamifications, a lot of the gaming, when you come to Roblox, created back in 2016, and when you look at Fortnite and a lot of the gaming acts that Microsoft and PlayStation, Sony, they started, those are closed loop environments where people are able to interact with digital assets. So when it comes to regulation, I think we are very early in regards to how we mold the metaverse and what we utilize there. I think in the beginning, it is buzzword, right? So metaverse, what is the metaverse? Meta kind of initiated the approach from it, but closed environment actually existed long before that. And people were utilizing it for virtual meetings and virtual get-togethers. It was the more social aspect. I think with time, what we will see is real world utilities being tied into a virtual environment. So that's where we get into the asset regulations, even if it's a token attached to the organization itself, whether it's a utility base or whether it falls under securities or not. I think when you start narrowing it down to that nitty gritty, that's where the regulations will actually come into play. NFTs, non-fungible tokens, whether it's tied to a certain asset or not. I do believe we're years from really understanding completely and narrowing it down and creating a structure for ourselves in the space, right? So we're going to see the leaders kind of come out of this, just like what the initial break of the internet, when Google kind of set themselves up and became the industry leader, Microsoft, and Facebook in itself from a social aspect. So we'll see some of the leaders come out of this movement, and I think for the current time being, a lot of the regulations will be tied to what we already have. When it comes to commerce and taxation, how is it going to be taxed? Even what we're building, digital twins of actual products and services, and where people could monetize. So let's look at Fiverr, for example. It's global, but you would still need your taxation paperwork if you're earning in that environment based off of where you're living. So I think that's where regulations will come into play. And as we set the standards as industry leaders and in the space, that's where government will play a larger role as to whether your assets fall into securities or not.
Thank you, mate. So let's kind of like move into one of our next questions that would not only the organizer asked, but I think the audience would like to learn about as well is what are some of the latest current metaverse development in terms of like use case and also kind of like business application or consumer application, what you have been seeing in the industry, and maybe you can list one or two or three. And also, what's your favorite? That's probably the question I'd like to ask as well. So it doesn't need to be the most mainstream and also the use case have seen in the industry. Maybe just your personal favorite of like AR, VR, or / other metaverse app. So twofold question: what's happening? Second, what's your favorite, or what's your most frequently used metaverse app? So this time maybe I'm gonna put a random order. Yeah, Luciano, maybe you can start first.
Okay, thank you. I'm gonna say something that I don't know if you guys are going to like, but I don't have a preferred platform of metaverse yet. Of course, I've entered Decentraland, Sandbox, Roblox. I've entered Zepeto, Spatial. Most of all, Mozilla, like simple ones, the interoperable ones. But I'm not the kind of guy that I spend a lot of time in the metaverse, because the metaverse, as I want to be, as I said, it doesn't exist yet, and trying to study more to understand when it's gonna be, and when it's gonna be, I want to be ready. That's some of my thoughts. Okay, the one that I enjoy most is probably Decentraland. I walk around and see some concerts and stuff, but this is not like the metaverse that I want to be. I don't know if you guys know, but I'm doing like the metaverse course from the University of Nicosia. It's a great course, and we had like classes with people and stuff, and the last class that I watched, it was about technology and the devices and stuff. And the device that I like the most, it's not launched yet. I'm eager to use the Reality One or Reality Pro, the Apple device, when it comes. It didn't come yet, but I'm kind of looking into, and this is gonna be good. So this is the one that I'm expecting most, because I believe, and I think I can share the vision now. I believe the metaverse as interoperable, open, is going to be based in two things: into Internet of Things, and the mixed reality. The mixed reality and Internet of Things. That's the way I see, and I hope it will be the metaverse. So we're gonna be we already have watches and AirPods. Okay, we're gonna be rings, and you click here and open a screen. The mixed reality with Internet of Things. That's what I'm very excited about, and I think the metaverse is, okay, now I want to get into a more immersive ambient. You're not gonna be in a immersive ambient that most of the time of the other day, So in this case, it's gonna be like the movies that we see about the metaverse, and that's not what I want. And I'm working to go to that way, in a mixed reality, Internet of Things. We click to the watch, click in the watch, and he opens the screen. I don't know if you guys watched the feed, the series from Amazon Prime, and it's a dystopy, but even it's a dystopy, I like the things I like the way that things are constructed, the tech side of things in the TV series, not the bad things and stuff. That always happens, but it probably will happen in the real world. Amy Webb, I like her because she always look like the two ways. If we're going to the good way, it's gonna be something like this. If we're going to the bad way, it's gonna be something like that. So that's my thoughts on the metaverse and the Internet of Things and mixed reality. That's what I believe. That's what I'm excited about, the metaverse.
Talking about Decentraland, one of our latest projects actually is to have Serena Carpenter, the American pop star, actually host an event combined with the Decentraland Metaverse / with NFT. She actually hosts an event when we help her to organize and plan the event in Decentraland. Just actually 3 weeks ago. Yeah, so it was quite a fun event. So I'm not going to go into any particular order. Any of you, May, Patrick, or Will, anyone that want to go next, feel free to go next.
Sure. I mean, I guess, to jump in, I would definitely agree with Luciano that, there's no clear winner yet. I think there's a lot of really strong players in the space, and they've done a good job in terms of making themselves apart for specific sort of offerings or specific sort of games or concerts, or just different uses. But it's for sure there isn't yet one that encompasses kind of the whole ideology and kind of scope that we see metaverses eventually becoming. I think we still have a long ways to go. It's not a 12 or even 24 months kind of thing. This is the next 5, 10 plus years. But I think one thing that metaverses really did a good job up until this point was building upon everything over the last 2-3 years with COVID, and people needing to move into a more virtual space. And it became that instead of having in real life meetups or gatherings or learnings if you're in school, this happened in a virtual space. Of course, with Zoom and Google Meets and these different conferencing tools, then now moving into different metaverses. So I think one of the really cool uses that's emerged and that more people are starting to use is using it as a gathering and educational type space. That can scope across whether it's with fashion and learning how to do fashion design and fashion walks within metaverse spaces, and of course that flows into AR and VR, as you now are able to use it on things like Snapchat and different lenses to be able to see it kind of in real life. But I think even moving into different alternative asset classes, so things like whiskey, being able to have tastings with industry experts that might be in Scotland or might be in Japan, do tastings with people in a virtual gallery. But you can send different drams or tasting to people all around the world so that they can have these tastings in a virtual metaverse space and location and do walkthroughs as if they were actually a location in the Highlands of Scotland, but do all this kind of in the comfort of your home and in a different metaverse. So I think this different education and learning and being able to bring a more visual learning and kind of fully encompassing learning to a global audience, and one that they can access it where in the world. I think that's been a really cool victory for metaverse until now. Of course, those will become more and more defined as you have more advanced AR VR headsets, and these get built out more. But I think for right now, that's been really one of the kind of use cases of it that I've seen. Of course, going in this concert is cool, and there's a lot of great visuals, and especially as you start incorporating some of these virtual artists, Riff Doll, that can come in and have these kind of generative visuals that are playing with the music. Really is a completely new and beautiful audio visual accompaniment that you can experience. But we're still far away from having a metaverse where we're having true commerce actually take place. It's coming there. I think starting with education, and as people learn about alternative asset classes or different assets or just different industries, then the next step is that you can actually go into a marketplace, you can purchase things, you can have them come kind of the IRL version, like Artifact and Nike are doing now. So I think all of this is being developed, but it's still going to take some time until we seamless metaverse to IRL flow, and kind of as the technology develops. But we're definitely on the right path there.
Education and learning, wonderful point. I would actually add a little bit of like the tourism and cultural experience, as you said, the whiskey. Yeah, so that's a wonderful application of the metaverse software. Okay, May or Patrick, any of you want to go next?
Sure, I'll go. I also don't have a favorite one, and I think I've tried almost every metaverse, especially since I'm building one. So it's good to know your competitors, right? And one of my main focuses was the user adoption. I think that's where we can create something as a visionary creator. Some of the things that I look at is what will I want to use, but we have to kind of set that aside and look at what would people want to use. use. And when you look at user adoption, what is our go-to-market strategy, and who do we want to be able to utilize this service, right? So whether it's going to spend millions and maybe billions of dollars and have it kind of where only the people that really quite understand it use it, and it becomes a fad or it dies down. So again, I keep going back to this because through research, this platform has done an amazing job on user adoption, Roblox, where it's not only from the developers, but it's a platform that unites all. So I think that being accessibility, I think that's going to be very, very important, being able to utilize your cell phone and really have, again, going back to real world utilities, what do I need it for? And education will play a key role. I think those are some of the main things that I look for when looking for a metaverse versus just have as a social platform.
Thank you.
Well, I have to say I'm completely impressed with all of the input. It's just amazing. I'd like to ask if appropriate, Luciano, if you could post your link to that course, maybe in the chat. I think some people could benefit from that. So, and I'd like to build on a few things. Will, I'll tell you, you brought up some amazing points along with May. I sit here and I'm absorbing more like a sponge than I am, that I feel I can contribute. But I wouldn't say that I have a favorite. I will say that having a pre-teenage son, I watch Roblox and Fortnite about 90% of his free time. So I don't know if I consider myself an expert, but I find my way around it pretty well. What I would like to say, and I'd like to add this to both something and combine the concepts that Will and May both discussed. Let me give you an example, and I can speak on this for days, and I won't, but let me give you an example. In healthcare, I work, and I can say this, I work daily. I can't think of a day in the last 5 years where I haven't touched this with autistic and Down syndrome children. And there are companies like Neuralink that are creating, the brain to computer interface through implants that can go in with cerebral palsy, Down syndrome, things like that. And there are pieces of that, and this goes to what May said, and it ties back into what Will said. There are pieces of those platforms that are revolving around the use of AI, for example, the proficiency of procedures, for the check and balance into mistake, error, consequences, and even equations. They go to the quadratic format and algorithms. So, there are a number of platforms that are out there. And here's some interesting statistics. One that I just amazing is currently, as we talk about our favorites, there are over 10,000 global subscriptions or posted.
Patrick, you got muted. Can you guys hear Patrick's?
No.
Okay, Patrick, you got muted. So could you maybe
something happened?
Adjust that?
Yeah.
Nope, we still cannot hear you. All right. So I think due to some technical difficulty, maybe while Patrick is trying to fix on the background, I will kind of jump in to add a little bit. So Patrick, feel free to either to try to test your mic or maybe rejoin the session if needed. And we'll speak anytime when you're back to the session or after you fix the mic, and then we can hear you and continue your conversation. In the meantime, I'm going to entertain everyone a little bit to share with all of you and also the audience a little bit of like what we are seeing or what I am seeing in the industry. Since the Glimpse Group done a lot of Metaverse project for different companies, so we noticed some of the hottest trend in the industry right now is we're seeing in marketing and consulting space. A lot of companies like to use a Metaverse or AR or VR tool or software to get public media attention For example, probably many of you remember a few months ago how JP Morgan make to the news of almost all the major news, MSNBC, Yahoo Finance, because of they call themselves, they just built a first ever branch as a major bank, even though it was kind of, in my opinion, it's really hoax because of you cannot draw, you cannot deposit, you cannot do anything in that Metaverse bank. Just because of they open a launch, they kind of call themselves the first Metaverse bank. But still, it served them well because of it did attract a lot of attention. And also we noticed, I think probably Will, you mentioned about like Metaverse meeting, or maybe Luciana. I mean, that is exactly the reason why Microsoft spent like $70 billion, the biggest ever acquisition in the technology sector in human history, to buy Activision. That's just really because of they believe into vision of the Metaverse. They want to strengthen their position in the Metaverse, and also as Bill Gates himself had, that he believed most of the virtual or video calling, video conference will take place in the Metaverse. Like what we are doing in 2 or 3 years, in his opinion, in Bill Gates' opinion, it will take place in the Metaverse. So those are some of the common application. And also, personally, myself, I would say probably one of my favorite app, and I'm going to type it in the chat, is called Studio. The reason why I like about that, yes, there's a little bit biased because I kind of help build that as well and help design it a little bit. But inside, basically, it's a virtual campus, and you can socialize, you can talk, you can meet new people in there, but also you can go to classes there. You can learn lesson from history, economic, to you can meditate in Studio. You can even kind of like walk into some of the coolest data visualization in Studio. So it's one platform, but basically allow people to socialize, to learn, to experience, to relax. And so yeah, that's probably one of my favorite Metaverse app that we built. All right, did you fix your mic? You want to test a little bit? We still cannot hear you.
Can I add some thoughts into that?
Please.
Yeah. No, I was talking about the course, and the course it's administered by the Punk 6529. It's and nobody knows who he is, and he built like the own sector, the metaverse of his metaverse, and courses always inside the metaverse. But for technical difficulties, I chose to in the YouTube, because when there's a lot of people around, you can see the screen like in a good way. So that's we were saying. And in the health, Patrick, he's not here. He probably coming back, but he was talking about he's talking about the health. And I saw a use case. I didn't want to talk about the use case, but I want to talk about this because the United Arab Emirates, like they did a hospital in the metaverse, and I think healthcare is very good because like people were difficult to walk or to move, they can like have experiences very very awesome, because of the technology and stuff. And I think, I don't know if you guys are looking into that. I want to hear your thoughts. But I think with AI and with quantum computing that is already coming, slow, but it's coming, and it's gonna come like strong in a few years. We're gonna see like things I think we never imagined. I don't know if you guys your thoughts about that. I'm sorry, I just wanted that.
I mean, I would definitely agree. I mean, it's going to open up a complete, much larger and borderless ecosystem for people to access all these pieces of information, resources. A big part of that and making sure that can actually happen in a sustainable and, safe way is going to be on, making sure that you do have the security. Everything is cryptographically secure, that data isn't just kind of flowing through, especially with anything health related, making sure that people's health records, which it does make complete sense to be on chain, but that they're actually stored and shared in the proper way, and by these doctors from anywhere in the world. I think that this is absolutely, in the next couple of years, this is going to be how it is. The tough part, and kind of talking about the punk that's part of running the course that you're doing, is it's going to be tough to have some of these features be completely decentralized or pseudonymous in terms of how people are interacting with them. Same thing with the regulation side. Is if you do want to be able to have regulation and insurance and licensing and a federal backing agency protecting these people that are interacting with these products or metaverses or whatever, you do need to have some sort of KYC process around it. So one of the things that, again, it's you have people that are completely decentralized, and like there will always be platforms and product, is as you do start to have regulation that encompasses all these different kind of service offerings, there's no way around it. I mean, you do need to have KYC, AML, you do need to have compliance, you need to make sure that the people that you're interacting with are legitimate. And at the end of the day, a lot of that regulation is there to protect retail and individual users. So that will be a big part to make sure that this can actually grow into what it can be, and being able to have legitimate universities or financial institutions actually properly enter into the space and being able to act and have people from all around the world access their services or whatever their offerings are. But that's going to mean that you'll need to do what you do when you sign up for an Amazon account or a bank account. You'll need to provide your address, your name, but at the end of the day, that's there to help you. A lot of the regulation is there so that you don't get scammed, you don't get rugged, or you don't have someone like FTX saying that they're regulated and insured when realistically they're not. So I think that will be a big piece to actually get to where we want to be across the health sector, as well as really any sector out there.
So it seems we just have 7 minutes left. So let's kind of like probably jump into Patrick. Would you like to try to see if you can speak and we can hear you now?
Sure. Can you hear me now?
Cool.
There we go.
Wonderful.
Yes,
We can hear you.
great.
That's excellent. Yeah. All right. So since we have only a few minutes left, let's kind of like maybe quickly kind of just do a run, maybe within a few words or 1 or 2 sentences, that if people or business, if they want to invest or if they want to try Metaverse, what can they do? So this is more to the audience out there. What's the first step, or what can they do to be a part of this, or to join us, or to invest to that? So let's kind of like give a quick run of that. Any of you want to go?
Please, Patrick, begin.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's what I'm thinking. We want to hear from you.
Sure. Well, I'm actually incredibly amazed. I've been sitting here listening the entire time, and it's been quite amazing. One of the things I want to mention, I can add to what Luciano, Will, and May all said, is I work within the healthcare sector daily on this. In fact, I don't think there's a day in the last 5 years I haven't touched within the autistic, Down syndrome, cerebral palsy realm with children. And one of the things that occurs within that is there are companies, I think, for example, developing the brain to computer interface that, then, link up into those AI, AR, VR type functions. In addition to that, there are equipment options that are assisting with the development of those that have those conditions and special needs and things of that nature. So I think when you look at, and then there are surgeons that are using AI, as I mentioned earlier, for a number of different procedures and processes, checks and balances, different types of calculation based on probability of outcome, things like that. So I think if you want to get involved with this, the easiest is to search to find items out there that are legitimate. The most amazing statistic I've seen lately is there are over 10,000 current filed subscriptions or posting a declaration towards the development of what they term as metaverse platforms. And it's really jumping into the deep end and trying to figure out which of those are legitimate. So I would lean on the people that are participating in this type of a function, this type of an event. I would lean on people like Will and Luciano and May to consult with directing people towards those. And I think May brought up a point in the beginning of this. It was probably one of the most revealing, and that is you have to really determine what it is for you, right? Everybody has a different function. It hasn't been developed yet, so it's really a blank canvas to develop something for yourself. You need to look at this kind of in a reverse fashion of most of the people I talk to who say, okay, here's the metaverse. Now I want to fit into the metaverse. Well, it doesn't work that way. It's develop what you need, the plan that you want, what you want from it, and then you take that and you adapt it into the technology that may be developing. So I think the first thing that companies need to do is identify what you want from and what you're looking for, whether it's promotion or exposure, revenue generation, or technical ability, or as and Luciano too, and innovation. Med schools are developing, these technologies now to use for virtual learning. So what is that you really want? And then go out and someone who can help you through the regulations. Will, this has been an inspirational conversation with you. Thank you, because there are many people out there that don't understand what certifications and availabilities are for those type of things to interact with the potential for regulation. And then from that point, those different individuals can probably help guide towards a significant platform development or a function or a company or someone who can help you then take that and adapt what you need into that platform.
So thank you. Just in respect of time, we should definitely talk about that afterward. We're doing a lot of healthcare project. So in one sense, Luciana or May or Will?
May, please.
Oh, perfect. Exactly to what Patrick said, I think it's really important to understand your needs and how you want your initial experience of the metaverse to be. Don't overcomplicate it. If you want to start really small, look at events such as this. It's a great way to learn more about it. Educational platforms and NFTs are actually a very good way to start, especially as it's being tied to, for example, like Starbucks, and several use cases that come out of this. And feel free to reach out to any of us or just follow us on various social medias. I think that's a great way, because we do this in our daily lives from every day. We live this, so happy to share as much as possible with the rest of the world.
Awesome. Yeah, Will, you want to go? I can go.
Yeah, sure. It's been an absolute pleasure talking with you all, and thanks to everyone listening in. I think as both Patrick and May got to, biggest thing is do your own research, education. Don't jump into anything too fast. If it seems too good to be true, unfortunately we've learned over the last couple of months especially, it most likely is. Regulation, things like that, to of or that are gonna really kind of hinder or stop progression. It's really there to protect people. So ask the platforms that you're integrating with, or you're looking at, or you're thinking about investing into, what stance is, how they're structured, and just really make sure that you try to do your best to not to a scenario like so many of us have seen with FTX and Voyager and BlockFi and Celsius and kind of all these unfortunately bad players that had a mask of doing good. There still is a lot of opportunity within the space, and a lot of really good people building what's going to be kind of the next groundbreakers across the industry. So don't be too put down on everything that's happening, as markets will turn around at some point. But really, use this time to focus on understanding more so, and really just learning, so that you can be an educated investor, an educated interactor with these platforms, and kind of build a better financial and digital and metaverse version of yourself.
It's amazing to be the last one because you can build those such great ideas, so amazing. I just think you guys is very enriched for me, enrichment. I'm sorry, but I would say I will something that we was talking that I'll try to be quick. We need to have like the most important things that I think it's education, curation, because we have a lot of info and we have to cure what is good and what is not, and info, education, curation, and explore. That's what I think it's the most important things to build and to know like metaverse and make this thing that she said about good for you. This is Patrick added about that too, and this is completely the way, like I said, I was watching the course, it wasn't good for me, so I changed and I'm watching the YouTube, so it's cool, okay, no problem. But I think these are three important things: education, curation, and exploring. Because without education and curation, we have a lot of info, and we're gonna have more in the years to come. We need to curate like the info. That's why I started a YouTube channel to spread like the word about metaverse, about crypto, about the NFTs, about Web3 in a general way, because we have to educate to have a good curve of adoption and a positive side of adoption. I always say this kind of stuff. We have to go like to a park to get a walk outdoors, to stay with our family. Life is not tech. It comes to help us to live a better life. That's the thing that I always I like to say it, because tech comes to help us. Thank you so much. Great. Thanks so much, guys. It was awesome. Completely awesome.
So let me wrap it. Thank you, Luciana. Just to add on a little bit. So besides doing own research, McKinsey, as Luciana talked about, have published good research paper about what's happening in the metaverse. Deloitte, they also have published some good article. PwC, they also have a nice metaverse article as well and research paper. So besides all those do your own research, I will also encourage all the audience to talk to us, connect to us through LinkedIn or through email, which I provided here on my virtual background. So talk to us, and we are very, very happy to continue the conversation. There are a lot we have covered it today. There are a lot that we would like to cover, but we don't have a lot of time to cover. So let's continue the conversation after this. So we invite you to come to conversation, and certainly I'm going to reach to you after this this session as well. Thank you very much, panelists.
Thanks so much.
Thank you so much. Have a great evening, day, night.
All right, let's stay in touch. Thank you very much again. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much. See, thank you. It was a pleasure.
Hello, my name is David Hoppy. I'm a lawyer based in San Francisco and the founder and managing partner of Gamma Law. And we're a specialist law firm with offices here in San Francisco as well as in New York, focused on Web3. And I think it's a bit interesting how we came to this point because it's really sort of some serendipity over many years. We started some 20 years ago, focused on video games, and have done that for ever since that time on all platforms, mobile, console, and free to play, and every conceivable model, real money, and we added immersive technologies, VR, AR, which I personally found very interesting. And then 6-8 years ago, we began to work in blockchain and for blockchain clients, NFTs, and a variety of other models. And again, as a result of basically my personal interest, we got fairly deep into that, and never had the foresight to realize how all these different sectors that we were focused on in our legal practice could eventually come together. Fortunately, many of our clients who are on the cutting edge of all of this did have that vision, and so now we're working with companies that are doing very interesting things in the metaverse. So I think it's been fun to see how this has all come together, and what I originally envisioned and didn't envision, and I was like, you know, blockchain is really interesting, but how's that going to relate to video games or technologies? But in any event, so that's our practice today, and you know, despite all the recent events in the world of crypto, we are continuing to see very strong demand taking place for our clients in Web3, and DAO creation and governance issues continue to be a large part of our practice as well. So moving to legal issues in the metaverse, you know, as has been discussed here throughout the start of this conference, we in many ways don't know yet exactly what the metaverse will look like. We don't know what it will be capable of or how humans will interact within it. Now, we've had, of course, concepts over the years through film and TV, film and books like Ready Player One and The Matrix and Tron and Snow Crash, but we don't know if it's going to be one of those or something completely different. So this makes predicting and responding to legal issues that may arise in the metaverse environment also somewhat difficult. But I think there's one thing for certain, and that's that the metaverse is going to disrupt the way we transact business, entertain ourselves, and interact with others. And many legal protections, moral obligations, and social mores that govern our real lives are probably not going to be applicable in this virtual environment. Regulating the metaverse, keeping the peace, and resolving conflicts will require thoughtful and creative application of existing law. It will also require formulation of new rules specific to this new environment. Today, we're going to discuss some of the key issues that visitors, platforms, marketers, and other stakeholders should keep in mind to protect themselves and hopefully help to build a metaverse that is safe, profitable, and fun. So the first hurdle we have to overcome is collection and handling of personal data. The more immersive the metaverse becomes, the more personal data it will likely collect from users. As the metaverse evolves into an all-encompassing digital existence, its playability and longevity is going to depend on how well it can customize and create personal and engaging user experiences. So what this means is that companies likely will collect and mobilize not just players' identifying statistics like passwords, retinal scans, let's say, fingerprints, and financial data like credit card numbers, but also experiential and location data. To make the metaverse existence as realistic as possible, metaverse platforms are likely going to use, at least many of them are likely going to use first-person point-of-view cameras to enhance augmented reality, maybe haptic suits to expand the sensory experience, and even these big omnidirectional treadmills to simulate movement within a virtual space. All these will be capturing biometric data that could reveal some very personal things. For example, how users could react, physically may react, involuntarily react to seeing different types of images in front of them. It's possible to a point where even genetic data is collected to create the most compelling individual experiences within this alternate reality. So with the amount of data that's potentially being collected here, metaverse platforms and the businesses operating within them will need to provide users the assurance that their data is safe. In some metaverse worlds, at least, users will be able to control how much personal information is being used and shared, and perhaps to financially benefit from that through blockchain technology. In the United States, privacy regulation is quite far behind the European Union and some other countries. We're finally beginning to see some good laws at the state level here, but much depends on whether and how they're enforced. Hopefully, at least from my perspective, by the time the metaverse begins to reach scale, privacy laws and privacy enforcement will be ready for that. But in any event, platforms will need to consider very carefully what data is collected and whether it's uploaded to servers and whether and how it's shared. Of course, just like in Web 1.0 and Web 2.0, privacy policies will continue to be important. The European GDPR does a great job of requiring clear disclosure of information practices, for example, using charts with very clear presentation of all this information, making it more accessible to users. We don't have that in the United States. More importantly, consumers need to have a real choice in whether or not their information is stored and shared. And again, we're seeing and have seen a lot of progress on that in European jurisdictions. But in the United States, the model basically still hasn't really changed for 25 years. Put out a bunch of legal verbiage that basically says the service provider can do whatever they want with your information, and that's considered legal compliant. So my hope anyway is that by the time the metaverse begins to reach mainstream adoption, privacy laws and enforcement in the United States and the rest of the world will be much more sophisticated and provide real choices and protection to consumers. Otherwise, I think it's very likely that mainstream adoption will be slowed or perhaps never actually take place. Our next metaverse topic is virtual property rights. What are they? Do they exist? And how do we enforce them? So we've passed the point where people speculate about whether virtual items could be considered property. Most people who buy a sword, a magic robe, or a hot air balloon in a game will consider that it belongs to them, even if they bought it with virtual in-game currency. They'll feel like it belongs to them. They own it for all practical purposes. Of course, we know that legally, most likely, users do not own these items, since the game's terms of service will almost certainly deny any actual ownership rights. But even that is starting to change. And of course, that's one of the amazing things about blockchain and one of the real big contributions that it brings to video games today and to the metaverse, we believe, in the future. It's the key attribute of Web3, or one of the really key attributes of Web3 is real-world ownership of virtual assets. Maybe these assets are created by the user, maybe they're purchased from another user, or maybe they're obtained from the platform. And of course, all this can be accomplished with blockchain. But the question is, are regulators ready for this, and are current laws sufficient to address the issues that could arise in this type of situation with these types of transactions? Unfortunately, I don't think that's the case at this point. So unless something else comes along that hasn't yet been conceived, it seems that NFT is going to represent and manage ownership and transactions in all types of metaverse assets, from virtual land and buildings art, music, and the avatars that embody us. And in fact, a number of our clients are working in all of these spaces. But let's say you buy a vintage Cadillac convertible on a Metaverse car lot, and then, you know, a few months later, there's a big upswing in the market for vintage used cars, and you decide to resell it and actually wind up making a nice profit. The question is, have you potentially been trading in unregistered securities through your transactions in this virtual assets represented by an NFT? So in the United States, and I think at this point still throughout the world, the general consensus has been that NFTs are not securities. But in the US, the Securities Regulatory Authority, the SEC, has been hinting that that may change. We don't know how things will develop, but there are some things that you can do to reduce the risk that your NFTs could be considered securities and subject to the fairly extensive regulations under US securities law and the securities law of other countries. So these steps include first, putting the NFTs, making sure the NFTs actually are resident on fully developed and national distributed blockchain ledgers. And certainly full decentralization has been an important factor from the perspective of the SEC in evaluating whether or not a token is effectively under the management and control of the operator, or if it is truly a decentralized asset and therefore less likely to be considered a security. Second, and of course much has been written about this, utility, designing the NFTs primarily to satisfy specific functions, for example in gameplay or as legitimate collectibles. Marketing the NFT with a focus on this functionality rather than on the potential to make money. Allowing immediate access to the NFT's functionality with network incentives to do so. Limiting prospects for appreciation. Now, that's not something normally that founders want to hear, but to the extent that there is a possibility, an opportunity for value appreciation, at least we want to make sure that the company is not viewed as promoting that or providing some kind of assurance that that will be the case. So active in-game economies are going to be a big part of the appeal of the metaverse. I think there's no doubt of that. Some of it will be driven by speculation, but I think a lot of it is just going to be the fact that people enjoy trading, investing, and building value. And we've seen that ever since Farmville and probably before that. Even if very small amounts of real world money are involved, having some kind of stake or some kind of business to grow will drive engagement and attract more people to the metaverse. These in-game economies will be governed by the laws of their platforms or worlds. But the interesting question is going to be the extent to which real-world property laws and enforcement will also apply. If a metaverse criminal steals an NFT painting from the wall of your metaverse house, or the metaverse teenager next door is continually disrupting the peace of your meditation garden by constantly playing his music at full volume, will you have recourse to real-world courts? It seems likely, to me anyway, the courts are not going to be inclined to get involved in disputes that take place within virtual worlds that are governed by protocols or perhaps by some sort of delegated centralized authorities within that virtual world. Building, expanding, updating, and running metaverse worlds will require the talents of lots and lots of artists, musicians, coders, engineers, and other creative talent. Intellectual property laws will provide some predictability that is critical to get people to invest their time and energy and to attract the financial investment that's needed for such an all-encompassing, very, very large project. So traditional IP rights like copyright and trademark probably provide us with the tools we need to build and govern the metaverse, at least initially. But there will be challenges, of course. One of these is the use and commercialization of IP rights that are developed, transferred, and licensed before the metaverse was ever conceived. Can so-called new non-creator copyright holders use the material that they had obtained rights to or ownership of in this new, completely new media, this new realm? And what, if any, rights will revert to the creators in the probable scenario in which metaverse rights were not addressed, original documents under which the rights holder received their rights, license agreement, or perhaps in the assignment, IP assignment document through which they obtained their ownership. So this is not a new question, and in fact, it's come up with most every major technology advancement we've seen in recent decades. For example, DVDs and streaming TV. Did the previous licenses or transfer agreements contemplate rights in media that did not exist at the time? And we've seen some cases already here with respect to Web3 applications. For example, in Damon Dash's attempt to sell an NFT of a Jay-Z album, to which the record label claims that it, and not Dash, owns the rights to do that. We've also seen a number of lawsuits by celebrities against video games companies and other media platforms for unauthorized use of their likenesses, voices, and even, of course, in the case of Fortnite, signature dance moves. Well, there's a lot of complexity and uncertainty here. Companies that are building IP for the metaverse, licensing IP for metaverse uses, or building metaverse businesses using licensed IP need to work with counsel experienced in the space to be sure that they have the rights that they need to do that. The increasing popularity of NFTs, XR content, and interactive experiences has, of course, brought with it IP-related disputes and lawsuits of various kinds. Development of the metaverse expands possibility for similar and maybe unique types of disputes. Here's a few suggestions to reduce the risk of IP infringement claims in a metaverse application or business model. First is to include specific metaverse rights in any licensing agreement. Incorporate comprehensive user terms or ULO provisions covering user-generated content. And this is going to be a big issue in the metaverse because so much that we're seeing in the later stages of Web 2.0 and undoubtedly eventually the biggest component of Web 3 is going to be user-generated content. Who owns that? Who can use that? Can the platforms, for example, include excerpts or images from user-generated content in their promotions for the platform? Or would that require consent of the users? There's a variety of issues that could come up here and have already come up in our current contexts. Of course, it's important to document who owns and who has the right to use and sell pre-existing content, as we discussed earlier. And we need to be aware of the possibility of, a future distribution of content that's created within the metaverse, and what sort of exclusivity rights may apply to those. Our final topic in our discussion of legal issues concerning the universe relates to user conduct and behavior. So if, as many predict, the metaverse will serve as an alternate reality and a platform for conducting business, social engagements, and recreational activities, it will also provide ample opportunities for users to cheat, steal, and become violent. Just like in the real world, we need authorities to deter, to investigate, and potentially adjudicate such behavior. Of course, it was well a few years ago that a beta tester in the previous Facebook's Horizon World Metaverse platform reported having her avatar sexually molested within the virtual world. And we've had, of course, numerous reports of antisocial violence and aggressive activities. This is just a phenomenon in current multiplayer online game environments that is prevalent and is not going away. Of course, these occurrences can not only detract your experience, but they can create real physical and emotional trauma and potentially subject metaverse platforms to civil lawsuits. How do we respond to this? Of course, there's the technical approach, and Facebook Meta has been working on this, developing a feature allowing players to block others that they meet on the platform. But ultimately, the question is going to be, how do we regulate? How do we enforce? How do we, try to prevent this from happening within virtual environments from a legal perspective? And finally, we could ask very quickly, is avatar on avatar violence really a crime from the perspective of the real world? So I'm certainly not downplaying the effects that a metaverse attack can incur, but an assault or battery charge under existing real world law must be harmful or at least offensive contact. And is that going to be provable in the context of a virtual environment? Let's say even if a user is wearing a haptic suit, at least the current generation of haptic suits, it's unlikely that at least in the current version that users are going to experience real pain or incur any injury from those types of encounters in the virtual world. So just to wrap up then, I think in conclusion, we've seen legal issues arising in Web 1.0, Web 2.0. They've largely been resolved through the real-life law enforcement and judicial system by attempting to apply existing laws that were developed for the physical world. But it's not clear that as we enter this new stage of interactivity, of opportunities to interact and build in virtual environments, and where we're spending more and more of our time in these environments, that present sort of approach is going to continue to work very well. And of course, as we discussed earlier, much of this relates around privacy, but as the metaverse comes together, we're finding more and more other opportunities, criminal behavior even, that is going to need to be handled somehow through our real world judicial system, our legal system, as well as through platform rules. So thank you for listening. I think there is an opportunity for Q&A. Any questions? All right, so Ready for Player asks, how do you see the future of Web3 gaming? It's very exciting. And, from my perspective, the potential of VR, let alone AR, it has not at all been realized in the context of games. There's just the times that I've had the opportunity to use some of the great VR games, I've just been amazed at how transformative that is and what the potential is, and not just for kind of traditional gameplay, but also for more sort of non-traditional types of gameplay in which there's cooperative types of behaviors that are required rather than competitive player versus player behaviors. So, from my perspective, and then when you add that component to the opportunity for real, meaningful in-game economies and user ownership, to me, this is the future. And I think it's very exciting. I'm sorry, I'm looking in the wrong part. There's another question here. Will the metaverse come with laws? If anything illegal or something wrong happens, be responsible, the creator or the avatar? So this is a great question. I think that the way this will play out is we're going to have different worlds within the metaverse. We'll have a meta world. We'll have, who knows, an Apple world. We'll have hopefully many, many, many other worlds that are not associated with large incumbent tech enterprises. And I fully expect each of those worlds will have their own rules of engagement, effectively their own laws. And undoubtedly, those legal systems in those individual worlds are more and more sophisticated and complex over time. We'll have judges, we'll have arbitrators within those worlds that are deciding disputes, and paid in in-game currency or in-world currency or crypto. And the interesting question, as I touched on a bit earlier, is when there's potentially also an issue under real world law, or where there's perhaps a conflict between the outcome that emerges from an in-world dispute and real-world law, and where there's real-world property rights or personal rights that are implicated. So there's a high degree of complexity there, and it's fascinating about how this could all evolve, but very difficult to predict at this point. So I think that's it for our questions today. Thank you very much for listening. So I'm sorry, I'm not getting any guidance here, but another question just after my nice closing there. Hi, from Switzerland. If we are applying laws applying to our own respective countries, we all know the law can be different, especially in terms of VAT, value tax, let's say. Do you see governments coming up with global regulation in the VR environment? Well, I certainly hope not. I think that the more consolidation that we have in terms of regulation, then the more danger we have to a decentralized environment, and the bigger threat to our freedom, both in the virtual world and the real world. It is a good question, and it perhaps is the case that that before long there will need to be some kind of movement for at least some sort of coordination. Just as we're seeing and we're told from the technical side, there needs to be an enormous amount of collaboration to develop the sort of standardization that will make the metaverse work behind the scenes. It likely is the case that as more and more of our lives and our business and our personal take place in a metaverse environment, that there's going to need to be some cross-border coordination. So thank you all for listening, and feel free to contact me If you'd like to discuss further, it's gammalaw.com, GAMMALAW.com.